Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Became the Heir of the Knowledge God. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Ginny uncensored spicy version, link in description.
Harry, thin and straight, turning slowly as if the room itself was thinking about them. Each symbol glowed a faint blue around the edges. The scent of warm papyrus and old stone pressed against his nose. Somewhere far below, water moved in deep channels, a slow echo under the quiet of the archive. Harry narrowed his eyes at the floating array. "You shifted the third line," a calm voice said behind him. "Explain." Harry did not turn. His hand moved instead. He reached up and adjusted one of the symbols, nudging it until the angle matched the diagram in his memory. The containment rune was bleeding power into the binding layer, Harry said. It would hold for a while, but it would start to twist. "I do not want the anchor to move during the test." He spoke like he was reading out a list. "No drama, just facts." "Good," the voice replied. Thoth stepped closer into Harry's view. Sometimes the god came to him as a man in white linen, with dark skin and sharp eyes that missed nothing. Sometimes he came with the head of an ibis, tall and strange, feathered neck bending as he watched the world with a kind of patient boredom. Today he chose the human shape, though the air around him still felt heavier than it did around anyone else. The quill behind his ear shone with a faint gold line along the shaft. "Run it," Thoth said. Harry flexed his fingers. The floating script answered like it had been waiting. Lines clicked into place, one after another, filling gaps he had left open on purpose. A soft sound rolled through the chamber, like air moving through a narrow passage. The stones under his bare feet cooled as the array settled. He reached out and tapped the central symbol. Reality pulled in around it for a breath. Harry felt pressure in his ears, like when he went too far into the deeper halls. Then the feeling passed. On the table beside them, a small clay cup shimmered. Its edges blurred, then snapped into focus again. A thin layer of light wrapped around it, tight and even. Harry watched for a count of 20. The light did not flicker. The cup did not move. The ink lines stayed in place. "Field is stable," Harry said. "No drift. Output is exactly 8 units above the minimum threshold we set. It will last for as long as we calculated." Thoth smiled. It was a small expression, barely there, but Harry had learned to catch it. "And if someone touches the cup?" Thoth asked. "They will not be touching the cup." Harry stepped forward and pushed his hand straight toward the object. His fingers met nothing. The air resisted him, then slid him aside, redirecting his hand in a line he had not chosen. It was not a shove. It felt more like a river that saw him coming and simply refused to make space. His palm ended up resting on empty stone. "Personal boundary array meets object boundary array," Harry said. "The lines negotiate and refuse harmful overlap. The cup might as well not be there." Thoth inclined his head. "Emotion," he said. Harry blinked. "What did you feel?" Harry considered. He looked down at his hand, then at the faint shimmer around the cup. "Satisfaction," he said after a moment. "I like when the numbers match the result." "And what else?" Harry frowned. The archive was quiet. The glow from the floating symbols cast soft shapes across the sand-colored walls. Far above, the ceiling vanished into darkness. The pressure of the god's attention rested between his shoulder blades. "I did not want the array to fail," Harry said slowly. "If it failed, I would be annoyed, disappointed. I do not like wasted power." Thoth watched him. "And if you had made a mistake," Thoth said, "and your hand had been crushed instead of redirected, what then?" Harry looked at his fingers again. He flexed them. They were long now. 11 years of steady meals and careful training had erased the thin baby softness he had once had, a softness he could only see in old memory threads. "I would correct the array," Harry said. "I would ask you to repair the damage so that I could continue working." Thoth's gaze softened, very slightly. "And would you be afraid?" he asked. Harry thought about it. He remembered the first time he had stepped into the deep observation chamber. when his stomach had turned at the sight of the sky that was not a sky. He remembered the tightness in his chest and the way his hands had shook. "Yes," Harry said. "I think I would be afraid. I do not like pain. I do not like losing useful tools." "Good," Thoth said. "Measure that feeling. Do not hide it. You are not a quill or a cup to be replaced. Your fear belongs in the calculation." Harry nodded once. He drew his hand back. With a small gesture, Thoth erased the array. The ink lines broke apart into dots of light, then vanished, leaving the room bare again. "Walk with me," Thoth said. Harry fell into step beside him. They moved through the archive's central hall, past shelves that rose higher than the eye could comfortably follow. Scrolls sat in neat rows, each with a small glowing mark on the wooden end. The air was cool and dry. Every sound carried. Every footstep landed with the same measured weight. "Your foundation is solid," Thoth said as they walked. "You understand Heka as a field, not a strange trick. You understand that every effect has a cost and a shape." Harry waited. Thoth rarely spoke without a purpose. "Which means," Thoth continued, "that it is time to discuss your other obligation." Harry's stomach tightened. His step stayed even. "My birth family," he said. "Yes." They turned into a side passage. Here the walls were smoother, less crowded with shelves. Small lamps hung at regular points, each with a steady white flame that never wavered. At the far end, a low arch opened into the observation chamber. Harry had stood in that room many times. From there, threads of reality were visible to the trained eye, stretched like fine wires across a space that did not obey ordinary distance. Faint images shimmered along them. The echoes of lives lived elsewhere. He felt the air grow thinner as they approached. "You know why I brought you here on that first night," Thoth said. "Explain it back to me." Harry swallowed. The memory came easily. He had seen it often in his study sessions, replayed through magical record. "A prophecy and a murder created a break in order," he said. "A man decided that a child was a threat and tried to kill him. The curse copied itself instead. It bounced, tore your law. It left a piece of his soul lodged where it did not belong. And that child, me, and the law." "Ma'at," Harry said. He used the word in the simple way Thoth preferred when they spoke English. "Balance. Truth. The world cannot carry unaccounted fragments forever. They bend what should be straight." Thoth's eyes rested on him. "Correct," he said. "I could have erased you with the fragment. That would have closed the equation at once." Harry did not flinch. This was not news. They had covered that point many times. "You did not," Harry said. "You chose to keep me. You removed the worst of the foreign piece and locked the scar as a controlled container. You brought me here and taught me to think. You were a useful anomaly," Thoth said. "And a child." Something in his voice shifted on that last word. Harry felt it. A small, steady warmth under the cool logic. "You are still both," Thoth added. "Which is why the law requires the next step." They stopped at the entrance to the observation chamber. Inside, the air shimmered. Fine lines of light ran in every direction, so many that they blended into a strange softness until you focused on one of them. A low hum sat at the base of the skull, a sound that was more feeling than noise. Thoth lifted a hand. A single thread brightened. Harry watched as the image along that line grew sharper. A small house came into view, painted in dull colors. A trimmed hedge stood out front. The sky above it glowed in the pale shade he had seen in countless records of the English suburb. "Number 4, Privet Drive." He recognized the image at once. "The family that would have raised you," Thoth said. "The ones who would have tried to crush what you are. They are part of the original event. They exist on the same line. Ma'at does not ignore connected variables." Harry studied the house. In the first records he had seen, he had been left on that doorstep. The bundle of himself on the ground, the note pinned to the blanket, the cold, the guilt on the old wizard's face as he walked away. Here, in this corrected line, the doorstep was empty. "You changed the event," Harry said quietly. "I never stayed there. I lifted you from the path before the worst damage could take root," Thoth said. "But that does not erase the connection completely." To seal the law, there must be contact. You must stand in their presence at least once and reject the chain with your own will. Harry thought through the implications. They will try to hurt me, he said. Yes, I will not let them. Thoth's mouth twitched. No, he said. You will not. They stood side by side, watching the image of the house. Car pulled into view. A heavy man climbed out, one hand clamped around a briefcase. His face was red. His movements were stiff with annoyance. Another line attached itself to the thread, connecting this moment to many small acts of casual cruelty. Thoth made them visible for Harry just long enough to register the pattern. You will visit them after you receive your invitation to the school in Britain, Thoth said. There is symbolic precision in that timing. You will go with your protections active. You will observe. You will speak. You will not retaliate beyond the boundary you set. Harry nodded slowly. I understand, he said. I will design a personal field to prevent any contact. They will not be able to touch me. I do not want to waste power on them. That is acceptable, Thoth replied. They are not worth more than a lesson. Harry watched the red-faced man slam the car door and stomp toward the house. What about the prophecy? Harry asked. Thoth's gaze did not move from the image. It still exists, he said. The one who hurt you still breathes. He clings to his broken soul in hiding. He believes he cannot be measured. He is mistaken. Harry felt his chest tighten. Not from fear, not exactly. From something sharper. An irritation that ran deeper than a misaligned rune. He broke the law, Harry said. He did, Thoth agreed. He will face the full correction. But that thread is long. Today we deal with the short one in front of us. Harry exhaled. Very well, he said. Then we wait for the letter. Thoth finally turned away from the glowing thread. It arrives soon, he said. Use the days until then to refine your boundary array. I want it precise. No accidental harm. You are not there to punish. You are there to choose. Harry bowed his head. Yes, he said. Thoth rested a hand on his hair for a moment. A brief, almost careless gesture. Harry froze at the warmth of it, then forced himself to breathe. When he looked up again, the god was already stepping back into the hall, light gathering around him like ink returning to a page. The image of the house faded. The hum of the chamber settled. Harry stood alone with the threads for a moment longer. I will not be theirs, he said quietly to the empty air. I refuse that line. The words vanished into the archive, but something in the pattern answered. A single golden point flared along his own thread, then settled in place. He turned and went to design his field. The letter arrived as promised. Harry sat at a low table in one of the quieter side rooms, working through an exercise on arithmancy stress curves, when a small owl slipped in through the slit window. It beat its wings once, then settled on the table and stuck out its leg. Harry set his quill aside. He eyed the envelope tied to the bird. The parchment looked ordinary. The ink did not. There was magic in the strokes, old and structured. Whoever had written it had done so with intention. From the school, Harry said. The owl hooted as if this was obvious. Harry untied the envelope and opened it. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The lines that follow detailed term dates, a list of required books, measurements for robes, and all the usual things the school thought a child would need. Harry read it twice. The script tried to tug at something inside him, a charm woven into the letters to stir excitement and nervous joy. It slid off his existing shields without effect. He looked up as the air shifted. Thoth stood in the doorway, watching. It has come, Harry said. So it has, Thoth replied. Read the rest aloud. Harry did. He read the signature at the bottom. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster. Thoth's mouth pressed into a line. I know that name, Harry said. You have studied his work, Thoth said. You have read his papers on Transfiguration and his accounts of the last major war. You have also seen the record of the night at the house. He left me there, Harry said. His voice did not rise. It did not need to. He chose the line you interrupted. Yes, is he an enemy? Thoth considered the question. He is a man who believes in balance, but not always in truth, Thoth said. He likes to hold many strings at once. He tells himself it is for the greater good. He is very clever, but he is used to being the clever one in the room. Harry thought about the letter again. He will not be used to me, Harry said. Thoth's eyes warmed. No, he said. He will not. He stepped closer, and the owl hopped back nervously. Its eyes darted between them. Harry reached out and stroked its feathers once in a calming line. The bird stilled. You will attend Hogwarts, Thoth said. There are threads there that must be brought into order. There are anchors of that broken soul scattered through that land. The school sits near several of them. You will be in a good position to act when the time comes. And Dumbledore? Harry asked. You will treat him as you treat any complex problem, Thoth replied. Measure first. Act later. Keep your own law at the center. Harry nodded. What about my status? He asked. They will expect a child. Thoth looked at the letter in Harry's hand. I have already spoken with older powers who observe that school, he said. They understand that you are not a standard case. An agreement exists now. You will attend as a student, but you will also hold a title. Scholar elected. The headmaster has been informed that you are bound to Ma'at before any earthly rule. Harry's brow furrowed. That will irritate him, he said. Yes, Thoth said. That is useful. Irritation reveals more than comfort. Harry folded the letter and set it aside. When do we go to the house? He asked. Tomorrow, Thoth said. At midday. They will be home. You will speak to them. Then you will leave them behind. Harry's chest tightened again. He had seen many images of the Dursleys. He knew their shapes. He had watched, in the original line, the way their mouths had twisted when they looked at the bundle on the doorstep. He knew how many small decisions of cruelty had been stacked there like stones. I will have the array ready, he said. Show it to me, Thoth replied. We will adjust it until I am satisfied. The Dursleys' house smelled like boiled vegetables and stale air. Harry stood just inside the doorway, hands at his sides, as Vernon Dursley sputtered. You, Vernon said. His face had gone a shade of red that seemed unhealthy. You, Petunia stood behind him, one hand pressed to her mouth. Her eyes were wide and frightened, but there was something else there too, a familiar hatred, a memory of a sister who had done things she could not, who had been chosen when she had not. Dudley hovered in the doorway to the sitting room, clutching a game controller, eyes darting between his parents and the strange boy in the hall. Harry breathed in. The array hummed against his skin, just beneath the surface, a set of invisible lines that curved out from his body in a tight shell. He had anchored it with arithmancy the night before. Thoth had made him rebuild it 3 times until every variable matched the intended result. It was active now, tuned to push away any harmful contact, to redirect force rather than reflect it. No sparks, no visible flares, just absence. I received a letter from a school in your country, Harry said. His voice was calm. You were listed as my living relatives. The law I follow requires at least 1 meeting. So I am here. Vernon stared. What is that supposed to mean? He said. You cannot just appear in my house. Where did you come from? Petunia, did you see him come in? I did not see him come in. Harry had arrived by a precise spatial shift that did not disturb the walls. From their point of view, he had simply appeared when he pushed his way through the last layer of reality. They had no words for that. He did not bother to explain. I came to inform you that I will not be living here, Harry said. You will not be required to care for me. You will not be responsible for me. You will never see me again after I leave today. Vernon frowned. The anger on his face mixed now with confusion. What is this? He said. Some kind of joke? It is not a joke, Harry said. It is a statement of fact. He watched Vernon's pulse jump at his neck. The man's breathing quickened. His hand clenched and unclenched around the briefcase. Harry shifted his focus for a moment. The world around him sharpened. Lines of color appeared around each person, loose and flickering. He watched the shapes of their intentions. Fear, resentment, a small greedy spark at the thought of money, a heavy slab of denial. Vernon took a step forward. "You listen here, boy," he said. "I do not know who you think you are, walking in like this, talking like this, but in this house we do not tolerate your sort. You do not get to make demands in my hall. You do not get to set terms with me. I am not going to be spoken to like that by some freak. I will teach you some respect." He reached out, thick fingers stretching toward Harry's shoulder. The array answered. Harry did not cast anything. He did not need to lift his wand, which sat disassembled in a case back in the archive. The script he had built was already wrapped around his body, anchored to his breath and pulse. Vernon's hand met empty air. For a moment he looked like someone walking down a step that was not where he expected. His balance shifted. His foot slid to correct. His hand kept moving in a straight line, but space itself bent in front of it. The line curved around Harry, as if his body were not allowed to occupy the same position as Vernon's aggression. Vernon stumbled sideways. His fingers closed on nothing. He crashed into the small table by the wall instead. The vase on it wobbled, then tipped and shattered on the floor. Dudley yelped. Petunia gasped. Harry did not move. The array sang softly in his bones. "I advise you not to try that again," Harry said. "This boundary is set to protect me from harm. It will not allow you to touch me." Vernon stared at his own hand like it had betrayed him. "What did you do?" he whispered. "What did you do?" Harry tilted his head. "I adjusted the local structure so that your attempts to make contact fail," he said. "There is no spell you would recognize. It is simply a correction." "That is not normal," Vernon said. "That is not natural. Petunia, I told you this would come back. I told you her lot would crawl back here one day. This is exactly the sort of thing I will not have under my roof." "I am not under your roof," Harry said. "I am standing in a space that will no longer accept me as your problem. That is the point." Petunia swallowed. "You look like her," she said softly. "You have her eyes." Harry's chest tightened for a different reason. He had seen his mother's face in the records. In the archive's long view, she had been young and fierce, wand hand steady even when fear shook her. He had seen her die over and over during his study of that night. He had memorized the curve of her mouth and the sound of her voice. Hearing that he looked like her did something strange in his stomach. "Yes," he said. "I do." Petunia's hand trembled at her side. "She would have wanted you safe," she said. She begged him. She begged that old man to keep you safe. Harry met her eyes. "I am safe," he said. "I am not here to accuse you, even though you would have taken me in only to hurt me. I am here to close a line of possibility. I am telling you that the life you might have had with me will not happen. You are free of that weight. You will go on as you planned, with your son and your dinners and your neighbors. You will never see me again. That is a mercy. Accept it." Petunia's face crumpled for a second. Then she pulled it back into a thin, tight mask. "Fine," she snapped. "Go then. Take your unnatural tricks and go. We never wanted any of this. We never asked for it." Vernon glared, but he did not try to touch Harry again. Dudley stared at him with open curiosity. "Can you make yourself disappear?" Dudley asked. Harry blinked. "Yes," he said. "Will you?" Dudley asked. There was no malice in the question, just simple, blunt interest. Harry considered. Then he nodded once. "Watch closely," he said. He stepped back, let the array adjust, and pushed gently against the fabric of space. Parted like water under a well-designed boat. There was a brief ringing sound in his ears, the familiar pressure of transition, and then the Dursley Hall was gone. The archive welcomed him back with the cool smell of stone and ink. Thoth waited in the central hall. "How did it go?" he asked. Harry breathed out. "They tried to touch me," he said. "They failed. I told them I would not stay. I told them they were free of the obligation. I did not harm them. I think the line is closed." Thoth studied his face. "How do you feel?" he asked. Harry opened his mouth to say fine. The word stalled. He felt his pulse in his throat. His hands shook, just a little, now that the moment was over. The memory of Vernon's hand reaching for him sat like a stone in his chest. The echo of Petunia's voice when she called up his mother's eyes lingered in his ears. "Angry," Harry said finally. "Relieved. a bit sick. They were ready to hate a child they had not even met properly. That is inefficient. It is cruel in a pointless way. Pointless cruelty is common, Thoth said. You will see more of it at the school. What matters is how you respond. Harry nodded. I did not want to hurt them, he said. I wanted them to understand that we will not cross again. Good, Thoth replied. That is within Ma'at. The thread has been acknowledged. It will no longer tug on you in the same way. Harry drew in a slow breath. When do we leave for Hogwarts? He asked. In 3 days, Thoth said. Use the time to review the public rules of that school. Study the names of your future classmates. Familiarity reduces surprise. Harry's mind shifted to the list he had already begun. House structures, known staff, historical events linked to the castle, the pattern of attacks in the last war, the names of children his age who carried relevant family ties. I will prepare, he said. I know, Thoth said. The god's hand rested on his shoulder again, briefly. Then he turned away. Harry watched him go, then reached for the letter once more. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster. He traced the letters with one finger, feeling for hidden charms. There were several. A small detection trick. A layered call that would alert the writer if the parchment burned. A harmless little burst of color meant to entertain a child if they read the note in bright sunlight. Harry snorted softly. Too many strings, he murmured. He set the letter down. I am not your project, he said under his breath, to the distant man who had signed his name. I am my own. The train was a formality. Harry could have reached the school with a single precise adjustment, stepping from archive stone to castle floor without passing through the human world at all. Thoth had insisted he follow the public route at least once. They must see you arrive as one of them, Thoth had said, even if you are not entirely that. So now he stood on the crowded platform, the noise of many families crashing in against his ears. Steam billowed from the scarlet engine. Owls hooted in their cages. Children shouted to each other, hauling trunks and waving wands. Parents fussed with cloaks and hair and last little instructions. Harry stood in the middle of it all with a trunk of his own and a small owl perched on his shoulder. The bird had decided to stay with him after delivering the letter. Harry had not argued. It was easier to keep the same delivery partner for future reports. The protective array around him was scaled down now, tuned to ignore harmless bumps. He had adjusted it so that only clear intent to harm would be diverted. Random contact would be allowed. He wanted to see how ordinary people moved. He watched. A boy with red hair argued with a woman who had the same shade. A group of identical twins performed some loud trick with sweets. A pale, pointed-faced child walked past with a short man who seemed terrified of someone unseen. Harry catalogued them all. Thoth did not stand beside him in the open, but Harry could feel the light touch of attention at the edge of his senses. The god watched from a place only another god would see. Come on, Harry, a voice said. Professor McGonagall approached, lips pressed together in that thin line he recognized from her written record. In this line she knew he was different. She had been present when Thoth spoke to the older powers. She had seen more than she had wanted that day. Everything in order? She asked. Trunk is packed, Harry said. Books, wand, robes. I have read the school rules. I am prepared. McGonagall's mouth twitched. You will find that there are many things which are not in the rule book, she said. Try to remember that not every mistake is a criminal act. Some are just children being children. Harry met her eyes. I will remember, he said. I still intend to correct serious breaches when I find them. She gave a small sigh. I suppose that is the best I can ask, she said. On to the train with you, then. We will talk again at the castle. He nodded. As he stepped toward the nearest carriage, a group of children brushed past him. One of them bumped his arm hard enough that his trunk jolted. Sorry, a girl said, turning with wide eyes. It is fine, Harry said. The array did not react. Her intent had been simple haste, nothing more. He climbed aboard, found an empty compartment, and set his trunk in place. The owl hopped to the back of the seat and folded its wings. The noise from the platform filtered in through the open window. Harry sat by the window and watched the families outside. He had none there to wave at him. He did not feel a lack. Thoth was not the sort to stand and sob on a platform. Their parting had been simple. "Observe," Thoth had said. "Measure," Harry had replied. "And remember that knowledge without compassion is only another weapon," Thoth had added. Harry had nodded. Now, as the train whistle sounded and the engine began to move, he placed his hand on the glass and looked out over the crowd one last time. He felt a faint tug at his scar. He closed his eyes and reached inward. The container around the remaining fragment of foreign soul glowed in his inner sight. It sat there like a small, ugly knot, wrapped in layer after layer of precise script. Could not reach for him, but it could feel movement in the world. Somewhere out there, the original owner stirred. "Soon," Harry whispered. The knot pulsed once like an answer. He opened his eyes as the platform slid away. The world outside the window blurred into green and gray. The train rattled along its tracks, carrying him toward the castle, toward Dumbledore, toward the Horcruxes he would one day erase. Harry rested his head back against the seat and let his mind map the path ahead. Sorting. First meeting with the headmaster. First look at the castle. First steps into a world that believed it knew what magic was. A small smile pulled at his mouth. "Let us see how they handle a boy who already knows how the script runs," he said softly. The owl clicked its beak. The train carried them on. The rhythm of the train settled into the background. Harry listened for a while, counting the small shifts in weight and speed. The pattern steadied his breathing. He let his mind drift along the familiar habit of analysis, then forced himself to stop. Thoth had been clear. Observe, not dissect everything at once. He opened his trunk and took out one of the books that did not appear on the Hogwarts list. The cover was plain, with no title written in English. Inside, the first pages showed layered script in the language of the archive. Under that, in careful ink, Harry had added notes for himself in English. He flipped to a section on field translation. The diagrams showed how to fit one style of magic inside the shape of another. He ran his finger along a line that marked the boundary between polite illusion and direct structural change. The compartment door slid open. "Sorry, is anyone sitting here?" Harry looked up. A tall boy with red hair stood in the doorway, dragging a trunk with one hand and gripping a rat cage with the other. His robes were slightly crooked. His tie was not tied yet. His ears were already pink. "Not at the moment," Harry said. "You may sit." "Brilliant," the boy said in clear relief. "Everywhere else is packed. My brothers keep turning me away. Says they need the space for very important things. Which means pranks." He shoved the trunk into place and dropped into the seat opposite Harry. The rat cage landed beside him with a thud. "I am Ron," he said. "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter," Harry said. Ron froze. For a second, his mouth opened but no sound came out. Then it all rushed out at once. "Wait, really?" he said. "The Harry Potter. You know, Scar. Dark Lord. Whole country sings about you. That Harry." Harry touched his forehead. The scar sat there as always, a faint raised line hidden under his hair. The container under it pulsed, quiet and steady. "Yes," he said. "That one." Ron leaned forward. "You do not look like I thought you would," he said honestly. "I thought you would be, I do not know, taller, louder, surrounded by people. And you are reading a book I have never even seen before. What is that language?" Harry considered how much to say. "A private text," he said. "From my guardian." "Your guardian," Ron repeated. "Right. Everyone says you live with your horrible relatives. The ones from that street. Dursleys or something like that. I heard they locked you in a cupboard. Fred said so." Harry raised an eyebrow. "I visited them," he said. "Once. It was enough." "What did they do?" Ron asked, then winced. "Sorry, is that rude to ask? Mum says I should think before I talk." "It is not rude," Harry said. "They tried to grab my shoulder and shout. The attempt failed. Then I informed them that we would not be in each other's lives and left." Ron stared. "How did you make the attempt fail?" he asked. "Magic. You must have done some amazing magic." Harry almost smiled. "A personal boundary field," he said, "anchored to my pulse. curves intent away from me. If someone tries to hurt me, they end up touching a wall or tripping over a table instead. Nothing dramatic, just precise. That is mental, Ron said, in a tone that was more impressed than horrified. I only know one thing so far, and it is how to turn stuff yellow, and even that does not always work. He dug around in his pocket, pulled out a battered wand, and waved it over the rat cage. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow. Turn this stupid rat yellow. Nothing happened. The rat twitched its whiskers and continued to sleep. Harry watched the spell fail. He could see the way the magic tried to form and then ran into a shape that did not quite fit. The wand core had its own opinion about the words. The path from intention to effect was misaligned. Your wand does not like that charm, Harry said. The pronunciation is sloppy, and the words were never meant to be used that way. You are trying to push a square key into a round lock. Ron groaned. Brilliant, he said. I have not even reached the castle, and some strange genius is telling me my wand is wrong. This is going to be a great year. He shoved the wand back into his pocket. So, he said, if you do not live with the Dursleys, who do you live with? Also, how did you even get your letter? They were meant to find you through your relatives. Harry hesitated. He had rehearsed a version of this answer. With an older power, he said. Someone who noticed a problem in how my story was supposed to go and intervened. They made sure the letter reached me directly. Ron blinked. Older power, he said. Like a spirit, a ghost, a demon, a dragon. I am just guessing now. An old god, Harry said. Ron choked on his own spit. Sorry, a what? He said, coughing. Did you say god? Like, capital letter version. Harry gave a small nod. His name is Thoth, he said. He keeps records. He likes order. He does not enjoy watching people break the rules of the world just because they have a wand and a bit of arrogance. Ron stared at him, then down at the strange book. And he adopted you, Ron said slowly. Right? Of course. I share a compartment with the chosen child of a god. My mother is going to faint when I write that in a letter. You do not need to write it, Harry said. You can simply say that I live with a private tutor abroad. It will be safer for everyone. Ron considered, then nodded. Yeah, he said. Probably best. My dad would have 1,000 questions. He works with Muggle stuff. He is mad for anything unusual. The door slid open again. Has anyone seen a toad? A girl asked, slightly breathless. A boy named Neville has lost one. He is very upset about it. She had a lot of hair. Brown curls framed her face and bounced as she looked around. Her robes were already neat. She wore a pinched look of worry that did not match her age. No toad here, Ron said. Just a regular rat and a god-raised mystery. The girl frowned. Is that a joke? She asked. Because it was not very clear. Harry closed his book. We have not seen a toad, he said. I can help you look for it. The girl blinked. You can, she said. Yes, Harry said. Toads have a particular field signature. If I tune for that shape, I can find nearby examples. As long as it is still on the train. Ron made a small helpless gesture. Welcome to the compartment, he told the girl. This is Harry Potter. He says things like that. The girl's eyes widened. Harry Potter, she said. Right? I read about you. In modern magical history and also in the rise and fall of the Dark Wizard and famous magical names of the century. There were several pages. I always thought they were a bit vague on details, though. They are, Harry said. The most important parts are missing. He stood up. Come with me, he said. You can point out which boy is Neville. The girl drew herself up. I am Hermione Granger, she said. Nice to meet you both. Ron said. Tired already. No need for the rest. Hermione looked at him, then at the rat cage, then back at Harry. I am going to assume you are serious about the toad, she said. Because that boy looks like he is about to cry. She led the way. They moved down the corridor. The train swayed. Voices spilled out from open compartments. Harry let his senses stretch lightly ahead. Hundreds of small magical fields pressed against each other. Wands. Charms on trunks. A cat. 2 owls. The faint trace of old spells on some of the windows. Toad Field. Small, damp, a bit sluggish. He held that picture in his mind and listened. There. Something on the third carriage? Left side, near the sweets trolley. He turned them in that direction without explaining how he knew. Neville stood there, cheeks blotchy, speaking to the witch with the trolley. He clutched an empty box in both hands. I had him right there, Neville said. I only opened the lid for a second. Then the whole box just shook and he was gone. The witch patted his shoulder. He cannot have gone far, she said. Harry stopped a few steps away. Your toad is under the 5th compartment door on this side, he said. He wedged himself there when the train started. He is stuck in the small gap under the wood. Neville blinked. How do you know that? He asked. I checked, Harry said, as if that explained everything. He knelt and reached for the space under the 5th door. His fingers met smooth wood. He frowned. The toad was there. He could feel its field. But the gap was too small to fit his hand. He could have reshaped the wood. That would have been easy. But he was supposed to keep his use of Heka contained. Thoth had been clear. Do not display the archive in full on the first day. Harry compromised. He tapped lightly on the base of the door, right where he felt the largest part of the toad's body. I am going to shift the space next to you, he said quietly. Move into it. He nudged the field. The gap widened by the width of a breath. Nothing visible to the eye. To the toad it was a sudden relief. It wriggled forward. His damp nose popped out into the corridor. A moment later the rest followed. Neville yelped. Trevor! He cried, snatching the toad up. Thank you. How did you do that? I was sure he was gone forever. Harry straightened. Your Trevor has an uncomplicated mind, he said. It was simple to invite him out. Hermione stared. That is not a standard spell, she said. I have read ahead in all our books. Nothing like that is listed. You did not say an incantation at all. Harry looked at her. Magic is not only what is written in your first-year list, he said. There are many more ways to do things. I can show you some if you like. Later, when the staff are not watching every move. Hermione's eyes lit with a hungry sort of interest. I would like that, she said at once. I have so many questions. About your guardian and this archive you mentioned, and also how exactly you approach spell structure. The books are thorough, but they keep skipping steps. Ron slumped. You two are going to be unbearable, are you not? He said. All right, Neville. Come on. You can sit with us if you want. Neville nodded shyly. Thank you, he said. I am Neville Longbottom. Harry filed the name away. Another name on his list. By the time the train slowed, Harry had a better sense of his future classmates. Ron was loud when he relaxed, but he was quicker than he thought he was. Hermione treated every new fact like a sweet in a jar she wanted to empty as fast as possible. Neville carried a quiet weight that did not match his clumsy hands. They had played a few games of wizard chess on Ron's set. Harry had let himself lose one match on purpose. It told him how Ron thought without drawing too much notice. Then he had won the next game with a single adjustment. You think further ahead than Bill, Ron had said, sounding both impressed and a little put out. He works with runes, you know. He sees patterns. You see something sharper. Different training, Harry had said. Now he stood on the path to the boats, the evening air cool on his face, and watched the castle loom ahead. Hogwarts rose in the distance, lit by a scatter of windows. From here it looked like a story someone had written about magic, rather than the thing itself. Towers reached up into the dark. A wide lake lay between them and the shore. First years, follow me, Hagrid boomed. Harry studied Hagrid's field. Giant blood, strong but gentle, loyal to the headmaster, a soft spot for any creature that did not fit. They climbed into the small boats. Harry shared one with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. The owl settled on the edge and fluffed its feathers. The boats moved on their own. Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve when the castle came into full view. It is beautiful, she whispered. Harry allowed himself a moment to agree. The castle was old, that much he could see. Its stones held traces of spells that had been layered for centuries. Lines of power ran through its walls and towers, some humming with use, others dormant. Under everything, a deeper network pulsed, tied to the land and the lake and something further below. He watched, eyes half closed. Here lay the reason Thoth cared about this place. The Horcrux echoes were faint but present. One deep under the lake. One in the direction of the forest. One disturbingly close to where the students would sleep. Soon, he thought, the boats glided into a small underground dock. They climbed out. Hagrid led them up a flight of stone steps, through a set of doors, and into an entrance hall that echoed with sound. Torch light flickered on the walls. The floor gleamed. Professor McGonagall waited near the base of the main staircase. She counted them with a quick glance, lips pressed together. "Thank you, Hagrid," she said. "I will take them from here." She herded the first years into a side chamber. The murmur of older students from the great hall rolled through the door. "Welcome to Hogwarts," McGonagall said. She gave the standard speech. Houses, points, discipline, glory and shame. Harry listened and compared every phrase to the written rules he had already read. The tone matched. The small emphasis on loyalty and courage, perhaps, was stronger in person. "You will be sorted into your houses by means of a simple ceremony," she said. "Please wait quietly while I go and check that everything is ready." She glanced at Harry on the word simple, then left. The room buzzed as soon as the door closed. "How do they sort us?" someone asked. "Dad said it hurts," a boy replied. "Said they hang you upside down and shake you until your brains fall out." "That is ridiculous," Hermione snapped. "They would never do that. It would be illegal even in a magical school." Harry ignored the chatter. The hat was older than the castle. That much had been clear from the records. It sat in the headmaster's office most of the year, taking in the patterns of the students who walked past. It listened, thought. McGonagall returned after a few minutes and ushered them into the great hall. The ceiling reflected the night sky. Candles hovered in midair. For long tables ran the length of the room, full of students in house colors. Harry let his gaze flick over the staff table as they walked toward the front. Dumbledore sat in the center. The air around him twisted more than the others. Old magic clung to his robes and beard and the skin around his eyes. He looked like a man who had spent a long time pulling at invisible strings and was not sure how to stop. McGonagall took her place at his right. Snape sat further down, thin and watchful. Quirrell sat near the end, turban wrapped around his head, fingers twitching. Harry did not let his focus linger on Quirrell. He could feel a faint wrongness there already. That thread would need careful handling later. The hat rested on a small stool. McGonagall held a scroll. "When I call your name, you will come forward, put on the hat and be sorted," she said. Harry watched student after student walk up. The hat shouted names. The tables cheered. He measured the time each sorting took. He noted patterns. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor after a brief pause. Ron Weasley joined her a moment later. Neville almost went to Hufflepuff but landed in Gryffindor at the last second. Then McGonagall cleared her throat. "Potter, Harry," she called. The hall fell quiet. Harry walked to the stool. Whispers chased him. "That is him. Look at the scar. He does not look scared at all." He sat and set the hat on his head. The world went muffled. "Well?" a dry voice said inside his mind. "This is not what I expected." Harry did not jump. He had trained for mental contact. "Hello," he said silently. "You are the sorting mechanism." "I am," the hat said. "And you are not what the prophecy suggested you would be. Where did you go, little lion, when the old man left you on that step? You are not a cupboard boy. You do not even feel like the same branch of the tree." "A god intervened," Harry said. "He did not enjoy the way the law was being broken. He moved me. He raised me." "Yes," the hat mused. "I can feel that on you. There is ink in your bones and stars in your thoughts. You have more runes inside your mind than most Aurors have seen in their lives. What am I to do with you?" "Place me where I can do the most good," Harry said. "And the least damage." The hat chuckled. "You already have your own law," it said. "You are bound to something older than me. The school has already agreed that you are not entirely under its rule. You will hold a different title as well as a house place. I know, Harry said. I was informed. Scholar elected. The hat hummed. I have never sorted one of those before, it said. Interesting. You would do well in Ravenclaw. You crave knowledge. You enjoy patterns. You could spend 7 years in that tower and never run out of things to take apart. Knowledge without compassion is only another weapon, Harry said. Thoth told me that. Wise God, the hat said. You have nerve as well. You walked into a house that should have broken you and walked back out without taking a single scratch. You would suit Gryffindor in some ways. You would suit Slytherin as well. You are not afraid to bend the path if the goal is correct. Harry waited. There is also the simple point that you already have 1 foot outside the house system. The hat went on. Wherever I put you, you will stand a little apart. You will always see the frame from outside. That can be lonely. That can be useful. Harry thought of Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, of their quick, messy warmth. He thought of the library he had seen mapped in the castle plans, with Ravenclaw on the high floor above it. I do not want to isolate myself entirely, he said. I will do that later if I must. For now I want a place where courage is valued, but where I can still talk about runes without everyone falling asleep at once. The hat laughed fully this time. Very well, it said. You are a strange one, Harry Potter. You are not exactly what the founder of any one house imagined. But you will shake the tower that needs you most. Paused, then shouted aloud. Gryffindor! The hall erupted. Harry lifted the hat off and set it back on the stool. He walked to the Gryffindor table under a storm of whispers and cheers. Ron whooped loud enough to carry across the room. I knew it, he shouted. I told you earlier. He is mad enough for us. Hermione scooted aside to make space. Neville moved his plate so Harry would not knock it over as he sat. McGonagall clapped once, sharply, then turned back to the rest of the list. Harry settled on the bench and looked up at the staff table. Dumbledore watched him. The old man's eyes were bright. Under the twinkle there was tightness. Harry could see the calculations there. How much did this boy know? How much was he still the child from the prophecy? Harry met his gaze without flinching. The air thickened for a moment. Someone further down the table laughed. A student made a joke about the new first years. The tension broke. Dumbledore smiled and raised his goblet. The feast appeared. Food filled the plates. The conversations rose. Harry took a piece of bread and broke it carefully. He tasted everything once. He measured the spells that kept the food fresh. He listened to the way the house ghosts drifted around the hall. So, Ron said through a mouthful of roast potato. Scholar elected. What does that even mean? McGonagall whispered something to Dumbledore when he called your name. He nodded like he had eaten a lemon. Hermione nodded. I heard them talking over the summer, she said. Well, read about it. There was a very small article in the Prophet. Something about an international agreement and a special status for a boy raised under foreign law. That was you, was it not? Yes, Harry said. It means that in matters where Ma'at and school rules conflict, I answer to Ma at first. Ron frowned. So, if a teacher tells you to do something that breaks your God's law, you say no, he said. And they cannot punish you for it. They can try, Harry said. It will not go well. That is going to drive Dumbledore mad, Ron said with real glee. Hermione chewed thoughtfully. What is Ma'at exactly? She asked. I have seen the name in books, but they were not very clear. Something about truth and balance and judgment. Order, Harry said. Not the dull kind where nothing ever changes. The kind where every change has a cost and a reason. You do not get to tear up a soul and hide the pieces because you feel afraid. You do not get to leave a child in a place that will warp him just to teach him humility. Hermione's eyes sharpened. That sounds like you were talking about something specific, she said. Harry took another bite of bread. I am, he said. I will explain more later, after I have spoken with the headmaster. Neville shifted in his seat. Are you really not scared of him? He asked. Everyone says he is the greatest wizard in the world. Power and wisdom are not the same thing, Harry said. I respect his skill. That does not mean I bow my head every time he speaks. Ron shot a glance at the staff table. Keep your voice down, he hissed. Snape is glaring again. Harry did not bother to look at Snape. I know, he said. He was glaring the minute I walked in. He thinks he is very good at hiding his thoughts. He is not. The man carries resentment like a cloak. Are you sure you are not in Slytherin? Ron muttered. Hermione kicked him under the table. Do not be rude, she said. Besides, Slytherin is not evil. It is just ambitious. That is what the book said. The feast went on. Harry watched the house dynamics settle. Gryffindors were loud and warm. Hufflepuffs laughed quietly at their own table. Ravenclaws already compared notes about classes. Slytherins kept their voices low and their eyes sharp. At the end of the meal, Dumbledore stood. Harry listened to the speech. Some jokes about the Forbidden Forest. A warning about a corridor on the 3rd floor. More laughter than fear. He tucked the reference to the corridor away at once. You do not tell students not to go somewhere unless you know that some will. It was an obvious bait. It pointed to something the headmaster wanted to protect but not explain. After the last song, the prefects led the houses away. Harry followed the Gryffindor group up staircases that moved and past portraits that muttered to each other. The castle paid attention to him. He could feel it. Wards brushed against his field, testing, then retreating when they touched Maya. The Gryffindor common room blazed with red and gold. The fire in the hearth crackled. Soft chairs and worn sofas stood around in clusters. Boys' dormitory up this way, Percy Weasley said. Girls that way. No one in the wrong stairwell or it complains. Ron elbowed Harry as they climbed. You will like it here, he said. We may not be old gods, but we do know how to play a good game of exploding snap. I will take your word for it, Harry said. Their dorm room held 5 beds. Harry took the one furthest from the window. He set his trunk at the foot and opened it. The owl hopped out and settled on the bedpost. Ron dropped onto the bed next to his. I am knackered, Ron said. Train, boats, hat, feast. I might sleep for a week. He rolled onto his back and stared at the ceiling. Neville folded his clothes carefully. Another boy, Seamus, made a spark with his wand and nearly set his pillow on fire. Dean put up a poster of a football team and explained the rules to anyone who would listen. Harry tucked his archive book under his pillow. He changed into his pajamas, lay down, and closed his eyes. He did not fall asleep at once. The castle hummed around him. He could feel the way its wards adjusted to the new pattern of students. His scar container pulsed once, faintly. Somewhere out there, the broken soul fragment stirred. Soon he thought again. When sleep came, it carried images of ink lines and castle stones twisted together. Dumbledore waited until the castle settled. He sat alone in his office. The portraits on the walls pretended to sleep. His phoenix dozed on its perch. The sorting hat muttered to itself on the shelf. Minerva stood near the desk, arms folded. You saw the way he looked at you, she said. He was not nervous at all. He measured you, Albus. I do not think I have ever seen an 11-year-old do that. Dumbledore sighed. I am aware, he said. He has that title, Minerva went on. Scholar elected. Thoth made sure you agreed to it. He is not bound to your plans the way you had hoped. My plans, Dumbledore repeated softly. Minerva. You make me sound like a dark chess player with his pieces lined up. You put him on that step, she said bluntly. You chose that family. You believed hardship would make him humble. You believed love would somehow grow out of cruelty. You misjudged. Thoth did not. The words landed like stones. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. I know, he said. He could still see Lily's face in his memory. The night she died. The look in her eyes when she spoke of Harry. He had promised to keep the boy safe. He had thought safety meant distance from the world of magic. Ordinary life. Ordinary school later. He had not accounted for the depth of Dursley fear. It is no use thinking what cannot be undone, he said. The boy is here now. He is alive. He is trained. He is not under my full authority. That is the situation. Minerva's mouth thinned. He asked if you were an enemy, she said. Dumbledore opened his eyes. And what did you say? He asked. I said no, Minerva replied. But I added that you have made mistakes. He knows about the original line Albus. He has studied it. He has seen you leave him on that doorstep. Dumbledore's stomach turned. Thoth shows him too much, he said quietly. Or just enough. Minerva shot back. Perhaps it is time someone did. He did not answer. For a while, the only sound in the office was the soft crackle of the fire. Finally Dumbledore spoke. Call him, he said. I want to speak with him before classes begin in earnest. We should set some ground rules. He must understand what I expect of him. And I must understand what Thoth expects of me. Minerva nodded. I will fetch him in the morning, she said. Do not try to handle him like you have handled everyone else, Albus. He has another law behind him. That God watches through his eyes. She left. Dumbledore sat back and rubbed his face. He is still a child, he murmured. No matter who raised him. The phoenix on the perch opened one eye. You say that, a dry voice said from the shelf. Yet you keep reaching for the strings. Dumbledore glanced at the hat. You had your say, he said. You placed him in Gryffindor. I did, the hat said. I could have sent him to Ravenclaw or Slytherin. It would not have changed what he is. He stands on his own platform. The house is a place for him to sit when he is not working. Very poetic, Dumbledore said. The hat snorted. You call my words poetic, it said. That boy speaks in straight lines. He will not dance around your half-truths. If you tell him something, he will remember how you said it. He will measure your actions against it. Are you ready for that? Dumbledore did not answer at once. I will have to be, he said finally. He looked toward the window. Beyond the glass, night stretched over the grounds. The forest whispered at the edge of his hearing. The lake shifted. Somewhere in the castle, Harry Potter slept under the protection of Ma'at and a boundary field no one in the school had seen before. The prophecy pulsed in the back of Dumbledore's mind. Either must die at the hand of the other, except that now perhaps the path would bend. Sleep while you can, old man, the hat said. Dumbledore extinguished the lamps with a flick of his wand. He went to bed with the uneasy sense that the world had tilted in a way he could not yet calculate. Potter, the voice came the next morning just as Harry left the great hall after breakfast. Teachers and students milled about the corridor. Schedules had just been handed out. People compared classes and complained about double potions. Harry turned. Professor McGonagall stood there, her expression as severe as ever. Professor, he said. The headmaster would like a word, she said. My office. Now. Ron opened his mouth. I will save you a seat in Transfiguration, Hermione said quickly, elbowing him. Go on. We will catch up. Harry nodded and followed McGonagall up the stairs. He watched the castle adjust to daytime. The wards that watched for night dangers eased. Others woke. The path to the staff offices held different charms than the dormitory route. He catalogued them as they passed. McGonagall stopped outside a stone gargoyle. Sherbet, she said. The gargoyle leaped aside. Harry filed away the password. It would change, but the pattern of Dumbledore's choices would not. They rode the moving staircase up to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, hands folded, eyes bright. Harry, he said, thank you for coming. Please sit. Harry sat. McGonagall stayed by the door. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. I must admit, he said finally, when I left you on that doorstep, I did not imagine this. I know, Harry said. The words hung in the air between them. Dumbledore's fingers tightened slightly. Thoth showed you, he said. He showed you what I did, what I planned. He showed me the line you chose, Harry replied. He showed me how far it would have bent me. Then he showed me what he did instead. He did not change the facts to make you look worse. He did not need to. The facts were enough. McGonagall's breath caught, but she said nothing. Dumbledore looked very old for a moment. I believed, he said slowly, that you would be safer out of our world. I believed that your fame would poison your childhood. I believed that you would grow arrogant if you were praised too early. I believed that your relatives would give you a normal life, perhaps not warm, but safe. You believed a lot, Harry said. You checked very little. Dumbledore flinched. That is fair, he said. Harry leaned forward. I am not here to ask you to justify yourself, he said. Thoth has already corrected the worst of the damage. I am not the cupboard boy. I am not the weapon you thought hardship would make. I am something else. Yes, Dumbledore said softly. You are. You have a prophecy, Harry went on. You have a broken soul to deal with. You have hidden pieces of it in places you think no one will look. You have made bargains with forces you do not fully understand. I am here to correct some of that, not as your soldier, as an agent of Ma'at. McGonagall's eyes went wide. Dumbledore closed his. I was afraid of that, he said. He opened them again and met Harry's gaze straight on. Are you here to tear down everything I have built? He asked. Or to help me steer it back into line? Depends on how you behave, Harry said calmly. If you cling to every string and refuse to let go, you will not enjoy the outcome. If you accept that some of your plans are flawed and allow correction, we will manage. Dumbledore studied him. You speak like a judge, he said. I speak like someone who has seen the deep pattern, Harry said. I know what happens if the Horcruxes remain. I know what happens if you keep secrets that turn allies into enemies. I am not interested in repeating the worst version of the story. Silence stretched. McGonagall shifted her weight once, then stilled. At last Dumbledore sighed. Very well, he said. Let us be honest, then. I do not have the luxury of treating you as a normal student, Harry. You are bound to an older law. You have power that outstrips most grown wizards. You have knowledge that could unmake parts of this school if misused. I will not misuse it, Harry said. Thoth would be disappointed. I do not enjoy that feeling. Then perhaps we can work together, Dumbledore said. I will not pretend that I like having my hand forced by a god, but I am not foolish enough to quarrel with Ma'at. For now, let us set some mutual expectations. Harry nodded once. Go on, he said. Dumbledore smiled faintly. You will attend classes, he said. You will complete assignments. You will experience, as far as possible, the life of a student. You will not treat this castle as a laboratory. You will not experiment on its foundations without speaking to me first. Agreed, Harry said, on the condition that you do not attempt to block my access to information out of habit. If there is something I need to know to keep the law, you will tell me without delay. Dumbledore hesitated. Most of the Horcruxes, Harry said quietly, are already on my list. I know there is one in this castle. I know there is another in a vault under the goblin's control. I know you have one hidden in your office. I know you plan to show it to me later, after you have decided I am ready. That delay is not necessary. McGonagall made a choked sound. Dumbledore stared. You know about the ring, he said. Yes, Harry said. And the diary, and the cup, and the diadem, and the snake. The fragment in my scar is contained. The one clinging to Quirrell is a short-term risk. We will deal with that soon. Dumbledore whispered a curse in a language older than the school. Thoth again, he said. Thoth, Harry agreed. Do you see now why playing games with secrets is pointless? I already see the board. What I need from you is cooperation, not mystery. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged. You are going to be very difficult to manage, he said. I am not here to be managed, Harry said. I am here to do a job and to learn a few things you know that Thoth does not care to teach. That is all. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Then slowly he nodded. Very well, he said. We will speak again. For now, go to your classes. Try not to frighten your fellow students too much on the first day. Harry stood. I will try, he said. But I make no promises about those who insist on testing my boundaries. He inclined his head to McGonagall. Professor, he said. She gave him a faint smile. Mr. Potter, she replied. Do hurry. I intend to prove that my syllabus can surprise even a boy raised by a god. Harry left the office. The door closed behind him. He walked down the moving stair and into the bright corridor, schedule in hand, mind already shifting into a new pattern. Student, agent, scholar elected. Above him, in the office, Dumbledore sat with his head in his hands. Below, in the stone bones of the castle, Horcrux echoes shivered. The game had changed. Harry adjusted his grip on his bag and turned toward his first lesson, ready to see what this version of Hogwarts would try to teach him, and what he would end up teaching it in return. The courtroom was too bright. Light from the tall windows hit the polished floor in hard squares, and every sound bounced back twice. Chains scraped. Robes whispered. Somewhere behind Harry, Ron breathed out a shaky curse under his breath, and Hermione elbowed him silent. Harry stayed focused on the man kneeling in front of him. Peter Pettigrew shivered on the stone. Wrists bound. Wand snapped and tossed aside. His small eyes kept darting from the Dementors at the doors to the empty chair where Sirius Black waited, pale and gaunt, manacles locked around his ankles and wrists. The chains were enchanted to glow faintly whenever he moved. Harry lifted his wand and pressed the tip very lightly to the side of Pettigrew's head. Pettigrew flinched. "You are going to keep your eyes open," Harry said. His voice carried clearly in the silent room. "You will remember. You will not lie. If you try to twist this, the charms will fail and the Dementors will be allowed closer. Do you understand?" Pettigrew nodded fast, Adam's apple jerking. I understand, please." Harry looked up at the rows of seats. The Wisengamot sat in a half-circle, heavy robes and serious faces. Cornelius Fudge in the center chair, hat in his hands for once. Madam Bones on his left, gaze cutting and sharp. Dumbledore near the right, eyes behind his glasses fixed on Harry instead of on the trembling man. Harry did not look away. "The evidence will be presented as memory," he said. "Objective, untampered, verified by truth charms and arithmetic checks. There will be no speculation, no opinion, only what happened." Fudge cleared his throat. "Mr. Potter, I still cannot see why this could not be handled with a simple kiss order." He glanced at the Dementors. "Black is innocent," Harry said. His tone did not change. "And you are about to see why." He turned back to Pettigrew. "Legilimens." The word left his tongue soft and precise. The spell felt like stepping through a door in his own mind and into someone else's archive. Pettigrew's thoughts were not a clean library like the archive of Maat. They were a cramped, cluttered attic that stank of fear. But the memory he needed sat there, solid and bright, because guilt had polished it every night for more than 10 years. Harry reached in and caught it. In front of him, Pettigrew gasped. Threads of silver light streamed from Harry's wand into the hovering pensive bowl on the stand between them. The surface rippled and steadied, showing a narrow street and a young Sirius Black with wild eyes and a wand in his hand. The room leaned forward. Even Ron stopped breathing. Harry withdrew from Peter's mind, the inside of his skull snapping back into place. He stepped away from Pettigrew and faced the bowl. "We will begin at the explosion," he said. He flicked his wand once. Silver light rose from the bowl and spread, until the courtroom itself blurred and the memory wrapped around them. Stone shifted to cobbles. High seats to leaning walls splashed with grime. The Wisengamot now stood as transparent figures at the edge of a London street. Muggle voices echoed somewhere out of phase, like a faded echo from another layer. Sirius stared. His chains had not followed him into the memory, so for the first time in years he stood straight without weight on his limbs. His eyes locked on his younger self. "That is not right," he whispered. His voice shook. "I never." "Watch," Harry said quietly. Young Sirius had his wand raised, face twisted with a grief so raw it almost burned. People were shouting. Pettigrew's younger face bobbed at the edge of the crowd, wide-eyed and sweaty. "You betrayed them," Sirius shouted. "You betrayed James and Lily." Pettigrew's younger self did not look surprised. He looked ready. Sirius had time to take one step forward. Then Pettigrew yelled, louder than anyone else, high and cracked. "You will kill me too, just like you killed them, all of them." He swung his wand at the cobbles and blasted the street. The sound was thunder. Stone shattered. Smoke covered everything. Bodies fell. In the cloud of dust and magic, Pettigrew sliced his own finger off and whispered a transformation charm. "Small, dirty, terrified rat." He darted down through wreckage before the smoke cleared. The image froze, then rewound in one sharp jerk to just before the blast. The second run was slower. Harry's magic spread thin and careful, pausing each second so the Wisengamot could see the wand movement, the direction of the blast, the angle of the spell. Numbers floated in tiny glowing lines in front of Harry's eyes, calculations of force and spread that matched the scorch marks in the old Muggle photos stored in the archive. Harry spoke as it played. The primary blast originates from Pettigrew, he said. Wavelength, impact, and spread pattern match. The remains catalogued the day after the attack. Focusing charm shows no discharge from Sirius Black's wand. There is no curse from him at the moment of detonation. Young Sirius was still standing when the smoke cleared in the memory. His head whipped around, eyes wild, searching. Pieces of Pettigrew's finger lay on the stones. No other trace. The scene faded back into the courtroom. Silence. Somewhere up above, one of the older witches made a helpless sound and covered her mouth. Madame Bones lifted her wand. Several thin streams of light shot out, touching the air where the memory had floated. They hung for a moment, then snapped back into her wand. Verified, she said. Her voice was crisp again. The memory is genuine. No sign of tampering. The calculations match the old field notes. Fudge opened his mouth, closed it, then tried again. But the bodies, he said weakly. The Muggle witnesses saw. They saw a blast and a man laughing, Harry said. He turned to face the minister. Sirius was in shock. Your Aurors took that, combined it with the absence of Pettigrew's body, and decided the easy answer was correct. You never checked the magic itself. Sirius lifted his chained hands. They shook. Harry. Harry stepped closer to him. You did not betray my parents, Harry said. His voice stayed flat because any more would crack. You did not kill those people. You hunted the man who did, and he framed you with his own death. He looked up at Madame Bones. Ma demands correction, he said. The law does not exist to protect your pride. It exists to protect truth. You have an innocent man held under Dementor watch. You have the real culprit right here on the floor. All eyes swung back to Pettigrew. He had collapsed onto his side, sobbing, the stump of his finger pressed to his chest. It was him, it was the Dark Lord, he made me do it, I had no choice. Harry raised his wand and the sound cut off as if someone had closed a door on it. You had a choice, he said. You made it. The tears now do not erase the memory then. Madame Bones glanced down the line of witches and wizards. Several nodded, cheeks tight. One wizard stood. This is enough, he said. He turned to Fudge. Minister, you cannot deny what is in front of us. Fudge swallowed. His hand shook as he wiped his forehead. I suppose we could, he began, then caught the look Amelia Bones gave him. He deflated a little. Fine, he said. Fine. The Wisengamot recognizes that Sirius Black has been wrongfully imprisoned. The charges of betrayal and murder are rescinded. He hesitated. And Pettigrew, Harry answered for him. Peter Pettigrew is to be held pending full trial under tight guard, he said. No Dementors. You do not get to ruin another soul with your laziness. Use binding wards and trained Aurors. The memory is enough to convict. Madame Bones nodded once. Done. Around them, the magic in the room shifted. Chains slid from Sirius' wrists with a soft click and vanished. The chill presence near the doors faded as the Dementors glided back through the archway. Sirius stood there, empty hands hanging by his sides. He looked down at them as if they belonged to someone else. Harry stepped forward. His heart hammered once hard in his chest, then steadied. You are free, he said simply. Sirius laughed, came out raw and broken. He reached for Harry, then stopped himself, fingers curling awkwardly. I do not look like much of a godfather, do I? He said. Harry looked up at the drawn face, the hollow eyes that still held a spark that had refused to die. You are alive, Harry said. That is the requirement that mattered. We can repair the rest. Sirius blinked hard. For a moment his vision blurred and he scrubbed at his face. Trust you to put it like that, he muttered. Behind them, Ron finally found his voice. Oi, Harry, that was mental, he whispered to Hermione. You just told the minister off in front of half the country. Hermione hissed back. Ronald, keep your voice down. Also, he was right. Yeah, but still, Ron said. His hands were shaking as he grinned. I am never going to detention again. My mum will kill me if I get dragged into a courtroom like this. Harry heard them and felt some of the tightness in his chest ease. They were still themselves. That, at least, had not shifted under his feet. He turned as Madame Bones approached. "Mr. Potter," she said, "on behalf of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, thank you. You had the power to review evidence years ago," Harry said. His words were calm, but his jaw ached. "Ma-et does not care about gratitude. Only correction." Her mouth tightened. "Then take this as a promise," she said quietly. "There will be more corrections. You have made it impossible for us to pretend we did not see." She stepped away to bark orders at the oars. Pettigrew was hauled up and dragged from the room, still whimpering. Sirius watched him go. His fingers twitched as if they wanted to curl around a wand. "I will have to trust your way of justice, kid," he said. If it were only me in charge, he would not leave this room still breathing. "Ma-et is not revenge," Harry said. "The law is cleaner when it does not lean on anger." He said it, and a thin part of him knew he was quoting Thoth almost word for word. Sirius gave him a sideways look. "You talk like an old man," he said. Then his mouth twisted into something that was almost a smile. "But you saved my life, so I suppose I will allow it." Harry did not smile back. Not yet. His mind was already moving 3 steps ahead. Sirius was free. That changed the board. That meant a safe house, permanent, hidden from both Ministry and any remnant of Voldemort. Hidden from anyone who thought secrecy was a tool they were allowed to use on a child. Someone like Dumbledore. The thought sat there, solid and cold, even as the courtroom emptied and the noise swelled again. Later, the sea was loud enough to cover most of the spell work. Waves hit the rocks below the cliff and flung spray up into the cold air. Gulls wheeled far above. Harry stood on the edge of the grass and drew a line of light in the air with his wand. The rune hung there for a breath, then sank into the ground like a drop of ink into paper. He moved 5 steps to the left and did it again. Behind him, Sirius paced between the low stone wall and the doorway of the cottage. The building itself was solid and ugly, all gray stone and narrow windows. Old black property, reclaimed from a list of forgotten holdings and stripped of the worst curses that clung to the walls. Remus sat on the wall, watching Harry's work, arms folded against the wind. "You know," he said, "your father would have tried to draw a smiley face over the front door by now. Probably with fireworks." Sirius snorted. "If James had this sort of power, Remus, the world would have ended," he said. Harry did not look back. He finished the 3rd rune, then stepped back, counting under his breath. The lines hummed under the soil. He could feel them, a gentle pressure against his thoughts. "This is not a ward," he said. "Not in the way you know them." "Then what is it?" Remus asked. "Dimensional shading," Harry said. "The cottage is still here on this cliff, but the runes are slowly folding the space around it, nudging it sideways. People will see the cliff and the sea, and nothing in between. Any magic trying to lock onto the house will slide past." Sirius stopped pacing. "So no one can find me," he said slowly. "No one you do not invite," Harry said. His voice softened a fraction. "It will not feel like a prison. The wards obey you. I am just setting the rules." Sirius swallowed. "Thank you," he said. Remus hopped down from the wall and clapped a hand on Sirius' shoulder. "You are going to have a house again," he said. "You can complain about dust and creaky floorboards instead of dementors." "I am going to steal Harry's book on complaining," Sirius said. His mouth twitched. "Seems he has quite a collection." Harry ignored them and walked to the center point of the triangle he had drawn. The runes under the ground connected here. He could feel the tug, the pattern trying to settle into something stable. The lines wanted to be perfect, straight, even predictable. He reached out with his wand and adjusted one intersection by a hair. The hum in the air changed. Better. Closer to the model he had calculated back in the archive. He lifted his wand again. "There is a gap," a soft voice said from behind him. Harry did not jump, but only because he had trained himself not to. He turned slowly. A girl stood near the edge of the grass, beyond the 3rd rune point. Blonde hair fell past her shoulders, a little tangled in the sea wind, and her eyes were wide and very clear. She wore Hogwarts robes with a Ravenclaw badge, though her tie was slightly crooked, as if she had forgotten it halfway through putting it on. Remus blinked. "Hello," he said carefully. "I do not think we invited students." Sirius frowned. "How did you get through the outer wards?" She tilted her head. "The wards are polite," she said. "They asked if I was dangerous. I said probably not. They let me walk through." Harry studied her. His wards were not designed to talk. They were supposed to bar anyone who did not match the pattern he had placed in their matrix. No alarms had tripped. No strain in the numbers. She was standing inside a circle that should have become impossible for strangers. The stray variable stood there and smiled at him. "You changed that junction," she said. She lifted a finger and pointed, but not at the ground. Her gaze followed an invisible outline in the air. The one near the door. It was too sharp before. It would have cut. Now it is more like a wave. "That is Kinder." Remus and Sirius exchanged looks. Harry stepped closer. "You can see the runes," he said. It was not quite a question. She nodded. "They are loud," she said. "They are all straight lines. They do not like it, but they think they have to be." Harry's mind tried to fit that into a chart. Lines did not like things. They obeyed rules. They followed instructions. "You are speaking metaphorically," he said. She blinked at him. "No," she said simply. Sirius cleared his throat. "Right, so, introductions," he said. "I am Sirius Black. This is Remus Lupin. That is Harry Potter, in case the runes did not tell you that already." The girl looked at Harry as if she had known that from the start. "Luna Lovegood," she said. She walked forward, stepping neatly between the invisible lines as if she had been shown where they lay. "My father runs the Quibbler." Ron, who had been leaning against the cottage doorway and trying to look casual, choked. "The Quibbler," he said. "My dad loves that thing. My mum says it rots his brain." Luna smiled at him. "That sounds like a very interesting brain," she said. Hermione, standing just inside the doorway with a stack of notes in her hands, pressed her lips together and did not comment. Her eyes darted from Luna to the ground, then to Harry. Harry turned back to Luna. "What did you mean by a gap?" he asked. "Be specific." She walked past him to the edge of the triangle and crouched in the grass. She did not try to draw anything, but her finger traced a path in the air anyway. "There," she said. "The lines are trying very hard to cover every surface. That is normal. You like complete things. But here the lines are afraid to bend. They leave a crack. Something small and hungry could crawl inside and chew." Harry stared at the empty air over the damp grass. He saw nothing. No crack. No weakness. The calculations in his mind said the array was solid. He had stress-tested it in 3 different models back in the archive. Yet, when he looked closer now, forcing his vision to move the way hers had, he saw a tiny asymmetry in the flow. A place where power might pool if pushed. A weak point that could become a tear if someone in the future leaned on it from the right angle. He had not seen it until she said it. He adjusted the intersect again. This time he pushed the angle a little further, letting the line curve, sacrificing a fraction of structural elegance for smoother flow. The hum under his feet changed, felt less strained. Luna softened. "That is better," she said. "They can breathe now." Remus murmured, "I did not feel a thing." Harry knew why. The change was small, and most wizards did not think about arrays as living structures. But something in him filed away the way Luna had approached it. She had no numbers, no chart, no proof. She had walked into the pattern and listened. "You saw all that without an arithmancy grid," he said slowly. Luna shrugged. "Numbers are a way to listen," she said. "Not the only way. You are very loud in numbers. It makes it hard to hear you thinking about anything else." Ron muttered, "She is like a Kinder Snape who swallowed a fortune teller," under his breath. Hermione elbowed him again, but she was smiling now. Harry looked at Luna. "You are a Ravenclaw," he said. She nodded. "You should speak to Professor Vector," he said. "She would be interested in how you see these structures." Luna tilted her head again. "I will," she said, then added, "You are very tidy inside, Harry Potter. It looks safe, but it also looks lonely. Do not forget to leave a door for yourself." He had no answer for that. The comment slipped past his defenses and lodged somewhere he did not want to examine. He cleared his throat. "Thank you for the observation about the junction," he said instead. "That was useful." Luna smiled as if that was enough. You are welcome, she said. She straightened and dusted her hands. I should get back. The staircase near the charms classroom is sulking again. She turned and walked toward the path. The air shivered as she crossed the outer ward. No alarm sounded. The magic accepted her and folded back into place. Harry watched her go until the cliff path curved and she vanished. Sirius let out a slow breath. I like her, he said. She reminds me of someone James might have tried to impress and then regretted it when she started talking circles around him. Remus laughed quietly. Harry did not laugh. His mind was turning over the crack she had seen. The way she had described the lines as afraid to bend. Emotion as variable. Chaos as data. Not noise. Thoth had never used that language. That night, the gargoyle moved aside when Harry gave the password Dumbledore had given him. The staircase carried him upward in silent circles. His scar did not hurt. It never had the way it did in the original timeline that haunted the archive records. That was one contamination he had already scheduled for removal. But the back of his neck prickled as he crossed the threshold of the office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, hands folded, half-moon glasses glinting in the light from the fire. Fawkes dozed on his perch. Shelves of instruments ticked and hummed. Some of them were quiet now, broken by Harry's earlier interference, but others had taken their place. Harry closed the door behind him. You wanted to speak with me, Headmaster, he said. Dumbledore smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. I did, he said. Please sit. We have much to discuss after today's events. Harry stayed standing. We have already discussed most of it, he said. I presented the evidence. The Ministry accepted it. Sirius is free. Peter will stand trial. That section of the board is corrected. Dumbledore sighed softly. Harry, the world is not a chessboard, he said. There are people and feelings and consequences that do not fit neatly into one of your calculations. And there is Ma'at, Harry said. His voice stayed level. Truth, order, balance. Your feelings do not outrank that. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. You think I do not care for truth, he asked quietly. I think you care for your version of it, Harry said. The one you can manage. The one that lets you keep secrets because you have decided they are necessary. The air in the room thickened. The instruments behind him gave a faint, nervous rattle. Dumbledore leaned back. The decision to place you with your relatives was not made lightly, he said. Blood wards, protection, concealment. We have talked about this. Harry cut in. You chose fear over law, he said. You hid me with people who did not want me. You wrote a letter and hoped for the best. He heard his own pulse in his ears. He kept his hands steady at his sides. I am not here to revisit that decision, he went on. I am here because you still prefer shadows. Dumbledore's gaze drifted toward the walls for a second, then back. If you are referring to the instruments I keep to monitor dark activity, he began. Harry shook his head once. I am referring to the monitoring charms layered over the school, he said. The ones that register my position in every corridor. The low-level tracking thread on my wand. The small twist in the air outside the Gryffindor common room that pulses whenever I pass. Dumbledore went very still. Most students never notice such things, he said. Most students do not live in a library built on top of reality, Harry said. I do. When something tugs at the numbers around me, I notice. He took one step closer to the desk. You did not ask my consent, he said. You did not explain your reasons. You just set your little nets and trusted that I would not feel them. Dumbledore seemed to age in that instant. His shoulders sagged. Harry, he said softly, you are a child, however clever you may be. You carry a fragment of the darkest wizard of our time in your body. You stand in the sights of forces that would see you dead. I cannot simply let you wander unguarded. Then say that, Harry snapped. The word came out sharper than he had intended. His heart thumped hard. I do not object to protection. I object to being treated like a piece on your private board. If you must watch me, tell me. Show me the wards. Let me verify the charms. He leaned his hands on the edge of the desk. Ma'at is not only about outcomes, he said. It is about process. Justice requires transparency. Dumbledore's blue eyes met his. For a moment, something like regret flickered there. I have made mistakes, he said. Many. Some of them involve you. Harry waited. But Dumbledore went on, I also have a lifetime of experience that you do not. There are enemies you have not yet met. Plans you have not yet seen. If I tell you everything, I put the burden of those secrets on your shoulders. That is not a weight I wish you to carry at 13 years old. You already did, Harry said quietly. The moment Voldemort chose to break his soul, the burden existed. You do not get to pretend it does not. Dumbledore flinched, just slightly. Harry straightened. I will map your wards, he said. All of them. Around the castle, around me, around anyone you claim to protect in my name. If I find any more that exist without consent, I will remove them. You cannot, Dumbledore began. Harry cut across him again. I can, he said. You saw what I did with the protections around the stone. You saw what I did with the Horcruxes. Your monitoring charms are crude by comparison. The firelight threw both their shadows long against the floor. Fawkes shifted on his perch and gave a soft, uneasy trill. Dumbledore rested his hands flat on the desk. You are heading down a very lonely path, he said. His voice was gentle now, but there was steel under it. If you insist on treating every ally as a potential threat, you will end up with no one at your side when the final battle comes. Harry thought of Luna's words on the cliff. A tidy mind that looked safe and lonely. A crack where something hungry could crawl in. He forced that image aside. Trust is built on truth, Harry said. Not secrets. If you wish to remain an ally, remove the charms yourself and document what you are doing. Give me a list. Explain your reasons. Then we can start again with clear terms. And if I do not, Dumbledore asked. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Then I will treat you as a variable to control, he said. Not as a partner. Silence fell between them, heavy as stone. At last Dumbledore nodded once, very slowly. I will consider what you have said, he said. Harry did not thank him. He turned and walked to the door. The air near the frame tingled faintly against his skin. A slight resistance. As if he were pushing through spiderwebs of magic too fine for most to feel. He stepped through. The sensation changed. The threads snapped behind him and then settled again, clinging to the edge of his awareness. He did not look back. By the time he reached the bottom of the staircase, his mind was already laying out the work ahead. He would trace the charms through the stone, follow them to their anchors, cut and measure and test. In his chest, somewhere under the calm, something small and sharp twisted. Not quite fear, not quite anger. It felt like the first crack in a line that had always been straight. He stopped in the empty corridor and let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. The torches hissed softly along the walls. Luna had told him not to forget to leave a door for himself. Right now, Harry thought, eyes on the dark ceiling, it felt like someone else had already tried to build that door for him without asking. He walked on, footsteps soft on the stone, the taste of distrust sharp at the back of his throat, and the magic of unseen wards thrumming faintly under his skin. The lines of Hogwarts were no longer simple, and neither were the people drawing them. Outline, adopted by God of No. Sources. The dragon roared and the sound hit Harry in the chest like a physical shove. The air over the arena shimmered with shield charms. Flags snapped in the wind. Someone up in the stand screamed as the dragon dragged its chain another foot and spit a thin line of fire at the nearest boulder. Harry ignored the noise for a second and watched how the flame bent against the wards. Angle, reflection, heat dissipation. The numbers lined up in his head without effort. The announcer's voice boomed over the stadium. Harry Potter, scholar elected of Hogwarts. Hermione had argued with him about the title. The judges had loved it. Harry stepped forward onto the stone. His boots crunched over chalk lines from the old ward grid. The egg lay on a raised platform behind the dragon, gleaming under the light. The creature shifted again, golden scales scraping, pupils thin slits. He stopped at the first marker he had placed that morning. Just a faint scuff in the dust where his shoe had twisted. He raised his wand. Begin, Bagman shouted. Harry did not move closer to the dragon. He drew. Light spilled from his wand tip in clean lines, not wild arcs. A thin bar of white sank into the earth at his feet and ran outward until it hit the inner edge of the professional wards. It did not clash with them. It slid under and hooked to the stone anchors he had mapped. The crowd murmured. Ron's voice floated faint from the stands. "He is drawing on the ground. Is that it, Ron?" "Shut up," Hermione snapped. "He is setting up an array." Harry flicked his wrist. The first circle snapped into place around the dragon, a wide ring that hummed just at the edge of hearing. The dragon felt it. His head snapped down. It lunged at him. "Stay," Harry said, tone flat. The second circle locked. Lines climbed the air, a cage rising from the earth, each bar made of layered runes and silent calculation. The dragon hit it full on. Fire smashed into the new barrier and folded back in on itself, spinning in a tight spiral before dissolving. Gasp from the stands. Even the judges leaned forward. Harry walked in a slow arc, never rushing, wand tracing new connections in the air. He could feel Heka moving through the script, each rune a switch that told the power where to go. Anchor runes at the corners of the arena. Reinforcement at the stress points where dragon weight and rage pushed hardest. Relief lines to bleed off excess heat so the thing did not simply explode in its own fire. The creature roared again and tried to leap. Its front feet left the ground and then slammed back down as the cage altered the gravity field under its body. Not enough to hurt. Enough to make leaving that circle feel like trying to jump while someone sat on its shoulders. Harry stopped when he was satisfied the numbers matched what he had seen in his head. The dragon panted now, wings half spread. It watched him with hate and bright confusion. His tail lashed once. The cage adapted. The array read the movement and shifted pressure. He had built that part out of his notes on thestral bone density and shock distribution through scale plates. "Harry," McGonagall called from the judge stand, her voice tight, "you still have to retrieve the egg." "Yes," he said. He walked toward the platform. The cage around the dragon widened on one side. The runes at that section dimmed just enough for the creature to turn its head away. Harry knew the beast could still lunge if it chose. The calculations built a corridor of lowest threat and lowest stress. Creatures followed paths like that if they could. Thoth had drilled that into him with older monsters than this. The dragon's chest heaved. It shifted its weight away from the new gap and lowered its head. Not submission. Simply choosing not to fight the current. Harry stepped up onto the platform. The golden egg was warm under his hand. It hummed with a charm that reminded him of Mere-People vocal signatures and layered directional muffling. He tucked it under his arm and turned. He met the dragon's eyes through the bars of his own making. "Your nest is secure," he said quietly. "No one will harm it now." The creature did not understand English. It understood tone. It snorted, a gust of smoke curling around the runes. The array diverted the smoke up and away, folding it neatly into the ward surface. Harry walked back to the starting line. The moment his boot crossed, he dropped the entire construct. The lines snapped out of existence. Heka rolled back into the earth like a tide. The dragon lunged at the sudden absence of pressure and then froze, confused to find nothing to strain against. The professional ward grid caught the motion with a crack of energy. The crowd erupted. Hermione stood, hands to her mouth. Ron hooped and whistled. "He did not even get singed," someone yelled. Bagman stumbled over his own praise. "Spectacular work from Mr. Potter. No broom, no distraction, a fully contained approach. That was some very advanced runes work there." "Judges." Madame Maxime had her arms folded, expression grudging. "Very precise," she said. "No spectacle." Karkaroff looked annoyed. "He did not even fight it." "He solved the task," Crouch said, voice flat. "Cleanly." Dumbledore sat very still. His eyes were on Harry, not the dragon. Watching, measuring. Harry let the noise wash past. His heart beat steady, not racing. His palms were dry. This had been less stressful than his first attempt at a spatial compression array in the archive. That had almost folded a whole shelf of tablets into a single point. He turned and looked up at the stands. He found Luna near the top row, sitting between Ravenclaws who gave her extra space. Her radish earrings swung as she tilted her head at him. She lifted a hand and wiggled her fingers, eyes bright. Harry dipped his chin once. Tiny acknowledgement. Then he walked off the field with the egg under his arm and a neat list in his head of how the array could be improved next time. He reached the small champion's tent to find 3 sets of eyes on him. Fleur sat on a low bench, her hair tucked back, a smear of ash on her cheek. Victor Crumb leaned against the canvas wall with his arms folded, his dragon burn already healed by a Bose Baton's healer. Cedric sat on a trunk near the entrance, hair still damp with sweat. They all stared. "What?" Harry asked. Fleur pointed at him with a grimy hand. "You did not even draw your wand until you were halfway through," she said. "You drew with it like a quill." Harry glanced at his wand. "It is a tool," he said. "It draws lines as well as it points them." Cedric huffed a quiet laugh. "You made the dragon look like the one trapped," Cedric said. "Not you. That was the idea," Harry said. Crumb studied him. "You knew exactly what you vant to do before you walked out there," he said. No hesitation. Harry nodded once. "The arena was measured 3 days ago," he said. "The anchor stones for the protective wards were visible when the stands were empty. No one bothered to hide them." Cedric made a face. "You came out here and did math around a dragon." "Math works better than screaming," Harry said. Fleur snorted at that, despite herself. The tent flap opened. Dumbledore stepped in, followed by Bagman, Crouch, and Madame Maxime. Karkaroff lingered outside for a second, then came in as well, his mouth tight. "Excellent performances from all of you," Dumbledore said, voice light. "Mr. Potter, I confess, I have never seen the first task handled in quite that way." "Safely?" Harry asked. A small flicker went through Dumbledore's eyes. He recovered fast. "Efficiently," he said. Bagman clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Very impressive," he said. "Never thought I would see a student weave a ward complex like that on the fly." "It was not on the fly," Harry said. "You had 2 weeks to plan." "That is plenty." Bagman's hand dropped. Crouch cleared his throat. "The scores will be posted shortly," he said. "You may all return to your schools. Mr. Potter, the headmaster would like a word when you have a moment." Of course he would. "I am not angry," Dumbledore said once the office door closed. Harry stood on the circular rug in front of the desk. Fawkes dozed on his perch. The portraits pretended to sleep. The air smelled of lemon drops and smoke. "You do not have to be," Harry said. "You already tried that at the portal when I refused to let you obscure the record of Pettigrew's memory. It did not help." Dumbledore's hands folded over each other. "You understand the attention you are drawing," he said. "International heads of school, ministry officials, many eyes. Your display today was not only a solution to a task. It was a statement." "Yes," Harry said. "That was the point." "Some would say it was arrogant," Dumbledore said. "Showing what you can do in front of the entire magical world." "Some would say hiding the existence of soul anchors for a decade was arrogant," Harry said. "We all make choices." A muscle in Dumbledore's jaw twitched. "This tournament is dangerous," he said. "I would feel more at ease if you allowed me to place some additional protections on you. Silent ones. You would not notice them." Harry's eyes narrowed. "More unregistered wards?" he asked. "No. We went over this. If you wish to protect me, you may give me the spell matrices and I will integrate them into my own arrays. I will not accept unknown variables on my own skin." "Harry," Dumbledore said softly, "not everyone in this castle wishes you well. There are forces at work that do not care for your principles. They care only that you stand between them and power." "Yes, Tom Riddle," Harry said. "I am aware. And others," Dumbledore added. Harry looked at him for a long moment. "You mean yourself," he said. Dumbledore flinched like he had been slapped, then recovered with a tired smile that did not reach his eyes. "I mean those who would use either of us," he said. Harry did not answer. He turned away to study a silver instrument on a side table. Ticked in slow, steady pulses. He could see the rune clusters under the surface, simple monitoring charms keyed to time and ambient magic. "How many of these do you have in the castle that log my movements?" he asked. Dumbledore's silence was an answer he did not bother to hide fast enough. Harry turned back. You will remove them, Harry said. Every single one. Harry, Dumbledore said. Some monitoring of students is necessary for safety. You may monitor the wards for breach, Harry said. You may not monitor me. I am not your student. I am the only person in this castle with a full destruction plan for Tom Riddle's soul. That places us as peers, not guardian and child. Treat me that way or accept that I will work around you. Dumbledore stared at him. The twinkle in his eyes was gone now. Behind the beard and the colorful robes, he looked old and very mortal. You will not take any unnecessary risks in this tournament, Dumbledore said finally. I never do, Harry said. Risk without purpose violates my... Dumbledore let out a slow breath. Very well, he said. Go and rest, Harry. Enjoy your victory. We can discuss larger matters later. We will, Harry said. He left the office without waiting to be dismissed. The room of requirement did not need him to walk past 3 times. That was the castle's trick for people who did not know what they truly wanted. Harry knew. He walked down the corridor on the 7th floor, feet silent on the stone. Torches burned low. Most of the school was still high off the task and packed into the great hall. It gave him an empty stretch of time. He counted that as part of the array. He stopped opposite the blank wall and placed his palm against the cool stone. I need the place where Hogwarts hides what it is ashamed of, he said quietly. The place where lost things and broken things go so no one has to think about them. The stone warmed under his hand. Lines of script, old and deep, woke up under the surface. The castle heard him. He felt it hesitate, confused for a second by a request that was both precise and judgmental. He did not pull back. He let Myatt sit in the space between them. Truth. Order. The knowledge that this was not theft or vandalism but the correction of a cosmic error. The wall shuddered once. A door pushed itself out of solid stone, heavy and rough-edged. Harry stepped back. The door swung inward without a sound. The smell hit him first. Dust. Old magic. A faint sour note of curses that had burned out on their own over decades. He lit his wand with a low spell and stepped inside. The room stretched in all directions, piled with broken chairs, smashed statues, old cauldrons gone green with tarnish. Books lay in drifts. A stuffed troll leaned drunkenly against a tower of trunks. It was both a dump and a memory graveyard. He could feel the diadem under all of it. He closed his eyes for a second and let the residual pattern of the fragment in his scar hum against the traces he had already studied. There was a flavor to Tom Riddle's work. Thin and elegant on the surface, rotten underneath. He tuned his awareness to that and walked. The array he needed for Fiendfire sat ready in his mind, but he ignored it for now. First step was sequestration. He climbed over a collapsed cabinet, skirted a pile of rusted swords, and squeezed past a mountain of chipped gobstones. The pull grew stronger. The row of abandoned Hogwarts trophies loomed ahead. Behind them, half hidden by a warped wardrobe, stood a stone statue of an old wizard with a tiara perched on his head. Not a tiara, not ornament. He could feel the fragment screaming without sound. Harry raised his wand. He did not touch the diadem. He did not step within reach of it. He set the first ring of the cage. Runes flared on the floor around the statue. Not the neat white lines he had used for the dragon. These burned deep gold, edged in a sickly gray where they touched the polluted magic. He laid out the inner circle with strokes that hurt to look at, each rune a tiny prism focused on soul structure rather than body. Heka flowed into the script like water into a mold. The fragment pushed back at once. The air went cold. Shadows crawled at the edge of his vision. A whisper started at the back of his mind, promising power, promising understanding, promising unconditional approval. Harry did not listen. He had heard every version of that voice in Thoth's archive. Every offer, every lie. Tom Riddle was not even original in his temptation patterns. Sequestration, Harry said under his breath. The cage closed. The air snapped. The diadem's influence cut off as cleanly as if someone had thrown a blanket over a screaming radio. His shoulders loosened. He had not noticed the tension until it left. Stage 1 done. He took 2 careful steps back and set the next ring. This one was not about holding the fragment. It was about holding the fire. Fiend fire wanted to burn everything. It was destructive chaos turned into spell form. That made it useful. It also made it dangerous. Harry layered the cage with geometric shapes that told the flames where they were allowed to go and, more importantly, where they were not allowed to touch. No spillover. No escape. When the last note settled, the array hummed in a pattern that only someone trained in Ma'at would recognize as perfect balance. Harry checked it twice anyway. Then, and only then, did he take a steady breath and point his wand at the space inside the innermost circle. Fiend fire, he said, voice low. Flame burst out of nowhere. It was not neat wand light or a jet like dragon breath. It was a living thing climbing and twisting, taking shapes of beasts that never really existed. Snakes of fire coiled around the diadem. A wolf made of flame snapped at the stone statue's face. The cage held. The shapes slammed against the inner boundary and turned, calm as if they had never tried to escape at all. The runes bled off surplus power and fed it back in, forming a loop that ate itself slowly, like a snake chewing its tail. Harry watched sweat bead at his temple. The heat washed over him in waves wrong in an enclosed space. His lungs worked a little harder. His grip on his wand stayed steady. The diadem shrieked in a voice that had no sound. The Horcrux tried to twist away from the flame. The cage did not let it. Fiend fire wrapped it in a tight coil and sank inward. The metal glowed. Cracks appeared along the delicate curves. For a second, carved jewels gleamed bright white and then turned black and fell inward, dust before they hit any surface. The soul fragment tore. Harry felt it go. Not through his scar. Through the pattern of the room, as if someone had removed a rotten beam from a structure. The pressure eased. The flames hung in place, waiting. End, Harry said. The fire winked out. No smoke. No ember. Nothing left but a scorched circle on the stone, and a pile of gray ash that had once been one of Hogwarts' proud relics and one of Tom Riddle's anchors. Harry swallowed against a dry throat and wiped his wrist across his forehead. Stage 3, he murmured. He stepped forward and sprinkled a pinch of fine powder from the small pouch at his belt over the ash. Golden light rose, soft and clean. It smelled faintly of papyrus and cool ink. Ma'at received this pollution, Harry said quietly. Let the record of the original soul remain and the stain be gone. The light sank down and faded. The ash was just ash now. 3 objects gone. For soul fragments destroyed, counting Quirrell. 5 if he counted the one Thoth had purified the night the killing curse failed. The one that had never been allowed to settle in his scar. 5 anchors already on the record, if he chose to make that record public. He turned and left the room of requirement. The door closed behind him and faded back into empty stone. The maze rose 3 weeks later. It grew over the Quidditch pitch in a single long afternoon, hedge walls surging up green and tall under the direction of dozens of charms. Harry watched from the stands with his notes balanced on his knee. They look like they are just shoving bushes into place, Ron muttered beside him. They are anchoring path nodes, Harry said. Hermione tapped her quill against her parchment. What kind of path nodes? She asked. Harry pointed with his quill. There, he said. See the way those 3 hedge sections meet? That is a junction. There is a faint glow along the base. That is a trigger. When a champion steps on it, an obstacle pattern loads. Creature, curse, fog, whatever they have decided. Hermione squinted. I can barely see anything, she said. Most people cannot, Harry said. You are not supposed to. It is meant to feel random and dangerous. It is not. It is just a sequence of instructions that fire in response to input. Ron groaned. Can you not call it evil bushes? He said. That would be easier. Harry almost smiled. You can call them whatever you like, he said. I am going to map them. That night, while the rest of the school buzzed with rumors, he sat on his bed with his arithmancy charts spread around him. The numbers for the maze laid themselves out cleanly once. He stopped trying to think in straight lines and let the pattern show itself. There were only so many ways to move 4 champions through one structure without them colliding in deadly ways. Safety constraints limited the options. Bagman did not strike him as someone who had accounted for all of that personally. That meant charm teams, which meant standardized layouts. He traced the best solution with his finger. Left, right, straight. Pause, he murmured. The final route fell into place. The night of the third task smelled of cut grass and nervous sweat. The 4 champions stood at the entrance to the maze. The Tri-Wizard Cup gleamed far away at the center, just visible over the top of the hedges when the wind bent them. Harry had already checked the cup from a distance. The charm halo around it did not match the official security signature he had seen in the judge's tent. Something extra clung to it. Portkey matrix. Sloppy work. Not Dumbledore. Someone less careful. He would deal with that when he reached it. Champions ready? McGonagall called. Krum rolled his shoulders. Cedric flexed his hands. Fleur blew out a breath, jaw tight. Harry just nodded. The whistle blew. Cedric darted forward first, taking the left path at a run. Fleur went right, wand already out, lips set. Krum moved slower, eyes narrow, studying the hedge walls as if they were hostile players on a pitch. Harry stepped into the maze and let the shadows close around him. The air changed the moment he was inside. Sound from the stands cut off. The world narrowed to dirt under his boots, green walls to either side, and the pale light of his wand. He did not rush. That would have triggered more nodes than he wanted. At the first junction, the path to the right glowed faintly under his spell sight. That meant an obstacle already primed by one of the others. He went left instead. At the next turn, he paused just before the trigger stone and sent a low diagnostic charm ahead. The spell came back carrying traces of fog and something that tasted like nightmare. Boggart or Fear Curse. He stepped over the trigger entirely, landed on the far side without touching it, and kept walking. The node did not fire. He heard, faintly, someone scream off in the maze, probably Fleur. He hoped she was fine. 10 minutes in, a blast of red light came at him from behind a hedge break. He twisted aside. The spell splashed against the wall and slid away, absorbed into the maze charm. Sorry, Cedric called, panting, as he rounded the bend. That was meant for the thing that was chasing me. Harry raised an eyebrow. It slipped, Cedric said. Dark mist, whispering, very nasty. Dementor simulation, Harry said. Poor imitation, Cedric shuddered. Felt real enough, he said. Harry looked at the 2 paths ahead. The one on the left was a dead end on his chart. The one on the right led closer to the center but had 2 active nodes. He did a quick calculation. Both were manageable. We can move together, he said. Less chance they tweak the maze while we are in it if we stay in the same sector. Cedric hesitated. You trust me? He asked. You do not want Riddle back, Harry said. Neither do I. That is enough. Cedric nodded once. Right it is, he said. They moved. At the first node, the ground shook and a blast-ended Scroot dragged itself out of a gap in the hedge, shell gleaming, tail sparking. Cedric swore. Harry flicked his wand. A small concussive charm hit the beast under the belly where armor thinned, toppled onto its back, legs flailing. He followed with a binding spell that wrapped its legs and tail in thick ropes of light. The thing hissed and spat flame. The maze hedge caught. Fire licked up the leaves. Harry clicked his tongue. I am tired of fire today, he muttered. He carved a quick, tight cooling rune on the dirt with his wand tip and pushed magic through it. Cold air blasted up and smothered the flame in seconds, leaving only damp leaves and a sulking Scroot. Cedric stared. You make it look easy, he said. It is just keeping track of what you can control, Harry said. Do not engage with variables you did not invite. They pushed on. The second node held a swarm of small creatures with long fingers and sharp teeth that tried to drag them down by their ankles. Harry recognized them from obscure texts on Dark Fae. He stunned them in a broad sweep and used a levitation charm tuned to a narrow band so only their bodies lifted, leaving the ground untouched. Cedric laughed breathlessly as the last of them floated up and tangled together. Remind me never to play chess against you, Cedric said. You would lose, Harry said. Badly. They reached the center of the maze with fewer injuries than most stories of the task would ever admit. No one wanted to hear that half the danger had been poor planning on the part of adults who thought randomness made things dramatic. The cup sat on its pedestal, glittering. Up close, the extra charm around it was obvious. Darker blue than the official portkey pattern, keyed not to the front gates or the hospital wing, but to a remote point outside the ward structure. Harry could feel the pull like a hook waiting to lodge in his ribs. Cedric stepped forward, then stopped when Harry put an arm out. "Portkey," Harry said. "Not one of the official ones." Cedric swallowed. "Do we tell the judges?" he asked. "Not yet," Harry said. "If we trigger it without preparation, we go blind into enemy territory. If we do nothing, someone else will pick it up and vanish without warning. Neither outcome suits Ma." He breathed out and let his perception sink into the spell web around the cup. The original function was simple: trophy display, glow charm, link into the scoring wards. The portkey matrix was layered over that like a parasite. He could remove it. That would alert whoever had set it, but they already knew he existed. Better to see than to be pulled. He tapped his wand against the cup's base. A thin ring of light appeared under it, invisible to normal sight. He twisted his wrist. The parasitic portkey pattern spooled out of the cup like thread. For a second, the charm tried to grab onto him instead. He caught it in a tiny runic loop he had used before to store spells for later use. The matrix shrank and settled into the air between his fingers as a faint, glowing knot. "Later," he murmured. Cedric stared at the empty space where the knot hung. "Is it safe now?" he asked. "As safe as anything is," Harry said. "The cup will still move us if they have a standard finish ritual set. It will just move us where they said it would this time." Cedric looked at him. "We still have to decide who takes it," he said. Harry snorted softly. "We both do," he said. "You worked just as hard. I am not particularly interested in lifetime bragging rights." Cedric hesitated. "This matters to House Hufflepuff," he said. "We do not get chances like this." Harry considered that, then nodded. "Hold it with me," he said. "Let the records show a tie. It will irritate people who like simple narratives." Cedric grinned, eyes bright. "I am in," he said. They each took a handle. The cup flared. The familiar pull of portkey travel grabbed them, but this time it was clean, matching the official Hogwarts key signature. They landed at the front of the maze, in full view of the stands, to a roar of noise. The ceremony that followed was a blur of lights and shouting and flashes from magical cameras. Fudge waddled forward to shake their hands, face red with delight when he realized that his ministry would get to brag about hosting a safe tournament rather than a disaster. Bagman talked too fast about records and history. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff both had tight, bitter smiles that never reached their eyes. Dumbledore stood to the side, watching. Harry let Cedric field most of the praise. He answered direct questions with short, neat replies. He did not smile much. He did not need to. When the first cluster of foreign reporters pushed forward, Rita Skeeter at their head, Harry stepped up to the conjured podium before anyone else could. "Harry," Dumbledore said under his breath. Harry ignored him. Flashes popped. Quills scratched. "Harry," Rita said, her green quill twitching in her hand. "How does it feel to be the youngest winner of the Triwizard Tournament?" "It was not a win," Harry said. "It was a tie." Her smile froze for a second, then stretched wider. "Of course," she said. "How does it feel to tie with handsome Hufflepuff golden boy Cedric Diggory?" Cedric choked. Harry glanced at him. "It feels like the obvious outcome when you let more than one competent person into a maze," he said. The task was not a moral test. It was a puzzle. 2 people solved it at the same time. That is all. A low ripple ran through the watching crowd. Some laughed. Some scowled. Rita leaned forward. "Some people say you have done more than solve puzzles," she said. "They say you have been seen in the ministry in the middle of the night, that you have had private meetings with the headmaster, that you walked through the first task today as if it were an exercise. There are rumors that you know things about you-know-who that nobody else does." Murmur. The name did its work. Harry looked straight at her. "Tom Riddle," he said. Gasped. Rita's quill jittered and scratched faster to keep up. "Tom Marvolo Riddle," Harry repeated. "That is his name." Voldemort is a brand he made for himself. If you want to talk about him, use the name that belonged to the boy who thought splitting his soul into pieces was a path to safety. Dumbledore took a sharp breath behind him. Mr. Potter, Fudge said, voice high. Perhaps now is not the time. It is exactly the time, Harry said. He did not raise his voice. He did not have to. The amplifying charm on the podium did that for him. The Triwizard Tournament has always been about showing the strength and skill of the schools involved, he said. Today, you all watched me perform applied runic array theory in a live environment. That was not just a trick with a dragon. It was a demonstration of what happens when magic is treated as a science rather than a series of inherited reflexes. He let that hang for a beat. For 4 years, I have done the same work in private against Tom Riddle's anchors, he said. Some of that work has involved your institutions. Some of it has been done despite them. Rita leaned in so far she nearly fell. Anchors? She asked. Do you mean Horcruxes? Harry said. Soul jars. Magical anchors that tie a person to life by tearing their own soul into fragments and hiding those fragments in objects or bodies. The word rolled over the crowd in a heavy wave. Many witches and wizards did not understand the theory. They understood the horror in the tone. How many? Someone shouted. How many does he have? Harry's mouth thinned. Had, he said. Silence fell hard. Tom Riddle created at least 7 distinct soul anchors, Harry said. One bound to his original body. One that attempted to lodge in me the night he attacked my family. 5 that he stored in objects scattered across Britain. He counted them out in his mind. The diary, shredded and cleansed. The ring collapsed and stripped. The fragment in coral sequestered and burned out. The diadem ash in a hidden room. The failed attempt at his scar that Thoth had cut out before it could settle. 5 broken pieces of the same polluted soul. 5 of those arrangements are already irreversibly neutralized, Harry said. The words hit like another explosion. Rita's eyes went wide. Her quill scratched so fast it was almost a blur. Neutralized how? She demanded. Who authorized? No one authorized me, Harry said. That was part of the problem. For 13 years, the existence of these anchors was known to a small handful of people who chose not to act. They waited. They watched. They hoped events would line up in a way that fit their plans. He turned his head slightly and met Dumbledore's eyes. Dumbledore did not look away. I am not bound by those plans, Harry said. I am bound by Ma'at, by truth, by order. When a soul poisons the world by fracturing itself, the only acceptable outcome is its correction. I have spent 4 years executing a plan to do that. I have done so without public support, with limited institutional transparency, and in spite of attempts to manage me. Fudge sputtered. Now see here, young man, he began. Harry lifted a hand. The minister fell silent, more from shock than respect. I am not doing this to embarrass anyone, Harry said, but I will not allow any more games of mystery and half-truth. If the magical world wants to survive Tom Riddle, it needs to treat his existence as a technical problem, not a myth. It needs to know that 5 of his anchors are gone, and that the remaining fragments are unstable. He let his gaze sweep the crowd. I also need everyone in this audience to understand something very simple, he said. From this moment on, no one speaks for me in this war. Not the ministry, not the headmaster, not any secret group that meets in back rooms and feels very noble about it. If you want information, you come to me. If you are asked to follow a plan that contradicts Ma'at, you question it. Hermione's hand was over her mouth again. Ron looked like someone had hit him with a bludger and then handed him a book. Luna, far up in the stands, watched him with eyes that seemed to see something behind the words. Rita recovered first. Are you saying Dumbledore has been misleading the public? She asked, pouncing. That the ministry has been hiding. I am saying nothing you cannot confirm by asking simple, direct questions, Harry said. Ask the minister when he first heard the word Horcrux. Ask the headmaster when he first realized what Tom Riddle had done to his soul. Ask them both how long they have had access to basilisk venom and curse breakers. Then compare that to the date when I performed the first Ma'at cleansing protocol at age 12. Dumbledore's eyes closed for a second, then opened again. He looked very tired. "That will be all for now," he said, stepping forward. "Harry has been through a great deal. We will continue this discussion at another time." Harry stepped back from the podium on his own. He had said what he needed to say. The crowd broke into pockets of shouting. Some cheered. Some argued. Some pointed angry fingers at the ministry box. He slipped away along the edge of the platform before anyone could grab his arm. Luna found him on the balcony outside the unused classroom he liked for work that needed quiet. The night had gone cold. Stars hung over the black shape of the lake. The noise from the great hall came through the stone as a dull buzz. He leaned on the railing with both hands and let the chill stone steady him. His head did not pound. His chest did not hurt. He felt very clear. "Maat sounds very angry tonight," Luna said. Harry did not start. He had felt her step onto the balcony behind him. "Maat is not an emotion," he said. "It is a state. You can have angry states," she said. "You just call them something else." He glanced over his shoulder. "You think I was angry?" he asked. "You sounded like someone who finally put all the books back in the right order, and then realized someone had been kicking the shelves for years just to see you pick them up," Luna said. Harry considered that. The image was simple. Fit. "Yes," he said. "I suppose I did." She came to stand beside him, her hair a pale blur in the dark. "Do you feel better now that you said it?" she asked. He let out a slow breath. "I feel aligned," he said. "The public record now matches the real one more closely. That is good." "That is not what I asked," she said. He frowned. "I do not have time to examine my feelings about giving a speech," he said. "There are still 2 anchors to deal with. 3, if Tom did something stupid with a snake that I have not confirmed yet. The ministry reaction will shift the political field. Dumbledore will either fight me or decide to adjust. There is data to collect." Luna hummed. "You have time," she said. "You just keep spending it on numbers instead of on your own chest." He looked at her. "My chest is fine," he said. "Your heart is a muscle," she said. "It gets tired if you only use it to pump blood and never to feel things." He stared out over the lake again. "I cannot afford to fall apart because people finally heard the truth," he said. "Who said anything about falling apart?" Luna asked. "I just meant you could let yourself be proud, you know. You took 5 pieces of a monster out of the world and told everyone the truth in one evening. That is not nothing." Harry's fingers tightened on the railing. Pride was an emotion. Emotions were messy. They did not fit neatly in ledgers. "I did what had to be done," he said. "Yes," Luna said. "And you did it very well." Silence settled between them, not heavy, not light, just there. After a while, Harry's shoulders dropped a fraction. The tight coil in his stomach eased. So slowly he almost did not notice. "Thank you," he said quietly. "You are welcome," Luna said. "Try to sleep tonight. Even mind libraries need to close sometimes." He almost smiled at that. "I will try," he said. He did not promise. He did not calculate the odds. He just let the idea sit there. For the first time that night, the buzz of voices from the castle did not feel like a pressure on his skull. Felt distant, contained. He stood there with Luna a little longer, looking out over the dark water, and let himself breathe. The headline took almost the whole front page. "Boy who lived claims he destroyed he who must not be named as soul." Harry looked at it once, then set the prophet down beside his plate. The great hall buzzed. Owls still circled overhead, dropping late papers and letters. Half the school was huddled in little groups, pointing at his name, at the moving photograph of him at the podium the night before. In the picture he looked calm. In his chest he felt flat. Ron slid into the seat across from him with his own copy of the prophet already open. "You see what she wrote?" Ron said through a mouthful of toast. "She called you the Ma'at Messiah. That is mental." Hermione dropped into the seat next to Harry. Her hair was pulled back, quill already in her hand, ink smudged on her fingers. She had a different paper, the one from France. "They translated the speech," she said. "Mostly. They left out the bit where you told people to question plans that contradict Ma'at." "I checked." "Of course they did," Harry said. He poured himself tea. His hands did not shake. Students at the next table kept glancing over and then away again when he met their eyes. "Harry," Hermione said quietly, "you meant all that, right? About people coming to you instead of letting the Ministry and Dumbledore speak for you." "Yes," he said. She pressed her lips together. "That is going to make things difficult," she said. "They are not going to like it." "They were already making things difficult," Harry said. "Now they have to do it in public." Ron flipped a page. "Fudge gave an interview," he said. "Listen to this. He says, Minister Cornelius Fudge assures the public that rumors of dark soul magic are exaggerated and under control, and that Harry Potter is a brave but misinformed young wizard who has been heavily influenced by foreign ideas." "Misinformed," Hermione repeated, voice rising. A few heads turned. She lowered her voice again. "You literally did the work," she said. "You have the records." "Yes," Harry said. He did not feel angry. Anger would have been heat in his chest. This was just another line in the ledger. The minister had chosen denial. That made the future slightly more dangerous and slightly more predictable. Ron flicked the paper again. "He also says Dumbledore has been guiding you and that everything has been done under adult supervision," Ron said. Harry felt something tighten behind his ribs at that. "Did Dumbledore say that?" he asked. Ron frowned at the article. It says, when asked for comment, Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, expressed his full support for Mr. Potter and assured this reporter that all measures taken have been in keeping with the greater good of the wizarding world. Harry held out his hand. "Let me see," he said. Ron passed the paper over. The quote was short, neat, exactly the sort of thing that sounded harmless if you did not know what sat under it. Support. Greater good. No mention of Horcruxes. No mention of how long he had known. Hermione watched his face. "Harry," she said carefully. "He might have been cornered. They twist words. You know what Rita is like." "I know what the words are like," Harry said. "I know what he chose to say." The bench creaked as someone sat down on his other side. Luna laid her copy of the Quibbler on the table. The front page was a rough sketch of Harry standing in front of the podium with little dots of ink drawn around his head like stars. "The prophet printed the story like a scary fairy tale," she said. "Father wrote it like a report. Facts first, then worrying bits. It reads much better." Harry let go of the prophet and glanced at the Quibbler. The headline said, "Harry Potter announces Soul War status," in big uneven letters. Underneath, in smaller print, it said, 5 out of 7 anchors broken, remaining fragments unstable, do not panic yet." He felt the tightness in his chest loosen a little. "Thank you," he said. Luna smiled, small and sure. "Truth feels better when you put it in the right order," she said. "Even if it is still scary." A barn owl swooped down and dropped a letter right in front of Harry's plate. The envelope was dark and had Sirius cursed in small neat letters on the back, like somebody had argued with the quill halfway through the name. Harry recognized Remus's handwriting. He broke the seal. A short note slid out with another folded sheet behind it. "Harry, Sirius is pacing holes in the floor. The prophet just arrived. He wants to storm Hogwarts with a howler. I told him that would not help. We need to talk about the other piece you mentioned, the one you think is in my family house. Can you come to the Cliff House this afternoon? Remus. P.S. Bring any new data on Dumbledore. Sirius is still angry at him for the way Azkaban was handled, but he also keeps making excuses for him. It would help to know where we stand." Harry read it twice. The words about Dumbledore sat heavy. He folded the note and tucked it into his pocket. "I have to go out later," he said. Ron looked up. "Now?" he asked. "After classes," Harry said. "There is another anchor to clear." Hermione sucked in a breath. "The locket," she said. "Slytherin S. You are sure it is at Grimmauld Place?" "As sure as I can be without holding it," Harry said. "The genealogical data matches. Regulus Black, his change of heart, the last known movements of the Black family vault contents. It all points to there." "Do you want us with you?" Ron asked. The fact that he had to ask meant Harry had done a good job of not dragging them into every single operation. That had been deliberate. "No," Harry said. "The wards there are old and layered. I can move through them faster alone." Luna tilted her head. "You will not be alone," she said. Sirius and Remus will be there. And you will have Maat. Harry looked at her. I will be the only one in the middle of the array, he said. Yes, Luna said. That too. He thought for a second that she was going to argue. She did not. She just reached out and touched his sleeve, fingers light, then went back to her porridge as if nothing had happened. The cliff house smelled like smoke and dog shampoo. Sirius had thrown open most of the windows, but the wind only did so much. A large black dog had clearly shaken itself dry by the fireplace earlier. There were stray hairs in the air that caught the light. When Harry stepped out of the Portkey field, Sirius was already there. Pop, he said, crossing the room in 3 long strides. He looked more alive than he had that first night in the cave. His hair was still a tangle, but his eyes were clear, and there was color in his face. He grabbed Harry in a brief, hard hug and then held him back by the shoulders. Your speech, Sirius said. I nearly fell off the sofa. Harry felt himself flush, just a little. It needed saying, he said. It did, Remus said from the doorway. Remus had ink on his cuffs and a tired crease at the corner of his mouth. He gave Harry a faint smile that reached his eyes. Thank you for coming, he said. We should talk before we go anywhere near the old house. Harry nodded. Grimmauld Place first, he said. Then Dumbledore. Sirius snorted. You sound like you are drawing up a battle plan, he said. I am, Harry said. They moved into the small kitchen. It was already covered in parchment. Remus had drawn out a rough floor plan of Grimmauld Place from memory. Little notes were scribbled in the corners. Main entrance here, Remus said, tapping the top of the page. Old wards keyed to the Black bloodline. Dumbledore added order wards after Sirius offered the house. I do not know exactly what he layered on. Some of them were his personal work. I could feel it at the edges. So when I go in, I am walking through both. Harry said. Yes, Remus said. Which is why we wanted to call you. You are better at this than any cursebreaker I know. Sirius leaned over the plan, tracing a line with his finger. The locket, he said. Creature used to mutter about it. Regulus told him to destroy it, but he could not. Last I saw, Creature kept it in the pantry behind the old cleaning potions. Is Creature still in the house? Harry asked. Sirius grimaced. He is tied to the place, he said. I have not gone back since I moved here. I could not stand it. I asked Dumbledore to keep the order out for now. He said it was too useful as a base and that he would handle the wards. Harry went very still. He said that, Harry said. And he knew there was an anchor there. Sirius frowned. I never used that word with him, he said. I just told him about the locket and what Regulus did. Remus rubbed his forehead. I mentioned Horcrux theory at a meeting once, he said. He shut it down. Said it was not a topic for the order as a whole and that he was dealing with it. Harry watched them both. So he knew, Harry said. He had access to the locket. He had control of the house wards. He knew what it was, and he left it active in a building full of people he was using as soldiers. Remus looked sick. He may have been trying to watch who came for it, Remus said weakly. To track Death Eater activity. Then he should have told you, Harry said. He should have told the people sleeping under the same roof as a soul weapon. Sirius pushed away from the table, hands tight on the chair back. I trusted him with my house, Sirius said. I trusted him with my godson. Harry felt something cold and sharp slot into place in his mind. It was not new, not really. Just another piece of evidence lining up with the others. We will confirm, Harry said. Then we will decide what to do with that trust. He pulled the scribbled floor plan closer. Black wards first, he said. Then Dumbledore's. Then the curse around the locket itself. Then the Maat protocol on the anchor. One thing at a time. Sirius took a breath and let it out slowly. What do you need from us? He asked. Access, Harry said. A clear space to work. Someone watching the door while I focus. You will have it, Sirius said. Grimmauld Place fought them from the moment they stepped through the door. The hall was dark and smelled of dust and something sour that lived in the old curtains and would not leave. The portrait of Mrs. Black woke up at once and started screaming about blood traitors. Sirius swore and yanked the curtains shut around her. Same as ever, he muttered. Harry stood still for a moment and reached out with his senses. The black wards crawled over his skin like cold cobwebs. Old, heavy magic sunk deep into the stone. Under that, lighter layers from Dumbledore, more structured, like a net laid over a forest. He could taste the difference. Do not move, he said quietly. Remus and Sirius froze. Harry lifted his wand and traced a small circle in the air. A thin ring of light spread out from it, flowing down the hall, over the walls, through the floor. Where it met the black wards, it sank in and vanished. Where it touched Dumbledore's work, it bent. There, Harry said. A faint glow lit the doorway into the sitting room, hovering around the frame like mist. He stepped closer. Small runes glimmered in the air if he narrowed his eyes. Location tags, trigger sigils, emotional filters. A discreet listening charm tied into a wider network. He did put monitoring here, Harry said. Low level. Nothing that would trigger if you cast normal spells, but it logs who comes and goes and how agitated they are. Remus's mouth tightened. Sirius told him not to use the house for meetings, Remus said. He did it anyway. Harry traced the charm with his wand. It hummed with a signature he had seen before in the castle, in the little instruments in Dumbledore's office, in the wards around the headmaster's chair. He did not break it. Not yet. He marked it quietly in his own system and let it sit. Creature, Sirius called, voice echoing. Creature, front and center. There was a pop, and the house elf appeared in the corner of the hall, hunched and muttering under his breath. His eyes were red and watery. He glared at Sirius. Half-blood traitor master, Creature hissed. Creature remembers. Creature remembers when the house was pure. Sirius opened his mouth, anger already in his face. Harry stepped forward instead. Creature, Harry said. I am Harry Potter. I need to ask you something about Regulus. The elf turned his glare on Harry, faltered when he saw the scar. His eyes flicked to the faint glow of Harry's wand and back again. Master Regulus, Creature whispered. Master Regulus was a good boy. Wanted to make things right. I know, Harry said. He tried to destroy something for you. A locket with a snake on it. He told you to destroy it and you could not. Is it still here? Creature twisted his hands. Creature tried, he said. Creature tried to smash it, to burn it, to soak it, but it would not break. It burned Creature. It spoke to Creature. It is evil. I know, Harry said softly. It is not your fault it did not break. It was made to endure. I can destroy it. That is why I am here. Creature stared at him, breathing fast. You can? He whispered. Yes, Harry said. But I need to get to it. Is it still in the pantry? Creature nodded, slow and miserable. In the cupboard behind the elf-sized cloaks, he said. Master Dumbledore told Creature not to touch it. Said he would tell Master Sirius what to do with it when the time was right. He never did. Sirius swore under his breath. Harry felt that cold sharp feeling again. Another line in the ledger. He crouched so he was level with Creature's eyes. Creature, he said. Regulus died trying to undo what Tom Riddle did. You helped him. If you help me now, we finish what he started. That honors him. Creature's lips trembled. Master Regulus wanted the Dark Lord gone, he whispered. He did not want that thing in the house. Creature will help. Creature will show. Thank you, Harry said. The pantry was small and cramped, stacked with jars and bottles and old tin boxes. The air smelled of stale herbs and damp stone. Creature shuffled to the back, muttering, and pulled aside a row of tiny cloaks. Behind them, wedged into a crack in the wall, was a dull metal locket with a serpent's mark. Even dormant, it pushed at the air around it. Do not touch it, Harry said. He stepped forward carefully. The space was tight. Sirius and Remus stayed in the doorway. Creature pressed himself back against the shelves. Harry extended his wand and cast the first ring of his sequestration array on the floor around the crack. The gold lines spread over the stone like thin water, then rose up in a circle of light that wrapped the locket in a faint cage. The pressure in the air dropped a little. Stage 1. He switched spells, tracing a new pattern inside the first ring. This one was all about vibration. There was no fire, no sound that normal ears could hear, just a series of tiny movements in the light, each rune designed to shake a different layer of magic at a different frequency. The charm clinging to the locket woke up at once. Harry felt it like a shiver through the wand. Protective curses, many of them old, some of them newer, tangled around the object. He could feel the difference between the original Slytherin work and later additions. One thread in particular hummed with a familiar pattern. Dumbledore. Harry's jaw clenched. "Careful," Remus said quietly. "I am," Harry said. He adjusted the sonic runes, tuning them like strings. The light in the air vibrated faster. Small sparks jumped out of the locket, dark and greasy. Each spark hit the inner ring of the cage and vanished. The protective curses frayed. One by one, they snapped, the energy bleeding off into the ground. The Black Family's mark drifted away like smoke. A tight control charm that felt like it had been placed there to hold the locket in a specific place shuddered and broke. Only the Horcrux core was left, pulsing in the center, wrong and steady. Harry layered the second array over the first. This one was the same core protocol he had used with the diadem, but he had refined it. Instead of calling Fiendfire as a full beast, he pulled only the smallest possible strand of its nature, just enough destructive force to eat the soul fragment when given the right borders. The cage flared. Heat brushed his face. Sweat ran down his back under his shirt. He did not let the fire take form. It stayed as a tight coil of hard light inside the innermost ring, wrapped around the Horcrux like a hand closing on a small stone. The locket jerked. A faint, high sound came from it, thin and furious. Harry felt a push at the edge of his mind, an attempt to force fear into his chest, to make his heart race, to make him doubt. He swatted it away like a fly. "Stage 3, he said under his breath. He reached into the pocket at his belt and pulled out a pinch of Ma'at dust. It looked like ground sandstone. It did not fall straight down when he opened his fingers. It floated for a second, then flowed into the array like it had a mind. Light shifted, going from gold to a deeper, cleaner white. The flame tightened once, then went still. The fragment tore. He felt it go, a small, ugly knot snapping in the pattern of the world. The locket cracked. The metal dented inward, then blew apart silently. Shards hit the inner ring of the cage and disintegrated before they could bounce. When the last piece was gone, the light faded. Harry let out a slow breath and cancelled the arrays. Ash lay in the crack in the wall where the locket had been. Nothing moved. Creature made a raw sound Harry had never heard from him before. "Master Regulus," Creature whispered. "It is done. It is finally done." He sank to his knees on the pantry floor, shoulders shaking. Sirius stepped forward at once. He looked unsure, then knelt too, putting a hand on the elf's shoulder. "You did good," Sirius said gruffly. "You did what he asked, even if it took years. He would be proud." Creature sobbed harder. Remus stood in the doorway, eyes closed, jaw tight. Harry straightened slowly. His pulse was loud in his ears. His wand felt warm. He rubbed his thumb over the wood, grounding himself. The room smelled of old dust, sweat, and the faint metallic tang of burned magic. "Harry," Remus said after a moment. "You all right?" "Yes," Harry said. "The anchor is gone." "And the curses?" Sirius asked. "Stripped," Harry said. "Although there is something else." He turned back to the crack in the wall. The arrays were gone, but that familiar hum remained in the stone. He pushed his awareness into it, following the faint residue. A tiny sliver of Dumbledore's monitoring magic had been woven into the structure around the locket. Very subtle. It would not have interfered with the object. It just sat there, watching for changes, ready to send a signal when someone interfered. The array had burned most of it away. Enough remained for him to see the path it had taken. A runic trace was like unrolling a piece of thread to see where it went. He cast the spell, light, thin, and sharp. It hooked the faint residue and pulled. Lines appeared in the air, twisting out of the wall and stretching down the corridor. They were pale blue and barely there. Each one pulsed to the beat of someone else's heart. Harry followed them. Remus and Sirius exchanged a look, then followed him out of the pantry and down the hall. The lines led back to the sitting room, up and through the ceiling, then through the wall toward a point Harry recognized without needing to see it. The headmaster's office. He let the trace go before it could carry a report back. Dumbledore was watching the locket, Harry said. From his office. The same pattern exists here and in Grimmauld Place and in the castle. Sirius swore again, low and vicious. He knew, Sirius said. He knew and he just left it like bait. Remus sank into a chair. He would say it was necessary, Remus said dully, that he needed to know if Death Eaters went looking for it. Harry stared at the faint remnants of the line. That is not the problem, he said. The problem is that he did not tell any of you. He did not tell me. He let people live in a house with a sole weapon in the walls and did not give them informed consent. Remus flinched. Harry, he said, we all made decisions in this war. We all trusted things we maybe should not have trusted. I should have asked more questions too. I am not absolving anyone, Harry said. I am keeping the record straight. That is my job. He took another breath, slow and deliberate. And I am not done. The castle felt different when he came back that evening. The corridors were the same. The portraits snoozed in their frames. The ghosts drifted, whispering. Students laughed in the distance, relieved that the tournament was over. The wards hummed a little higher. Harry walked straight past the great hall and up the stairs toward the headmaster's office. The gargoyle shifted when it saw him. Sugar Quill, Harry said. It jumped aside at once. Apparently Dumbledore had no plans to keep him out by passwords anymore. That said enough. The staircase carried him up. The office door opened before he could knock. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. Fawkes perched nearby, feathers fluffed. The little instruments on the tables ticked and spun. Good evening, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry closed the door behind him. The click was quiet. We went to Grimmauld Place, he said. The locket is gone. Dumbledore's eyes flickered. I felt a disturbance in the wards there, he said. I assumed that was your work. Yes, Harry said. I removed the anchor and the curses around it. I am glad, Dumbledore said. That is one more piece of Tom's soul out of the world. You are doing remarkable work, my boy. Harry did not sit. You knew it was there, he said. You knew for years. You had control of the house wards. You had access to creature. You had access to basilisk venom and curse breakers. Yet you left it intact. Dumbledore's hands folded more tightly on the desk. As I said before, he said, there were reasons for caution. I did not have all the data. I believed Riddle might have set further traps that would spring if someone tampered with the locket. I also thought it might be useful to see if any of his followers went back for it. So you watched it, Harry said. You set a monitoring charm in the walls. You sat up here in your tower and kept a quiet tally while people slept in the same house. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. You traced my charm, he said. Yes, Harry said. He lifted his wand and cast the runic trace again, this time inside the office. Lines bloomed in the air, thin and pale, stretching from several of the little instruments on the side tables out through the walls and down into the castle. One ran to the Gryffindor Tower, one to the Hufflepuff common room, one down into the dungeons near Snape's quarters, one out into the grounds. Each thread pulsed faintly. Dumbledore's eyes went very still. Turn that off, he said quietly. Harry cancelled the spell. The lines vanished. They are still there even if we cannot see them, Harry said. Watches on key allies. Notices when people become too agitated. Low-level spells woven into the school that keep track of me even when I am not in your direct line of sight. You told me you would consider what I said about monitoring me. You did not remove them. You doubled down. I never said I removed them, Dumbledore said. I said I would think on your words. You told Rita and the other reporters that everything I did was under adult supervision, Harry said. You implied you had guided all of this. You did not mention that you had refused to act on information about anchors while a 12-year-old, then a 13-year-old, then a 14-year-old did the work instead. Harry, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair, the public cannot absorb everything at once. They would panic. They would tear apart institutions that still have value. Sometimes one must choose what truths to reveal and when. Harry watched him. His heart beat steady. His hands were dry. The emotion that sat under his ribs now was not flatness. It was something heavy and clear. You made that choice for everyone, Harry said. You decided how much truth they could handle. You decided how much danger your allies were allowed to know they were in. You decided to lie by omission when you told them you were dealing with it. Dumbledore's jaw clenched. I have carried the burden of these decisions for a very long time, he said. I did so to spare children like you from having to do so. You failed, Harry said. They both let that hang in the air. Fawkes shifted on his perch, feathers rustling. Harry took a step closer to the desk. I am not angry that you made mistakes, he said. I am not naive enough to think leaders can move through war without error. I am angry that you looked me in the face, told me you were considering my words, and then continued to watch and steer me without my consent. That is the first lie I am naming out loud. There may be more. Dumbledore flinched. I was trying to keep you safe, he said. You do not understand what it is to watch generations of children walk into danger. You do not know what it costs to risk telling the whole truth when you fear it will break them. Harry thought of Creature shaking in the pantry, of Sirius's face when he realized what had been left in his parents' house, of Remus slumped in a chair, guilt in his shoulders. They were already broken, Harry said. They just did not know why. Dumbledore looked older than Harry had ever seen him. The lines around his mouth dug in deep. Would you have done differently? Dumbledore asked quietly. If you had been in my position from the start with only fragments of information, would you have told the world? Would you have risked panic? Collapse? Perhaps open war before we were ready? Yes, Harry said. There was no hesitation. I would have built a system that could handle truth from the beginning, he said. I would not have made it about one man and his secrets. I would have created a framework for evidence, for transparency. I would have trusted people to rise to it instead of assuming they could not bear it. Dumbledore let out a rough breath. You are speaking with the wisdom of hindsight, he said. I am speaking with the training I had, Harry said. I was raised by a god of knowledge. You were not. That is not a moral fault. But it does mean I am better at this part than you. You should have stepped back when it became clear. Silence fell again. You intend to take control of this war, Dumbledore said at last. I intend to align it with Ma'at, Harry said. If that means taking control away from people who lied, then yes. Dumbledore sank back into his chair. And if I refuse to step aside? He asked. If I continue to place protections and make plans and speak to the public as I see fit? Harry looked at him. Then you become another variable I account for, he said. Not a partner, not a mentor. Just a factor that increases risk. He lifted his wand again. This is not a threat, he said. It is a correction. He cast the trace once more, this time with a different pattern. The map of Dumbledore's charms flashed into being, then shivered. Harry whispered a word in the Thothian tongue. The lines snapped, one after another, like strings cut with a knife. The little instruments on the tables crackled and spat, their glass faces fogging. Dumbledore stared, shocked. You had no right, Dumbledore said sharply. Those were part of the school's safety net. They were part of your safety net, Harry said. They were not transparent. They were not consented to. They broke Ma'at. You are not a god, Dumbledore said. You do not get to decide what is just for everyone else. I am not deciding alone, Harry said. I am following rules that predate both of us. You invited chaos into this by letting Tom fracture his soul without correction. I am cleaning up after both of you. The words hung there, harsh, true. Fawkes let out a soft sound, half song, half sigh. Dumbledore looked down at his hands. I have tried, he said quietly, for so long, to fix what I broke as a young man, to make sure no one made the mistakes I did. And in doing so, Harry said, you made new ones. He stepped back from the desk. This is not a final trial, he said. This is me drawing a boundary. From now on, you do not play spells on me or my allies without our consent. You do not use my name to lend weight to plans I did not write. You do not speak as if you created the work I did. Dumbledore looked up. And if I overstep, he said. Then I cut you out of the plan entirely, Harry said. I do not want that. It would be inefficient. You have knowledge I do not. But I will do it if I have to. He turned toward the door. Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry paused. I am sorry, Dumbledore said quietly. For the lies. For the omissions. For the years you had to carry pieces of this alone. Harry did not turn back. Being sorry is not the same as being different, he said. Show me you can be different. Then we can speak as peers again. He left the office without waiting for a reply. He did not go back to the tower. He walked instead to the 7th floor corridor, past the ugly troll tapestry, past the place where the room of hidden things had opened before. Hogwarts watched him with its old stone. I need a place with no eyes but mine, he said. A door formed in the wall. Not the same one as before. This one was plain and narrow. Inside, the room was simple. A bed, a desk, a window that looked out over the lake. No portraits. No little instruments ticking in the corners. Just stone and wood and the quiet sound of water in the distance. He stepped inside and closed the door. His wards snapped into place at once. A soft ripple in the air. No one could open the door without his permission now. No charm could cross the threshold without going through his arrays first. He set his wand on the desk and sat on the edge of the bed. For the first time that day, he let himself feel tired. His shoulders ached from the strain of holding arrays for hours. His throat felt rough from speaking in front of crowds and then arguing in small rooms. There was a dull pressure at the base of his skull from focusing too long on tiny lines of magic. He pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes for a second. A knock sounded at the door. Harry! Luna's voice came through, soft. The castle told me where you went. Of course it had. He had not told the stone to hide his location from everyone yet. Hogwarts still counted him as part of its structure. He stood and opened the door a crack. Luna stood there with her school bag slung over one shoulder, hair a little messier than usual, eyes clear. Hello, she said. Hello, he said. They looked at each other for a moment. Did you destroy the locket? She asked. Yes, he said. The anchor is gone. Good, she said. You look tired. I am, he said. Do you want company? She asked. Or do you want to be alone and not feel guilty about it? He thought about that. Alone, he said. But I do not want you to think you have done anything wrong. She smiled a little. I did not, she said. You are allowed to choose solitude. Just do not stay away for so long that you forget how to talk. He almost smiled back. I will try not to, he said. She shifted her bag on her shoulder. Father is putting together a follow-up article, she said. He wants to use your words about treating this as a technical problem instead of a myth. I will send you a draft so you can correct any mistakes. Thank you, he said. That helps. Luna stepped forward suddenly and stood on her toes. She pressed a light kiss to his cheek. It was quick and soft, more like a promise than anything else. Do not forget that you are a person as well as an architect, she said. You are allowed to feel things about betrayal. The word sat between them. He swallowed. I will log it, he said. Not just in your head, she said. In here too. She tapped his chest gently with 2 fingers. He nodded once. I will try, he said again. That is enough for tonight, she said. She stepped back. He watched her walk away until she turned the corner and vanished. Harry closed the door. The room felt bigger now that he knew nobody could watch him without his say. The silence was not empty. It was chosen. He lay back on the bed fully dressed and stared at the ceiling. One more anchor gone. One line aimed. One network cut. The ledger in his head adjusted. He let the numbers fade for once and just lay there, listening to the distant sound of the lake and the beat of his own heart in the quiet room. The chamber was already loud when Harry finished his sentence. And that is why every act of magical surveillance on a citizen must be logged, reviewed, and signed with a traceable mark that cannot be hidden behind sentiment, he said. The sound that followed was not polite applause. It was a low, unsettled roar. Robes rustled. Wands clicked against the wood of desks. Someone shouted that it was an outrage. Someone else shouted that it was about time. Harry stood alone in the center of the Wisengamot floor, ring of enchanted gold tiles under his boots, head tipped slightly back so he could watch the floating lattice of light above him. Lines of pale blue script hung in the air, drawn straight from his runes, turning slowly so every witch and wizard could see. Each thread of light carried a tiny name tag. Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, Arthur Weasley, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, dozens more. Each tag ended in the same symbol for a specific type of charm and its frequency of use. Surveillance, emotional steering, location tagging. The magic responded to his voice, highlighting the threads when he spoke. Madame Bones lifted her head from the front bench. Her monocle threw a sharp flash of light. "Mr. Potter," she called over the noise. "For the record, repeat your conclusion." Harry's throat felt dry. He swallowed once and let his eyes slide down from the lattice to her stern face. "The data shows sustained use of covert monitoring and emotional influence charms on private individuals outside any open warrant," he said. "These were cast by Albus Dumbledore and, in a smaller number of cases, by members of groups under his direct authority. None of them were declared. None of them were reviewed. They were justified with vague phrases that do not stand up to measurement." He paused. The ache in his chest had been a steady background since Grimmauld Place. It flared now, sharp and sudden. He pressed his palm once against his robe, then dropped his hand again. "This violates Ma'at," Harry continued. "Truth and order require transparency. If you accept that logic from me when I tell you how to remove a fragment of a soul, you do not get to pretend you do not understand it when it applies to your own decisions." A witch in deep green robes half rose from the right side of the chamber. "We are not followers of foreign gods, boy," she snapped. "This is the Ministry of Magic, not some Egyptian temple." Several members murmured agreement. Cornelius Fudge puffed his cheeks and glanced between Harry and Bones, as if hoping they would fight each other and forget he existed. Harry turned his head toward the woman in green. "Ma'at is not foreign," he said. "You already use it every time you decide that evidence matters more than gossip. I just gave you the numbers for where you chose to ignore that." He flicked his fingers. The lattice spun. New lines of light brightened, focusing on the paths that led straight from Dumbledore's wand to the names of students who should never have carried invisible instructions in their skin. There was a rustle from the public gallery. Someone swore quietly. Harry heard his own name in a whisper, then the title the prophet loved. "Scholar elected." The boy who knew. Amelia Bones raised her hand. "Order," she said. "Sit down, Augusta." Augusta Longbottom snorted but subsided, the vulture on her hat bobbing in disapproval. Bones faced Harry again. "Your proposal, Mr. Potter," she said. "Summarize it simply for those who do not read abstract arithmancy journals for entertainment." A few people snorted. Harry did not smile. "First," he said, "we codify what counts as surveillance and emotional influence. Second, we require registration of every such spell used in law enforcement or education. Third, we create an independent panel that reviews those records with access to the trace data I just showed you. No more private tracking webs. No more saying the end justifies the means and hoping nobody notices. And if that panel is corrupted as well," someone called from the back row. "What then, Potter? You think your perfect little lines of light will stop that?" Harry looked up at the lattice again. The same ache pinched behind his eyes. He could see the pattern as clearly as he had seen the Horcrux signatures. Violence of a different sort. People who thought they were allowed to press on minds because they hurt less than curses. "No system is perfect," he said. "Human choices always introduce noise. You cannot remove chaos, but you can limit the places it is allowed to sit. Right now, that chaos lives in private decisions of powerful wizards who answer to no one. This is an improvement." A low, tired sigh ran through the chamber. Madame Bones glanced around, weighing faces. "You have already forced us to accept Ma'at in one place," she said. "The release of Sirius Black. The reforms in evidence handling. We agreed then that verifiable truth had to stand above reputation. I see no reason to pretend that changes here. Someone muttered about dangerous precedents. Another mentioned international pressure. Harry listened, but his attention had already split, half of it watching the changing lines in the lattice, calculating the odds of this passing outright versus being watered down through compromise. His mind supplied numbers, probabilities, decision trees. None of them accounted for the way his ribs hurt when he thought of Ron's expression in Grimmauld Place, or Hermione's stammered explanations, or the way Dumbledore had looked at him like he was a tragic mistake that needed to be guided. You chose this, he told himself. You set the parameters for your own life. Still, his hands trembled. Bones brought her gavel down once. We will move to a vote on the Potter reforms, she said. All in favor of establishing an independent oversight panel for surveillance magic and accepting his trace data into permanent record. Wands rose. Cloaks stirred. Harry counted without meaning to. More than 2/3. Then a cluster of hesitant hands following the majority. All against, Bones called. Fewer. Harry exhaled. The lattice above dimmed at his will. Threads of light snapped back into the small set of runes circling his wrist, then sank into his skin. The ache in his chest stayed. Bones met his eyes as the room broke into frantic conversation. You have your transparency, Mr. Potter, she said quietly. The wizarding world is not used to being looked at this clearly. Do not expect them to thank you for it. I do not, Harry said. Gratitude is not a required variable. Her mouth tightened, but there was something like respect in her gaze. Go home, she said. Eat something. You look like you are about to fall over. I have further models to run for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Harry replied. Eat something first, she said. That is an order from the head of the department, not a request. He hesitated, then gave a short nod. Understood. The crowd in the corridors was worse. Reporters swarmed the doorway as soon as Harry stepped out of the chamber. Quills shook like eager beaks. Flashbulbs popped hard enough to make his eyes sting. Mr. Potter, a word. Harry, is it true you called the chief warlock a source of chaos to his face? Do you think the public can handle the full truth about he who must not be named losing ground? Harry raised a hand. The nearest cameras and quills bounced off an invisible line and slid sideways, as if the air itself had decided to avoid him. The reporters stumbled and gaped. Please do not attempt physical contact, he said, voice flat. The charm is automatic and I have no interest in adjusting it for bruised egos. Rita Skeeter pushed forward anyway, blonde curls flicking. So cold, Potter, she cooed. You burn down half of the old ways and you cannot even spare a smile. The readers love a hero, you know. A little warmth would play very well. Harry studied her like a curious insect. You want a quote, he said. Always. Fine. Write this. The only thing I burned down today was the lie that your leaders know better than you what should happen inside your own mind. Quills scratched furiously. A few faces behind Rita turned thoughtful. Harry watched that with the same part of his mind that had measured wand movements and Horcrux signatures. New branches on a decision tree. Are you calling Albus Dumbledore a liar? Rita pressed. I already proved he cast spells he denied casting, Harry said. You may attach whichever noun you prefer. Her eyes shone. She opened her mouth for another question, but the ache in Harry's ribs twisted hard. For a moment he could see Ron in the corridor at Grimmauld Place. Freckles pale, voice cracking. Hermione with tears streaking her cheeks and words piled against his cold, final sentence. You treated us like variables, her voice whispered in memory. Harry stepped back. The reporters bounced off the invisible line again. No further questions, he said. I have work. He folded space with a thought, lines of silent runes blooming around him like neat, bright petals. The corridor, the cameras, the gaping faces all snapped away. Stone replaced polished wood. Cooler air touched his skin. Harry stood at the top of the astronomy tower, Hogwarts spread out below in the fading light. The breeze tugged at his hair. The sky over the lake was clear, soft, and full of small white points waiting for true dark. His heart was hammering. He set his hand on the low stone wall and breathed, careful and slow. In. Count 4 in. Count 4 out. It did not help as much as it usually did. The numbers felt muddy. His chest still hurt. It is just an after effect of spell work, he told himself. Magical fatigue. Residual stress from argument. All measurable. The memory of Hermione's face did not agree. You did not say goodbye to anyone. The voice floated over his shoulder, dreamy and calm. Harry did not start. He had already registered the faint ripple in the air behind him. The easy, familiar way the castle itself bent just a little when certain people moved through it. He turned his head. Luna Lovegood stood by the stair, a stack of worn books hugged to her chest. Her radish earrings were gone. In their place she wore 2 small pieces of twisted bronze that hummed faintly, as if they had collected a bit of starlight. Her hair was a pale tangle around her face. Her eyes were wide and clear. I did not come here to say goodbye, Harry said. You left the ministry, Luna replied. You left a room full of shouting adults and you came up here. That feels like a goodbye to something. She walked toward him without waiting for an answer, each step quiet. The tower did a strange thing that only he and a few others could feel. A slight adjustment of stones, letting the space be a little more private around them. Harry noticed the adjustment the way he noticed a change in temperature. He chose not to comment. I had no further business with them, he said. Luna stopped beside him and leaned her elbows on the wall. The books slid to the stone with a soft thump. The wind caught a loose page and tried to lift it. Harry reached out and pinned it down. He realized, belatedly, that his hand was shaking. Luna watched his fingers, then his face. You did a very loud thing, she said. You pulled a rug out from under a very old table. It was not a rug, Harry said. It was a mass of unrecorded spells that violated basic standards of order. And the table is not old. It is just used to sitting on other people without asking. Luna tilted her head. That is a very neat way to say you upset a great many people, she murmured. You know the prophet showed your picture in every edition today. You looked like you wanted to disappear. I do not want to disappear, Harry said. I want corrupt systems to disappear. There is a difference. Her mouth curved a little. And yet you came up here alone. I prefer to think, he said. You prefer to avoid, Luna replied, gentle. The words landed like a small, sharp stone. Harry felt something twist under his ribs again. His hand curled slowly on the stone. You have been reading my runes again, he said. I always read your runes, Luna said easily. You draw them in the air when you talk. You know that, yes. I do not draw them, Harry said, frowning. I map variables. It is more efficient to visualize the links. Luna hummed under her breath. You stood in front of the Wisengamot with the truth floating above your head, she said. Lines of light connecting what people did to what they pretended to be. It was beautiful. He frowned harder. It was not meant to be beautiful. It was meant to be clear. Sometimes those are the same thing, she said. Silence stretched for a moment. The breeze rose and dropped. Far below, Harry could hear faint shouts from the pitch where some students were finishing a match. The sound did not reach him properly. It was like listening through glass. He realized he was grinding his teeth. He forced his jaw to unclench. How many letters did you get? Luna asked suddenly. Harry blinked. Letters. From foreign schools, she said. From researchers. From people who like equations, and from people who are afraid of you, and from people who want to touch the edge of a god and hope it rubs off on them. Her tone was light, but her eyes were sharp. Harry looked back at the lake. Many, he said. Most of them are unhelpful. They ask for secrets they would not understand and offer flattery as currency. It is inefficient. And the helpful ones? Luna asked. Very few, he said shortly. And letters from friends. The ache twisted again. Harry stared at the distant line of the forest. Ron tore up the first letter halfway through writing it, he said. He did not send the second. Hermione tried to justify everything she did not know she was doing. I returned both letters unwritten. It is better for them to move on. That is not an answer, Luna said. It is the only stable solution, he replied. Luna watched him for a long moment. Do you know what I see when I look at you? She asked. Harry almost said data. He stopped himself. What? I see a library that never lets anyone pass the front desk, she said softly. Shelves full of answers, and signs that say no entry without permission. People bang on the glass. You write notices, efficient ones, very polite, and then you sit behind the desk and pretend you cannot hear them. He turned his head quickly. That is an overly dramatic image, he said. This is not about access. It is about contamination. Dumbledore used people as focus stones. He turned them into variables without telling them. If I keep my distance, I protect them. And who protects you? Luna asked. The question slid in under his guard. His mouth opened. Thoth, he almost said. The archive. The answers felt thin. I do not require protection, he said instead. I have knowledge. Knowledge is not a blanket, Luna replied. It does not keep you warm. He gave a short, hard laugh. I do not need to be warm, he said. She did not smile. That is not true, she said quietly. You are shivering. Harry looked down at his own hands again. The tremor was obvious now, running through his fingers into the stone. His chest felt tight. His eyes burned. He reached for the familiar cure. Numbers. Define the discomfort. Fit it to a model. This is frustration, he told himself. Or grief. Or anger. All of them have measurable effects. Elevated pulse. Rapid breathing. Muscular tension. He catalogued each sign as it appeared, mental quill scratching inside his skull. His heart thudded too fast. His breath came short. His shoulders hurt from holding them straight. There was a strange buzzing behind his eyes, as if he had stared at runes for too long. He heard his own voice in his head, clinical and calm. You are experiencing a spike in emotional response. This will fade. Do not indulge it. Stop. The word was soft but firm. Luna had shifted closer without him noticing. She reached out and caught his wrist. The skin contact was a shock. Harry flinched. The automatic spatial charm tried to slide her away. He felt the thin, transparent barrier form between their skin. Luna frowned and lowered her eyes to his wrist. Tell it to move, she said. It is a safety measure, Harry replied. I cannot control every reflex while this many people are interested in my body. Her nose wrinkled slightly. I am not interested in your body, she said. I am interested in your hand. She lifted her gaze to his, steady and clear. Tell it to move, she repeated. Harry stared at her. The charm pulsed between their skin, waiting for his choice. It would be easy to leave it, to keep her at a precisely safe distance, measured in fractions of an inch, exactly as he had done with Vernon and the Dementors and every enemy who had tried to cross that line. He swallowed. The ache in his chest did not feel like an enemy. He exhaled through his nose and flicked a tiny set of runes inside his mind, canceling the reflex ward just at the point where her fingers touched his. Warmth bled through at once. Her grip was not tight, but it was solid. There, Luna said, satisfied. See, the world did not end because someone touched you. That is not how entropy works, Harry muttered. Entropy is not the only force in the universe, she said. He did not answer. They stood like that for a while, side by side, hands touching. The wind tugged at their robes. The sky deepened, more stars appearing, scattered and bright. Harry tried not to count them. You are trying to make sense of feelings by treating them like errors, Luna murmured. You look at grief and anger and whatever this is, and you think there must be a correct answer that solves them. There is not. There is always a correct answer, Harry said, automatic. If there is a problem, there is a solution. Every curse has a counter. Every arithmetic equation has a value for unknowns. You just have to find it. Luna shook her head very slightly. Feelings are not unknowns, she said. They are not mistakes in the numbers. They are part of the system. You cannot calibrate a spell without observing the response. You cannot calibrate yourself without actually feeling what you feel. I am feeling it, Harry snapped. His voice came out sharper than he meant. I am standing here with my hand shaking and my chest hurting and my head full of noise. Is that not enough? Luna did not flinch. It is not, she said, because you are watching yourself like a patient. You are standing outside your own body and taking notes. You will go back to the archive later and write a very neat line about how long you were sad and how quickly you recovered. That is not the same as letting it in. He stared at her. What does letting it in even mean? He demanded. I cannot afford to fall apart. There is still one external anchor to remove. There is still a fragment in my head. There is still a decaying soul trying to claw its way back to form. I cannot waste time drowning in my own reaction to things that already happened. Luna's fingers tightened on his wrist. Listen to yourself, she said. Her voice was still soft, but there was steel under it now. You talk about your own life like a report. You say things like fragment and anchor and decaying soul, and you forget that the child who carried that fragment went to sleep alone in a room full of books while a god measured his breathing. Harry's throat closed. His vision blurred for a moment. He saw the archive, endless rows of shelves, the quiet hum of enchanted devices. Thoth's calm, unreadable face as he spoke about purification and law. He saw himself small and precise, reading texts that did not belong in any childhood, learning to hold his magic still, learning to erase any reaction that did not match the model. You were never allowed to be messy, Luna said quietly. You were never allowed to break. You think that if you do, everything will collapse. But Harry, she stepped closer. Their shoulders touched now. The world did not fall apart when you shouted at Dumbledore, she said. The sky did not crack when you told Ron and Hermione to leave. You changed things. They hurt. They will go on. So will you. You are not a spell that fails if one number shakes. He swallowed again. The muscles in his jaw hurt. His heart pounded like he had just sprinted the length of the pitch. I do not know how to do this, he said suddenly. The words broke out of him without calculation. I know how to build a runic cage that can hold cursed fire. I know how to map the trajectory of a soul fragment. I do not know how to be angry without cutting everything off. I do not know how to care about people without turning them into risks. Luna's eyes softened. That is the first honest thing you have said about yourself in 3 days, she murmured. He let out a rough breath. I have told you plenty of honest things, he protested weakly. You have told me true things, she said. Facts. Data. Not the inside of your chest. She reached up with her free hand and touched the space just over his heart, pressing lightly through the fabric. This part, she said. You keep this part wrapped in numbers. You give it neat labels. You call it frustration or guilt or pragmatic necessity. You are terrified of what it might do if you stop naming it and just feel it. He looked down at her hand. His own chest rose and fell under her fingers, fast and unsteady. The last time I let something sit in my chest without control, it burned a scar into me, he said, voice low. It tried to decide my life for me. That is not fear. That is experience. Luna's expression flickered. She slid her hand away from his chest to his fingers instead, interlacing them with his. I am not a fragment of someone else, she said. I am not a curse. I am just Luna. I will not eat your mind if you let me stay there for a bit. A strange sound escaped him. Half laugh, half sob. That is not how minds work, he said. Exactly, she replied. You cannot control mine. Cannot control yours. That is the point. Silence settled again, thicker this time. The sky above them had gone deep and dark. The stars were sharp now, shallow points of light scattered in no obvious pattern. Harry could have mapped them. He could have drawn invisible lines between them and named formulas for distance and color. He knew the equations. He had read them in ancient texts and modern books. It would have been easy. He did not. I keep trying to fit you into a model, he said quietly. I watch the way you speak, the way you notice things. I thought you were noise. Then the noise lined up with hidden patterns and I tried to make a new model. It does not work. You are an error that will not go away. Thank you, Luna said. He blinked at her. That was not a compliment, he said. It was, she replied. You are finally admitting that not everything can be pinned down. That some parts of magic and people are meant to be unpredictable. Heka is not a list. It is a river. Ma'at is the bed that guides it. But the water still moves. He almost protested that she was dragging theology into this. He stopped himself. He remembered the way Thoth had spoken of both. Law and power, structure and flood. You want me to loosen the rules, he said. I want you to write one new rule, she said. Just one. It can sit at the bottom of all the others. He frowned faintly. What rule? He asked. She leaned closer, eyes bright. Not everything needs to be solved, she whispered. The words landed with more force than any curse. For 1 second the tower, the school, the entire world seemed to tilt. Not everything needs to be solved. Harry's first instinct was to argue. That is lazy. That is dangerous. That lets people die. But the image came again. Himself in the archive, 10 years old, sitting on cold stone with a scroll half unrolled and numbers blurring. Wanting someone to take the quill from his hand and say it was all right to go to sleep without answering every line. He realized his eyes were wet. He blinked, startled. A tear slid down his cheek. Luna's thumb brushed it away before he could move. It hurts, he said, almost amazed. Yes, she said simply. It does. For a moment Harry let it. He stopped cataloging the tightness in his chest. He stopped measuring the heat behind his eyes. He did not think about cause and effect or long-term consequences. He just stood there, hand in hers, and let the hurt sit where it wanted to sit. Grief for the life he never had. Anger at Dumbledore. Loss of Ron and Hermione. Fear of what came next. All of it, tangled and raw, crowding into a space he had kept empty on purpose. He could feel his own magic reacting, pulsing under his skin. Not out of control. Just present. Loud. He did not push it away. You are shaking, Luna said softly. I know, he said. Good, he snorted. You have a very strange idea of good, he muttered. Luna smiled. A small, crooked thing that made her look more real than any of her dreamy stares. Chaos is not always bad, she said. Sometimes it means you are alive. He looked at her. Really looked without trying to calculate her. She was not a set of numbers. She was a girl with ink on her fingers and hair that never stayed straight and eyes that saw things he did not because she was not afraid to let them be strange. Harry's heart lurched. His breath hitched. Luna, he said. Yes, I am going to do something that is probably unwise, he said. Her smile widened just a little. All right, she said. We can make a list for Thoth later. He almost laughed again. There will be no list, he said. He lifted his free hand and cupped her cheek. Her skin was warm, softer than he expected. She went very still, eyes wide, but she did not pull away. For a moment he hesitated. Every instinct trained in the archive screamed at him to step back, to classify this, to consider possible outcomes. Friend complications, mission risk, emotional leverage. Not everything needs to be solved. He leaned in. The kiss was brief and clumsy. He had no prior data to work from. Their noses bumped. His lips landed slightly off-center. Luna made a surprised sound against his mouth, then relaxed. Her hand slid up from his wrist to the back of his hand on her cheek, anchoring him there. Heat rushed through him, sharp and dizzying. His heart hammered. His thoughts tried to arrange themselves into commentary, then broke apart. There was only the press of her mouth, light and honest. The faint taste of tea. The gentle scrape of her fingers against his knuckles. He drew back after a few seconds, breath uneven. Luna blinked up at him. Her cheeks were pink. Her hair was more of a mess than before. Well, she said very softly. That was quite a recalibration. Harry felt himself flush. For once, he did not try to measure it. I am not very good at that yet, he said. I liked it, she said. You did not plan every second. You were just you. He searched her face. This does not compromise the mission, he said. If you are worried about that, you are still the best candidate as emotional anchor for the excision ritual. Possibly the only one. Luna laughed, bright and breathless. You just kissed me and your next sentence was about ritual roles, she said. You truly are impossible. I am learning, he said, a bit helpless. Yes, she said. You are. She leaned up on her toes and brushed her lips against his again, quick as a whisper. This time he did not freeze. He let his eyes close. When they opened, the sky seemed a little clearer. Luna stepped back half a pace but did not let go of his hand. The world is watching you dismantle a monster by turning evil into equations, she said. They are very impressed. They are also terrified. That is all right. But you do not have to be alone while you do it. He drew in a slow breath. Ron and Hermione are still gone, he said quietly. For now, she replied. People change slower than magic. They might come back. They might not. Either way, that is not a problem you can solve by yourself on a tower in the dark. He looked down at their joined hands. I do not know what to do with you, he admitted. You do not have to know, she said. Just do not push me away because I do not fit in a box. He nodded once. All right, good, she said. Now, you are coming to the common room. The others will pretend not to talk about what you did at the ministry. You will pretend not to notice. I will sit next to you and kick you under the table if you start running silent calculations when someone asks how you are. You cannot kick me under the table, he said. My reflex wards will shift your foot. She lifted their joined hands. Then I will do this, she said, swinging them lightly. And if that does not work, I will remind you that you kissed me and you cannot tidy that away with algebra. He felt his ears go hot. Luna, yes, please do not say that in front of the entire school, he said. She beamed. No promises. They walked down the stairs together. The castle seemed to breathe with them. Stones settling, torches flaring a little brighter as they passed. Harry could feel the usual flow of information around him, the soft hum of wards and whisper of portraits, the faint traces of spells woven through the walls. For the first time in a long time, he did not immediately translate every sensation into a line of script. He was still the scholar elected. He was still the child raised by a god who measured law in stars and numbers. He was still the wizard who had taken apart pieces of a dark lord like faulty components and shown them to the world. He was also a boy with ink on his fingers and a girl at his side, walking toward a common room full of whispering students. The ache in his chest was still there. It no longer felt like pressure waiting to explode. It felt like room being made for something new. Not everything needs to be solved, he thought again. Some things just need to be lived. He tightened his hand around Luna's, and for once, did not check the variables. Sources. The plan was already on the table when Harry arrived. Literally. Sirius had cleared the Cliff House kitchen of everything except a pot of tea and a mess of parchment. Floor plans, curse diagrams, a rough sketch of vault tunnels. Someone had underlined Gringotts 3 times. Remus sat at the end of the table with his sleeves rolled up and ink on his hands. Sirius paced behind him. Madame Bones stood near the window, arms folded, watching the sea like she expected it to argue. Harry stepped out of the portkey field and the wards settled around him with a quiet click. You took your time, Sirius said. We were starting to think you stopped for a snack with the goblins without us. I came straight here, Harry said. He pulled out a chair and sat, eyes on the papers. Remus slid one toward him. Lestrange family vault, Remus said. Primary contender for the cup. We cross-checked every record we could find. Withdrawals, transfers, visits before and after Riddle went full mask and ritual. It points here. Harry scanned the notes. The numbers were neat, dates arranged in small columns. He could see the pattern at a glance. Bellatrix, he said. Last confirmed visitor before Azkaban. Unusual increase in security charms attached to that vault alone. Goblin notes about restricted access. Yes. It fits. Bones stepped closer. You are sure it is the cup, she said. Not simply cursed gold. Harry looked up at her. Yes, he said. The residue matches the other anchors. Same fracture in the soul pattern. Same attempt to latch onto whatever holds it. Wonderful, Sirius muttered. So this time we do not just break into a school or an abandoned house. We walk into the bank that holds half the country's money, and tell them one of their prized vaults is a soul bomb. Bones rubbed her temple. That is what we need to talk about, she said. You cannot simply force Gringotts. The treaties are older than the ministry. If we violate their security agreements, they will not just complain to the prophet. They will shut us out. They may decide to declare the bank neutral territory and refuse us access to anything. Harry tapped the parchment, thinking. I will not break their treaties, he said. I will present evidence. If they ignore it, they accept liability for the damage. That is their choice. I doubt they will like the idea of a human warlord using their vaults as a shield. Remus nodded slowly. Goblins like clean accounts, he said. Even when it comes to grudges. Sirius snorted. They like grudges most, he said. Clean or not. Bones watched Harry narrowly. You realize what this means for us, she said. If we go in officially, with you and my authority, we admit that we allowed a soul curse to sit in our central bank without action. That will shake trust. Harry met her eyes. Trust in false safety is already broken, he said. You can either expose the crack on your terms, or wait until it explodes on someone else's. That is the price for letting Dumbledore handle it quietly for years. Bones did not flinch at the name, but her jaw tightened. You will not let that go, will you? She said. No, Harry said. I do not forget variables that nearly killed people I care about. Sirius glanced at him, then looked away again, mouth twisting. Bones sighed. All right, she said. We do it properly. Formal approach. I will request a meeting with the account director. You will present your trace. We will go to the vault with goblin consent and destroy the cup in front of them. No tricks, no theft. Sirius made a face. No dragon ride, he said. You are no fun. Bones gave him a flat look. You can stay here if you want adventure, she said. There is a laundry curse in the corner I have been meaning to break. Sirius held up his hands. Fine, he said. I submit to the boring legal way. Remus smiled faintly and turned back to Harry. This is the last external anchor, Remus said. Once the cup is gone, it is only the one in your head. Harry felt his throat go dry for a second. Yes, he said. The internal purge will require a different kind of preparation. Bones' gaze sharpened. You have a plan for that as well, she said. I assume. A preliminary design, Harry said. The excision array is not complete. I need to verify stability after the cup is removed. Fewer external pulls make it easier to isolate the fragment. And you intend to do this here? Bones asked. In Britain. In Hogwarts, Harry said. The castle knows my pattern. It will support the spell. Sirius choked. In the school, he said. You want to slice a piece of riddle out of your own mind in the same building where children sleep. Harry turned his head. I will not do it near them, he said. I will use a sealed chamber with dedicated wards. There will be no bleed if the array holds. It is the safest location available. Bones stared at him for a moment. You sound very sure, she said. I am not sure, Harry replied. That is why I am testing again and again. That is why I have not done it yet. Remus frowned. You are worried about backlash, he said quietly. Yes, Harry said. He did not elaborate. He did not need to. They all knew what it meant. If the fragment fought, if it pulled on whatever was left of Riddle, if the array failed, the damage would not stop in his own skull. Bones drew in a slow breath. Then we do this in steps, she said. Cup first. We remove one more piece from his hand. Then we talk about the price for cutting the one in yours. Her eyes softened for a moment. And it is a price, Mr. Potter, she said. Do not pretend it is not. Harry looked down at the floor plans. I am aware, he said. Sirius stepped around the table and dropped a hand on his shoulder. Then we pay it together, Sirius said roughly. Not just you and your god and your numbers. The people who actually like you. Harry swallowed. I do not intend to do it alone, he said. Luna will act as emotional anchor. Others can stand at the edges of the field. I will need a potion monitor and someone who knows the curse scars as well as I do. Snape, Remus said at once. Harry nodded once. Yes, he said. Snape. Sirius made a disgusted noise. Bones pinched the bridge of her nose. We can argue about your ritual team after we survive the bank, she said. For now, we focus on the cup. I will send the request to Gringotts tonight. Be ready in the morning. Gringotts looked the same as it always had. Polished floor, tall ceiling, goblins at their high desks, lines of witches and wizards clutching money bags and curses under their breath at the weight. Harry walked through the main hall flanked by Bones and Sirius. Remus followed a step back. Their presence drew eyes, but the real attention fell on Harry, the moment the nearest goblin looked up and recognized him. Whispers rippled down the hall. "That is him," someone muttered. "The one from the trial. The scholar boy, the Ma-at-One." Harry kept his gaze straight ahead. The wards in the building tasted different to Hogwarts. All sharp metal and stone and old greed. But the patterns were clear. Every step they took was weighed and filed somewhere deep under their feet. A goblin with a scar across his nose dropped down from a high stool and walked toward them. His rings clinked. His eyes were like chipped flint. "Director Ragnarok will see you," the goblin said. "Follow." Bones inclined her head and fell into step beside him. She did not bow. Harry noticed that. Respect without submission. They were led through a side door and down a sloping passage lined with runes. Not human runes. Goblin script, all sharp angles and deep gouges in the rock. Harry watched them as they walked. He could read only pieces, but it was enough to see the logic. Security layers. Credit markers. Warnings about breaking faith. Ragnarok waited in a private chamber carved straight from the rock. There was no furniture except a low table and cushions on the floor. No windows. The only light came from a line of crystals embedded in the ceiling. The director looked small on his cushion, but nothing about him felt small. His silver teeth flashed when he looked up. "Madam Bones," Ragnarok said. "You bring strange company to my hall." Bones inclined her head again. "Director," she said. "You received my note." "I did," he said. "I also received copies of your prophet with stories of soul fragments and Ma'at and human courts that finally remember we exist. It has been a noisy week." Sirius shifted his weight. "That is one way to put it," he muttered. Ragnarok's gaze slid to Harry. "You claimed a debt from one of ours," he said. "Griphook still complains about how much you cost him in shattered understanding." "I told him the math behind his own vault wards," Harry said. "That was not a cost. It was a gift." Ragnarok's mouth twitched. "You are a strange human," he said. "Sit." Harry folded himself onto a cushion opposite the director. Bones and Sirius took places at his sides. Remus sat slightly behind him between Harry and the door. Ragnarok laced his long fingers together. "You claim there is a soul curse in one of my vaults," he said. "Not a simple curse on gold. A fragment of the Dark Lord himself. That is a grave accusation." "It is a fact," Harry said. He lifted his wand. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed, and several goblins along the wall shifted, hands near blades. "I am not attacking," Harry said calmly. "I am demonstrating." He traced a small arc of light in the air. The runic trace bloomed outward, grabbing the residue he had anchored in his own arrays and echoing it. A faint map of the country appeared in the air above the table, lines of pale light stretching between points. Hogwarts, Grimmauld Place, the Ministry, a patch of empty air in the countryside. Ragnarok frowned. "What am I looking at?" he asked. "Vectors of soul decay," Harry said. "Each line is a drift measurement taken at intervals after I destroyed one of Riddle's anchors. They show how the remainder in my scar tries to stabilize by leaning on whatever pieces are left outside my body." He flicked the tip of his wand. Most of the lines faded. Only one remained, pulsing faintly over a cluster of streets in London. "After I removed the locket, only one external anchor remained," Harry said. "The pull is here." Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. "That is not the bank," he said. "That is the human district." Harry raised his wand again and tightened the focus. The projection zoomed, layers shifting until the map displayed one single building, then the underground under it. The image of Gringotts formed in the air. Vault tunnels spiraled out like a web. One section glowed brighter than the rest. "Your wards distort the signal," Harry said. "They try to cut it. They do not succeed. The fragment still reaches through. It is anchored in this section." Ragnarok stared at the light. "That is the Lestrange tier," he said softly. "Yes," Harry said. "If I fit the signal to your tier layout and check it against public records for old Death Eater families, there is less than 1% chance it is anywhere else." He cut the projection. The light faded, leaving only the crystals above. Ragnarok's hands were very still. A human used my vaults to hide his own soul, he said, without informing us, without paying the correct blood price. Sirius glanced at Bones. Should we be worried or impressed? He whispered. A bit of both, Bones murmured back. Ragnar's gaze returned to Harry. You wish to remove this fragment, he said. How? In a controlled field inside the vault, Harry said. I will lay a sequestration array over the cup, strip the protective curses, then apply a ma at cleansing to the fragment itself. Your stone will not be harmed. You speak as if you are polishing a coin, Ragnar said. Harry shrugged one shoulder. The object is irrelevant, he said. The soul piece is the target. It already corrupted Hogwarts once through a diary. It will corrupt any goblin who tries to use it. Leaving it in your vaults is an insult to your skill as ward keepers. Ragnar's eyes flashed. Do not presume to tell me what insults my craft, human, he said sharply. Harry met his gaze without dropping his own. You are insulted, he said. You would not be this angry if you did not already feel the breach. I am just naming it. Silence hung in the chamber. Bones sat very still, letting the exchange stand on its own. Finally, Ragnar bared his teeth. You are more goblin than many wizards who come to us for help, he said. You count debts. You speak plainly. Good. You will have access to the Lestrange vault. Sirius let out a slow breath. Remus closed his eyes for a second. Ragnar held up a clawed hand. With conditions, he said. You will not touch anything else in that vault. No gold. No artifacts. No trinkets. You destroy the cup and nothing more. You do it under goblin watch. If you damage my stone, you pay in a way that matters. Harry nodded. Agreed, he said. I have no interest in their property. Ragnar snorted. Everyone claims that, he said. We will see. He stood. Griphook will take you, he said. You ride one cart. No ministry escort beyond Madame Bones. No other wizards. Less energy to complicate the wards. Sirius frowned. I am not staying up here while he goes down there alone, he said at once. Ragnar's eyes glittered. Then you may come, he said. As family of a black who broke away from the Lestrange line, your presence is context. But if you draw a wand on a goblin, I will take your hand. Sirius lifted both palms. No plans to duel bankers today, he said. Ragnar grunted. Go then, he said. Bring me proof that this insult is gone. The cart ride was worse than the first time. The wind hit Harry's face hard enough to make his eyes water. The tunnels narrowed and twisted. Water roared somewhere in the distance, echoing up from deep chasms. The rails rattled under the wheels. Sirius whooped once when the cart dropped suddenly, then clutched the side. I forgot how much I hate this, Sirius muttered. Griphook sat at the front with his hands on the levers, completely unaffected. Bones sat opposite Harry, jaw set. Her hat had stayed in the office. Her hair whipped around her face. Harry ignored the drop and the rush and focused on the magic around them. Every meter of stone carried layered wards. Alerts, locks, clauses coded into runes carved centuries ago. The deeper they went, the heavier the pressure in his ears. The cup's anchor pulled at his scar with a faint, ugly tug, like a splinter under skin. He set his hand over the scar for a second, fingers pressing against his forehead. You all right? Sirius shouted over the rush of air. The fragment can feel me, Harry called back. It is trying to lean toward me. That is good. It means it will come apart more easily once the field is closed. Good, Sirius said weakly. The cart slowed. The air changed. Colder. Still. Griphook pulled a final lever and the cart rolled to a stop in front of a thick stone door. It bore the Lestrange crest. The air around it shimmered with faint light, like heat over sand. Bones stepped out first. Her boots hit rock with a solid thump. This is it, she said. Harry followed. The pull on his scar spiked, then steadied, like something had turned to watch him. He took a breath and let it out slowly. Griphook, he said. How many independent curse layers are on this door? Griphook tilted his head. Under the main lock, the goblin said. 7 goblin scripts. At least 3 human. One more that your headmaster insisted on. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. Of course he did, he said under his breath. Bones glanced at him. Can you work with that? She asked. Yes, Harry said. As long as I handle them in the right order. He stepped closer until he could feel the cold breath of the wards on his skin. They tingled over his fingers, over his face, over the scar. He closed his eyes. The black wards at Grimmauld Place had felt like damp cobwebs. These felt like knives laid side by side. Sharp, precise, ready to cut anyone who stepped wrong. He pulled his awareness back until he could see the structure instead of the threat. Grip hook, he said softly. Key. The goblin placed a ring of metal in Harry's hand. That is only a focus, Grip hook said. It will not open the door for you. It lets you speak to the wards. If they accept your logic, they will listen. Harry nodded once. That was fine. He preferred systems that answered to reasons rather than pure blood. He lifted the ring and pressed it against the stone. His wand moved in a slow circle. Light spread from the point of contact, thin and golden, tracing the pattern of the wards. He saw them as layers now. Goblin script at the base, thick and solid. Human curses on top, messy in places, neat in others. Dumbledore's work sat like a net over all of it, subtle and searching. Harry followed the lines of Dumbledore's layer first, tracing their paths with his mind. Most of it focused on detection. Who opened the vault? How often? Did they carry a certain mark? There was a fear built into it that made his teeth ache. Fear of losing track of a piece of soul. Harry nudged it with his own intent. You failed, he thought. The fragment lurked under your net and you did not cut it. I am here to do the work you did not. The spells did not answer with words, but he felt the tension shift. Some of the hooks in Dumbledore's lair loosened. The net did not vanish, but it slackened enough for him to slide his own magic through. He moved down to the human curses. These were more brutal. Traps meant to melt skin, snap bones, crush intruders. They smelled of paranoia and pride. He did not try to talk to them. He tuned them instead. His wand drew a pattern in the air, a new overlay of runes that vibrated at a frequency that hit the human curses and shook them out of joint. Energy bled away into the stone. One by one, the traps dimmed. The goblin base remained. It looked at him in its own way, old and hard and bound to contracts. Harry spoke aloud now, wand still resting on the door. Lestrange broke faith, he said. He hid a soul curse that can infect your own people. He did not pay the correct price. He used your vaults to cheat death without honor. I am here to erase that debt and remove that insult. The script flared. He felt it read him. Identity, intent, blood markers, the faint lingering touch of Ma'at in his bones. The glow shifted from cold white to a deep, steady gold. The rock shivered. With a grinding sound, the door unlocked. Griphook's eyes widened. You did that without a single cut, he said. Interesting. Sirius gave a low whistle. Remind me never to play cards with you, Sirius said. Bones watched the opening seam with her jaw clenched. Remember the rules, she said. Cup only. No looting. Sirius rolled his eyes. I heard you the first 4 times, he said. The door swung inward. The vault spread out into the rock. Shelves packed tight with gold, artifacts, and cursed junk. It smelled of metal and something bitter. Harry did not look at any of it. His eyes went straight to the small pedestal in the center of the room. Hufflepuff's cup sat on it. Gold. Handles. Badger engraved on the side. It glowed. Not with light. With wrongness. The tug on his scar became a constant throb. Harry stepped over the threshold and his wards snapped up at once, forming a thin barrier between his skin and the air of the vault. Stay at the doorway, he said over his shoulder. If anything tries to jump hosts, I want as much space as possible. Bones obeyed without argument. Sirius did not step in either. Remus stood right at the line, wand in hand, eyes fixed on Harry. Griphook stayed outside entirely, teeth bared. Harry moved slowly toward the cup. He could feel the curses now. Layers of them, woven tight around the object, trying to hide its true nature. That felt familiar. He had peeled them away from the locket. From the diadem. From the ring. He stopped a meter away and drew his wand in a wide circle on the floor. Golden light spilled outward, forming the first ring of the sequestration array. It rose into the air and enclosed the cup in a pale sphere. The pressure in his head eased slightly. Stage 1, he said quietly. He switched patterns. The second ring focused on vibration again, tuned finer this time. The cup shuddered on its pedestal. Thin threads of magic sparked off it and hit the inside of the cage, then fizzled out. The first curse layer broke. He felt it go like a knot pulled loose. Then another, and another. Some of them fought back. A lash of magic snapped toward him, invisible and sharp. It hit his wards and skittered across them, trying to find a crack. His left arm went numb for a second. He gritted his teeth and held the array steady. "Harry," Remus called. "You all right?" "Yes," Harry said. "The curses do not like being removed." "That is expected," Sirius swore under his breath. "You sound like you are rearranging books," Sirius muttered. Harry ignored him. He poured more power into the array. The vibrations increased. The cup rattled on the pedestal, handles knocking against the stone. The human curses screamed without sound. They tore away under the pressure of the array and dissolved into thin air. Only the Horcrux core remained. Harry could feel it, dense and hateful, pushing at the cage. His scar burned. The fragment in his head surged toward the one in the cup. For a moment he felt dizzy, like the world had shifted sideways and some other mind was trying to fall into place over his own. He dug his nails into his palm and held on. "Not yet," he whispered. He reached into his belt pouch and pulled out Ma'at dust. The same pale sand he had used on the diary, the diadem, the locket. His hand shook. He steadied it and let the dust fall. It did not drop straight down. It sank into the light of the array and spread, turning the gold to bright white. The cage tightened until it hugged the cup like a second skin. The soul fragment screamed. This time the sound came through. A thin, high whine that made his teeth ache, as if a kettle had been left on somewhere inside his skull. Power surged through the array, trying to break out, trying to jump to him. Harry took it into the numbers. He visualized the flow as figures and channels and limits. Every spike became data. Every push became something to counter with precise force. "Stage 3, he said between his teeth. He pulled a strand from the controlled fiendfire he held at the back of his mind. Not enough to burn the room. Just enough to wrap the fragment in real destructive force. The white light inside the cage flared. The cup exploded. Shards flew outward, hit the inner surface of the cage, and turned to gray dust. The soul fragment tore in half, then into quarters, then into nothing at all. Harry felt the connection in his scar snap. He staggered. Remus caught him by the shoulders from behind, stopping him from falling. "Harry," Remus said. "Talk to me." Harry blinked hard. The vault spun slightly, then steadied. "External anchor destroyed," Harry said, voice rough. "No residue. The pull is now only inward." The burn in his scar had shifted. It no longer hooked outward. It sat in one place, heavy and poisonous. Sirius let out a long breath. "That is all of them," Sirius said. "Diary, ring, snake, diadem, locket, cup. No more hiding holes for him." Bones' shoulders dropped a fraction. "He will feel that," she said quietly. "Whatever is left of him." "He already does," Harry said. "He will reach for the only piece he has left. Me." He stepped away from the pedestal. The array faded. Dust drifted where the cup had been. Griphook edged closer to the threshold. "Is it gone?" the goblin asked. "Yes," Harry said. "The insult is removed. Your vault is clean." Griphook's eyes flicked to the empty pedestal and back. "You did not take anything else," he said. "Good." Sirius raised both hands again. "Told you we could be trusted," Sirius said. Griphook snorted. "We will see," he said. "Come." "The director will want to confirm the readings." As they walked back to the cart, Harry pressed his fingers to his scar once more. The pain had settled into a low, constant throb. Worse than before. The fragment no longer had anything else to lean on. It was digging in. Remus watched him. "Does it hurt more?" Remus asked quietly. Yes, Harry said. That is good. Remus gave him a look. In what world is more pain good? He said. In the one where it means the enemy is cornered, Harry said. He cannot spread out anymore. There is nowhere to run. The more it hurts now, the less it will hurt everyone else later. Sirius blew out a breath. Price of truth, Sirius said. Harry nodded. Yes, he said. Price of truth. They did not go back to the ministry. Bones went to file reports and start the formal audit of Gringotts' agreements. Sirius and Remus took Harry straight to the cliff house and sat him on the sofa whether he wanted to sit or not. The sea crashed outside. The fireplace was lit. A pot of tea steamed on the low table. Sirius shoved a mug into Harry's hands. Drink, Sirius said. You look gray. Harry glanced at the tea, then at his own fingers. They had a faint tremor. I am fine, he said. You are not, Remus said calmly. You lost part of your own balance when that fragment snapped. Even if you do not want to talk about feelings, your magic does. Harry took a sip. The tea was hot and bitter. The field was stable, he said. No bleed. The vault stone is intact. The goblins cannot claim damage. That is not what we meant, Sirius said. Harry stared at the fire. I know, he said. Silence held for a moment. The flames crackled. Wind rattled the panes. Sirius dropped into the armchair opposite him and ran a hand through his hair. You did it, Sirius said. You cleared the last external piece. I was so sure we would die in that vault the first time we went there, back in the other plan. Before you. Before Ma'at and Erase and all of this. We had a dragon escape lined up. It was stupid. Harry blinked. A dragon escape, he repeated. Yes, Sirius said. You and your friends broke into Gringotts in another life. Rode a dragon out through the roof. It is a very long story. Mostly it shows we are all idiots when left unsupervised. Remus smiled faintly. This is better, Remus said. Less property damage. Harry's mouth twitched. I will take less property damage, he said. Sirius leaned forward, elbows on his knees. So, Sirius said. Now we talk about the bit in your head. No more putting it off. You have been planning something since the day you arrived. Time to share with the class. Harry took another sip of tea and set the mug down carefully. I designed an excision array, he said. It separates the fragment from my own soul, then holds it in stasis while I apply Ma'at cleansing. The problem is that the line between what is me and what is Riddle is not a simple cut. Remus nodded slowly. Because it has been there since you were a baby, Remus said. You grew around it. Yes, Harry said. If I pull too hard, I take my own structure with it. If I pull too little, I leave pieces behind. Either way, there is risk. Memory loss, compromised magic, death. Sirius went very still. You think you might die, Sirius said. Harry met his eyes. Yes, Harry said simply. Sirius' face twisted. And you are just sitting there like you are talking about a broken tap, Sirius said. Do you even hear yourself? Harry's chest tightened. I have been aware of this since before I came here, he said. Thoth did not lie to me. The fragment was always going to demand a price. Remus closed his eyes briefly. What does Thoth say about your chances? Remus asked. Truthfully, Harry said. He says it is not his decision. It is mine. He gave me the knowledge to build the array. He will support. He will not force the cut. That is not an answer, Sirius said. He estimates the risk at around 30% for permanent damage if I do it alone, Harry said. Less if I have strong anchors. Remus swallowed. Anchors like what? Remus asked. Like Luna, Harry said. Someone whose presence in my life does not depend on calculation. Someone who can hold emotional shape for me while I focus on the technical cut. Sirius lifted his eyebrows. Emotional shape, Sirius said. You mean someone who reminds you are allowed to be human while you are slicing your own head open? Yes, Harry said. Sirius huffed. Should have just said that, he said. He sobered quickly. Do you really trust a girl you met this year with that? He asked. Harry did not answer immediately. He thought of the tower, of Luna's hand on his wrist, of the way she had said not everything needs to be solved, of the way her mouth had felt against his. Yes, Harry said. Remus studied him. That was quick, Remus said. I have better data for her than for most people, Harry said. She sees the same patterns I do from a different angle. She notices when I retreat into numbers. She pulls me out without breaking the structure. That is rare. Sirius sighed. Why do you always talk about people like they are spells? Sirius said. Fine. You trust her. Do you trust anyone else for this? I trust you, Harry said quietly. I trust Remus. I trust McGonagall to keep the field from collapsing. I trust Snape to monitor the potions, even though I do not like him. I trust Dumbledore to stand back this time. That last one is a stretch, Sirius said. Harry nodded. That is why his role will be limited, Harry said. Information only. He knows the scar better than anyone else alive besides me. He has seen what happens when it is disturbed. I would be foolish to ignore that data. Remus rubbed his jaw. So you intend to put your head on a stone floor inside the castle? Remus said slowly, surrounded by people who have all hurt you in one way or another, and ask them to help you cut out the last piece of the man who has been trying to kill you since you were an infant. Harry considered that. Yes, he said. Sirius groaned and dropped his head in his hands. You do realize how insane that sounds, Sirius said. Yes, Harry said again. That does not change the necessity. Remus leaned forward. Harry, Remus said, you are allowed to be scared. Harry looked at the fire. I am, he said. The words surprised him a little. They felt raw in his mouth. I am scared of losing myself, he said. I am scared of waking up and not knowing who you are. I am scared of not waking up at all. I am scared that I will cut the fragment out and find that everything I have built on top of it falls down. Sirius lifted his head. Then why do it? Sirius asked. If the price is that high. Harry turned his gaze to him. Because leaving it there is worse, he said. Every day it sits in my head is a day he can reach through it. Every day I let it stay is another way I fail Ma at. I have lived my whole life around a poison. I do not want to die with it still inside me. Remus' eyes shone. Then we prepare, Remus said quietly. We gather the people you need. We make the field as strong as possible. And we stand there with you while you do something impossible. Sirius swallowed and nodded. And if you forget us, Sirius said, voice rough, we will tell you again, every day if we have to, that you are our Harry, not his. Harry felt something twist in his chest and settle. Thank you, he said. Sirius sniffed and tried to shrug it off. Do not thank me, Sirius said. You are the one doing the hard part. I am just going to stand there and be handsome. Remus snorted. Try to be useful as well, Remus said. Handsome does not stop ritual instability. Sirius pressed a hand to his heart. Cruel, Sirius said. Both of you. Harry almost smiled. The ache in his scar flared. He stood. I need to return to Hogwarts, he said. There is a chamber to prepare, and a person to talk to. The castle answered when he asked. He walked the 7th floor corridor until the stone under his feet warmed and the wall shivered. A door appeared where there had been bare rock before. Harry stepped through. The room on the other side was not like his quiet refuge above the lake. This one was larger, round. The walls were bare. The floor was smooth stone. At the center, a shallow depression waited, big enough for a body to lie in. The ceiling above that spot was marked with faint lines, as if someone had scratched constellations there with a dull knife. Harry walked to the center and stood in the depression. Magic hummed under his boots, low and expectant. I need this space sealed, he said softly. No portraits, no secret tunnels, no passive wards I do not control. Just stone, and my arrays, and whoever I invite. The room listened. The faint sense of watching that always existed in Hogwarts pulled back. The walls felt heavier. The air grew still. Harry nodded. Thank you, he said. He drew out his wand and began to work. He traced the outer ring first, a broad circle around the depression. That would be the main containment field. Then a second, tighter circle for the excision array. then smaller anchor points for people he trusted to stand and feed stabilizing magic into the structure. He worked in silence, the glow of his runes painting slow lines on the stone. Sweat gathered at the back of his neck. His scar throbbed, matching the pulse of the fragment inside. By the time he stepped back from the last line, his hands were shaking again. He sat down on the plain stool that the room provided and rested his elbows on his knees. The door opened. Luna slipped inside. She closed it quietly and leaned her back against the wood. "You did not tell me you were going to dig a hole in the floor," she said. Harry huffed a tired breath. "I did not think of it as digging a hole," he said. "More as defining a center point." Luna stepped closer, eyes following the pale lines of the arrays. "It looks like a web," she said. "With you in the middle." "That is one way to see it," he said. She walked to the edge of the main circle and stopped. "Is this where you plan to let someone take a knife to your soul?" she asked. Harry's mouth twitched. "Not a knife," he said. "A series of very precise cuts made by magic." She gave him a look. "You know what I mean," she said. "Yes," he said. Luna's gaze moved around the room, taking in the empty walls, the bare stone, the absence of any watching eyes. "It feels quiet in here," she said. "That is the idea," Harry said. "No background noise, no extra variables." "Except me," she said. He looked up. "You are not noise," he said. She smiled slightly and walked into the circle. His wards stirred at her approach. The excision array recognized her as an uncontrolled source of chaos and tried to categorize. Harry flicked his wand once, adjusting the pattern. "The array is not sure what to make of you," he said. "It keeps trying to put you in the column for external uncertainty." Luna wrinkled her nose. "That sounds rude," she said. "It is accurate," he said. "You are unpredictable." "Good," she said. "You need something that does not behave." She stopped directly in front of him. Harry straightened. "Luna," he said, "I need to ask you something." She looked at him. "All right," she said. He swallowed. "I am going to cut the fragment out of my scar," he said. "Soon. Here. It is risky. I will need someone inside the inner array with me, holding emotional stability while I focus. Someone I trust not to let go when my mind tries to come apart." He met her eyes. "Will you do that?" he asked quietly. "Will you be my anchor?" Luna did not answer immediately. She studied his face, his scar, the faint shake in his hands. "You are very calm when you talk about breaking yourself," she said. "I am not calm," he said. "I am trained. There is a difference." Her gaze softened. "Are you scared?" she asked. "Yes," he said. The word came easier this time. He looked down at his own fingers. "I am scared of losing pieces of myself I need," he said. "I am scared of waking up and feeling empty. I am scared that if I let go for even a second, the fragment will take advantage and try to become me." Luna stepped closer until her knees brushed his. "You are scared of chaos," she said. "You are scared of something you cannot predict." "Yes," he said. She reached down and took his hands. Her fingers were warm. The tremor in his bones eased a little. "Good," she said. He blinked. "Good," he repeated. "Yes," she said. "Fear means you know the risk. You are not walking into this blind. That is important. It means you are less likely to do something stupid just to prove a point." He let out a rough breath that could have been a laugh. "I do not need to prove anything," he said. "You think you do," she said. "You think you have to prove to Thoth, to Ma'at, to the world, that you can fix everything alone. You do not. You only have to make the best choice you can with the people you have." She squeezed his hands. "And you have me," she said. "So yes, I will stand in your array. I will hold on when you want to escape into numbers. I will be there when you come back." His chest tightened. "Even if I am different?" he asked. "Yes," she said at once. "If you forget parts of yourself, I will remind you. If you forget me, I will introduce myself again. You are allowed to change." "That is not the same as becoming him." He swallowed hard. "I do not want to be him," he said. "Not even a fraction." "You are not," she said. "Fragments are not people. You are a person. You are stubborn and you overthink everything and you make terrible jokes when you are tired and you kissed me on a tower even though you thought it was a bad idea. Heat climbed into his face. That last one was not a joke, he said. I know, she said. She leaned in and kissed him. This time there was no awkward bump of noses. He had one example to work from and his body remembered more than his head wanted to admit. Her mouth was soft and sure. Her hands tightened on his. His heart slammed against his ribs. The ache in his scar flared, then faded under the rush of sensation. He kissed her back, eyes closing, breath catching. For a few seconds there was no fragment, no erase, no gods. Only warmth and the faint taste of sugar on her lips. When they parted, his head felt light. Right, he said faintly. That is one way to calibrate. Luna laughed quietly. You look less gray, she said. I feel less like a walking equation, he said. She tapped his chest. You are not an equation, she said. You are a story, with chapters. Some of them hurt. Some of them are very strange. But none of them are written in stone yet. He glanced down at the carved floor. This one is, he said. She followed his gaze. This one is a circle, she said. Circles can be drawn again. He looked back at her. Luna, he said. Yes, if this goes wrong, he said. If I go wrong, you do not have to carry that. You can step out. You can walk away. She frowned. Do you want me to? She asked. No, he said at once. I do not. Then stop offering me exits I did not ask for, she said. I know how to leave a room. His mouth twitched. Fair, he said. She squeezed his hands once more, then let go. So, she said. Who else is coming to this strange party? He took a breath and shifted into the practical list. McGonagall, he said. She will stand at the outer ring, act as structural anchor and emergency counter for any uncontrolled transfiguration. Snape for potion monitoring. He knows the Scar's behavior under stress. Sirius and Remus for personal anchors. Bones for legal oversight and to keep the Ministry from panicking if anything registers on their wards. Dumbledore for information only. Fawkes if he chooses to attend. And Thoth, Luna said. Harry nodded. He will be present, Harry said. Not in body, in pattern. He will watch from his own plane and adjust if the array threatens larger balance. Luna tilted her head. Do you still trust him? She asked. After all this, Harry considered the question. I trust his purpose, he said. He wants the world to align with Ma'at. Removing this fragment serves that purpose. He does not want me dead. I am useful. That is not the same as care. But it overlaps for now. And after? She asked. After, Harry said slowly. I will not owe him a life debt. I will have paid the price he set. Then we see if he can see me as more than a tool. Luna nodded. Good, she said. It is nice to hear you are thinking about your life after this and not just the ritual. He looked at her. I am, he said. Thinking about after. Her smile was small and real. Then we should survive, she said. The next day the room was full. McGonagall stood at the north anchor point, robes neat, jaw tight. Her wand rested in her hand like part of her fingers. Snape occupied the south, face pale, eyes like deep wells. Sirius took the east, restless and grim. Remus held the west, calm but tense. Bones stood near the door with a small case of parchment and a steady expression. She had left her monocle behind, perhaps to avoid any broken glass. Dumbledore stood a short distance from the outer ring, staff in hand. His eyes were tired. The lines around his mouth were deeper. Fawkes perched on a conjured stand above the center, feathers bright, head tilted. Luna waited inside the inner ring. Harry stood outside the circles for the moment, taking them all in. He committed the scene to memory. Positions, faces, the way the light from the enchanted crystals fell on stone and skin, the sound of their breathing. Once we begin, he said. None of you cross the lines unless I give a direct instruction. If the fragment tries to move to any of you, the arrays will push it back. The more you stay in place, the better the field holds. McGonagall nodded. I understand, she said. Her voice was steady. Do not worry, Potter. I will not step out of my square. Snape sneered faintly. If you die, Snape said, do not haunt my classroom. I have enough problems without your ghost knocking things over. Sirius glared at him. If he dies, Sirius said, I will haunt you. That is a promise. Enough, Remus said quietly. Bones cleared her throat. For the record, she said, all present have given informed consent to participate in this ritual. No one is here under compulsion or ignorance. This is important in case we survive and have to explain this to anyone. Harry almost smiled. Thank you, he said. He turned to Dumbledore. You understand your role, Harry said. You do not cast. You do not steer. You only observe and provide information if asked. Dumbledore inclined his head. I understand, Dumbledore said. I will not interfere. I gave up that right when I failed to act earlier. His gaze met Harry's. For what it is worth, Dumbledore said softly. I am proud of you. Harry felt a brief twist in his chest. This is not about pride, he said. This is about correction. Yes, Dumbledore said. You are right. Again. Fawkes let out a soft note. It sounded like support more than sorrow. Harry stepped into the outer ring. The arrays hummed under his feet, recognizing his signature. Lines of light woke around the circle, running along the floor like veins. He walked to the depression at the center and lay down. The stone was cool against his back. The ceiling above him was a map of scratched lines that only he could see fully. Each marked a possible pathway for the fragment, closed off by his runes. Luna stepped into view. She knelt beside the depression, inside the inner ring. The array traced itself under her knees and accepted her presence with a faint rise in pitch. She reached down and took his hand. Her fingers were warm. Ready? She asked. No. Yes, he said. She squeezed his hand. Remember, she said, you are allowed to come back different. You are not allowed to not come back at all. That is the only rule I am giving you. His mouth twitched. Not everything needs to be solved, he said. Exactly, she said. Harry turned his head toward the ceiling. He could feel the fragment in his scar pulsing, aware that something massive was about to happen. It pushed against the edges of his mind like a trapped animal. He closed his eyes. Thoth, he said quietly. I am ready. For a moment, there was nothing. Then the air above his face cooled. A familiar presence settled around the room. No voice, no form, just a sense of precise attention, like a quill poised above a page. Harry's arrays flared in response. Lines of light rose from the floor, climbing the walls, wrapping the chamber in a lattice of gold and white. The outer ring lit first, then the inner, then the tight circle around his head. Magic gathered at his scar. It felt like pressure and fire and ice all at once. Harry tightened his grip on Luna's hand. He heard his own breath. He heard the faint shuffle of shoes as the others adjusted their stances. He heard Fawkes' soft note. Begin, a voice said. It was not sound exactly. It was inside his bones. Calm and absolute. Harry opened his eyes for one last second and saw the lines of his own arrays turning, locking into place. He closed them again. The first cut of the excision began. The pain did not build. It arrived. 1 second Harry was staring at the lines of light above him. The next, it felt like someone had shoved a red-hot nail straight through his scar and out the back of his skull. His back arched off the stone. His hand clamped around Luna's without thinking. The array caught his reaction and answered. Light flared around the center ring, bright and sharp. Outside the lines, wands tightened. McGonagall did not move her feet, but her knuckles went white around her wand. Sirius took 1 half-step forward before forcing himself back into his square. Remus lifted his free hand, ready to feed more magic into the field. Snape watched the shifting glow around the inner ring like a hawk. On the stand above them, Fawkes gave a low, pure note. The sound cut through the rising hum of the array. Bones watched from the doorway, jaw tight. Dumbledore stood a little behind her, staff planted on the stone, eyes fixed on the boy who lay in the center of the circles. Harry's shout snapped off as suddenly as it had started. His body dropped back to the floor. His chest heaved. The glow around his scar brightened until it was hard to look at. Then his eyes opened. There was nothing in them for a second. No recognition, no fear, no thought. Just bright, blank light. Luna leaned closer, still holding his hand. "Harry," she said quietly. "I am here." Something flickered behind his eyes. His fingers shifted around hers. A small squeeze. Then the chamber vanished for him. The world folded in on itself like paper, and Harry fell inward. He hit stone without feeling it. When his vision cleared, he was standing upright on a floor that should not exist. Gray stone in every direction. Rows and rows of shelves stretching up and out until they met the dark. Each shelf carried neat stacks of tablets and rolled scrolls. Thin threads of light ran between them, marking paths. The archive, not the one under Thoth's temple, but close. The same order. The same dry air that smelled of dust and ink. The same calm hum in the background. Only it was not calm. Something pulsed overhead, a slow, thick thud that did not match his own heartbeat. The threads of light between shelves wavered. Neat rows jerked, as if someone had grabbed whole sections and tried to shake them loose. Harry looked down at his own hands. They were the same hands he had seen on the stone a moment ago. Ink smudge on his thumb. Faint half-moon scars on his knuckles from old knocks. The runic bracelets glowed under his skin. "I am in my own mind," he said out loud. The words echoed down the aisles. He heard another voice laugh. It was not his. "Always have to narrate, do you?" it said. "Even now." Harry turned. The man at the end of the aisle looked a little like every memory Harry had seen of Tom Riddle. Dark hair, pale skin, clean lines to his face. Except one of his eyes was wrong. Where the left eye should have been, there was only a hole filled with moving black script, letters sliding over each other in constant motion. The other eye was bright, sharp, amused. Harry watched him carefully. "You are not Riddle," Harry said. "You are a fragment with his habits." The thing in front of him smiled. "You say that like it makes a difference," it replied. "Call me Tom if it helps. True names are messy here." Harry did not move. The shelves around them hummed. Some of the tablets near the thing's shoulder flickered, as if someone had dragged a dirty brush over them. Lines of neat script broke, replaced by jagged streaks. "You made a mistake," Harry said. "You should have gone down with the rest." Tom tilted his head. "Come now," he said. "You of all people should understand the instinct to survive. You cut down the others. Diary, ring, locket, cup. That piece in the castle. That ridiculous snake. This was never a fair fight. You had a god and a full archive on your side. Yet you are still here," Harry said. Tom spread his hands. "Yes," he said. "I am." Funny that. His gaze moved up, to the ceiling of the Mind Archive. Harry followed it. High above, where the shelves should vanish into darkness, something else was moving. Big shapes not quite formed. A kind of slow swirl, as if currents ran through the stone. Heka, raw magic. Unshaped and restless. Harry could feel it. The same pressure he had always felt at the edge of big spells. The sense of a tide waiting for instructions. "You brought more chaos," Harry said quietly. Tom chuckled. "You think I did this?" he asked. "No. This was always here. It is the base layer. You are the one who decided to draw such neat lines on top of it. I am just tapping the floor." He lifted one hand and clicked his fingers. The shelves around them jerked. Several tablets fell, hitting the stone with sharp cracks. Their neat script smudged into black stains. Outside, on the stone floor of the ritual chamber, Harry's body jerked as if someone had pulled on a string. The light around his scar flared from gold to harsh white. Snape swore under his breath. "Stabilize the outer ring," he snapped. "He is pulling more raw magic through than planned." McGonagall did not answer with words. She just lifted her wand higher and poured more magic into the line at her feet. It brightened in response. Sirius felt the floor tremble and clenched his jaw. "Remus," he called. "You feeling that?" "Yes," Remus said. Sweat gathered at his temple. He said this was possible. He warned us the fragment might try to pull on the base field. "Can he stop it?" Sirius demanded. Remus glanced at Harry's still face. "We will see," he said. Luna said nothing. She shifted her grip on Harry's hand and moved closer, leaning over him so that her hair brushed his cheek. "Harry," she said again, voice steady. "Remember, you invited me." The array hummed, carrying her words inward. Her voice reached him like a note on a string. Harry kept his eyes on Tom, but some of the tightness in his chest eased. "I have work to do," he said. Tom smiled with half his mouth. "Yes, you do," he agreed. "The question is what kind of work you choose." He lifted his hand again, and this time, instead of clicking his fingers, he pointed. A path of light appeared on the stone floor, running between the shelves. It forked almost at once. On the left, the path ran straight, clean and bright. It shone like a sword blade. The shelves on that side were perfectly aligned. No dust, no stains, no books out of place. The raw swirl above was pushed back, barely visible. On the right, the path bent. It zigzagged between crooked shelves. Some of the tablets there were stacked out of order. Notes hung loose from the edges. The threads of light between them were tangled. The swirl of Heka overhead hung low, like a slow river ceiling. Tom stepped onto the fork and looked back. "Here is your choice," he said. "On this side you cut deep. You remove me and anything I have touched. Every shelf, every tablet, every memory that carries a smear. Clean, simple, glorious order. No risk of contamination. Of course, you lose everything that ever brushed against me." His hand moved toward the straight path. "Your earliest memories," Tom said. "The ones in the cupboard. Your first sight of Hogwarts. The moment you felt the scar burn when I was near. All tidy gaps. You might lose more than that. Hard to know where my roots end. It would be safer to overcut. Better to clear a wide field. Less chance of leaving anything behind." He shifted his fingers toward the other path. "On this side you cut with care," he said. "You separate me from things I climbed into. You keep memories that fed me but were still yours. You accept the mess. You accept that there will be scars. You keep your feelings, which are very inconvenient for someone who wants to be pure order." Harry did not move. He could feel the choice like weight in his chest. The cut Tom described on the left was the one that would satisfy the strictest reading of Ma'at. No unknowns. No lingering damage that slid under the edge of the rule. A hard, clean answer. The cut on the right left unknowns. It meant trusting that he could live with scars. It meant allowing for chaos inside the system. It meant accepting that he could never be perfectly clean. His training in the archive stared at the left path and said that was the correct one. No risk. No blurred lines. His hand tightened around Luna's in the real world. She was not here. Not in this hall of stone and script, but the memory of her voice came with the pressure of her fingers. Not everything needs to be solved. She had said that on the tower. It had hurt to hear it. It hurt now. Tom watched him with amusement. "You know what Thoth would pick," Tom said. "The clean cut. The safe answer. You are an anomaly to him. A variable that grew teeth. Fixing you would be very tidy." Harry shook his head. "Thoth does not decide this," he said. "I do." Tom shrugged. "You say that," he replied. "You forget who drew the first lines in this room." He reached toward the nearest shelf and dragged his fingers over the edge. Black script trailed from his nails, staining the stone. The shelves shook. More tablets fell. One cracked down the middle, the pieces held together by thin threads of light. On the stone floor of the chamber, Harry's back arched again. Blood ran from his scar, bright red against his pale skin. The inner circle flared. Luna gripped his hand tighter. "Harry," she said, "do not let him trick you into thinking you are a problem to solve." McGonagall spoke through her teeth. "Status," she demanded. "Severus." Snape's eyes snapped from the inner glow to the vials at his feet. "Pulse is fast," he said. His voice was tight, but steady. "Magic pressure is rising near the scar. The arrays are still holding. If they break, we will all feel it." "Reassuring," Sirius muttered. Remus lifted his wand and fed a careful stream of magic into his anchor point. "Hold your square, Padfoot," he said. "He trusted us to do this." Sirius took a breath. His hands shook. He forced his focus back into the line at his feet and pushed power into it. Bones watched the whole circle, ready to move if any piece failed, although she knew there was nowhere to move that would really be safe. Dumbledore stood very still. He could feel the strain in the air, the way the spell twisted. It reminded him of the night outside Godric's Hollow. The impact of the curse. The raw, impossible magic of a baby who should have died and did not. Fawkes closed his eyes and began to sing. The notes slid down through the circles and into the archive. Harry heard it as a soft thread. It tugged at him, pulling his gaze away from Tom and the fork. He turned his head. The shelves to the right of the crooked path shifted. Between them he saw shapes. Moments. A girl in a pink cardigan yelling at a troll. A boy with freckled hands reaching out to pull him away from a giant chess piece. A red and gold bird crying onto his arm in a chamber full of stone and basilisk blood. Pieces of his life where the fragment had been present. Where the scar had burned. Where wrongness had pushed at him from under his skin. Places where he had chosen anyway. If he cut along the line Tom offered on the left, he might lose all of that. He might keep the outline. He would remember that he had had friends. That he had fought. But the detail would go. The taste of it. The texture. He thought of Sirius' face when he had talked about the other timeline at the Cliff House. The one where they had stolen a dragon. He thought of Remus' quiet patience over tea. Of McGonagall's small signs of trust. Of Bones' stubborn acceptance of new truth. He thought of Luna's hand on his chest, telling him his feelings were not errors. He thought of Thoth, measuring his breath when he was a child in the archive, watching him learn to hold his magic still. Ma'at is not about removing everything that does not fit a neat line, he said softly. It is about measuring what is true. Tom raised an eyebrow. And the truth is that I am a disease in your soul, Tom said. You could cure it completely. Harry nodded. Yes, he said. And the truth is also that if I cut myself down to sterile order, I become a tool with nothing left to defend. That is not balance. That is just fear of risk. He stepped forward. Not toward the left path. Toward Tom. The fragment's smile flickered. Careful, Tom said. You walk too close and I might jump. There is not much left out there to stop me. I could pick up the pieces that remain and make something new. You cannot build a person from a handful of stolen reflexes, Harry said. That is all you have. The rest of you is gone. He stopped a few steps away, well within reach of Tom's arms. He could feel the pull, a constant tug in his scar, the urge to lean forward, to fall into that empty black eye, to let the fragment slide into the spaces in his own mind. He did not move. You talk about choice, Harry said. You never understand it. You see only tools. Me. Horcruxes. Snake. Wand. You do not see that people can be more than what you cut them into. Tom's fingers twitched. You were always going to be a threat, Tom said, voice low. I should have finished the job properly. No half-curse. No scar. No room for gods to play with you. You did not, Harry said. That mistake is yours. He lifted his hand. The runic bracelets under his skin brightened. Lines of Ma'at script spiraled up his fingers. They were not the thin, neat lines he used on walls. These were thicker, rougher. They carried marks where emotion had dragged through them. You do not belong here, Harry said. Tom laughed. And you think you can throw me out with pure order, he said. You are in my field. The base layer is chaos. I can call it. I can tear this place down and take what I like with me. He snapped his fingers again. This time the floor did not just shudder. Cracked. A deep line opened under their feet, running down the aisle. Shelves on both sides lurched. Tablets slid. Some fell into the gap, vanishing into swirling darkness. Overhead, the raw Heka dropped lower, a thick, rolling mass. It surged toward the cut like a wave. In the chamber, the crystal lights burst. Glass rained down on the outer circle. The air pressed in on their lungs. Sirius swore again. This is not just him, he shouted. The house is shaking. It is the base field, Snape snapped. He drew the foundation layer into the array. If Potter loses control, The backlash will hit every ward tied to Hogwarts. McGonagall dug her heels into the stone and pushed more magic into her point. The lines of the outer ring flared bright enough to hurt. "Hold," she said. "We can buy him time." Remus nodded, jaw clenched. Bones braced herself in the doorway. Even from there she could feel the pull like pressure on her bones. "Dumbledore," she said sharply, "if you have anything useful, now would be a good moment." Dumbledore's eyes were fixed on Harry's face. The boy's expression was clenched, but his breathing was still steady. Blood tracked down from the scar to his ear. "The choice is his," Dumbledore said quietly. "If I interfere now, I may push him in the wrong direction. All we can do is hold the frame." Fawkes sang louder. Luna leaned over Harry, so close that her forehead almost touched his. "You are not alone in there," she whispered. "You have a library, remember? You have shelves and stories and people who love you in the margins. You are not a single line of code he can erase." The array carried her words in again. Harry felt them fade into the noise. The crack at his feet widened. The darkness under the stone roared. The swirl overhead dropped another step. Tom spread his arms. "Look at it," he said. "This is what you have tried so hard to pretend does not exist. Chaos, movement, power with no neat purpose. You have been walking on it your whole life. You built your lovely library right above it." "I know," Harry said. He could feel the Heka. It was the same force that had burst out of him when the curse hit his crib. The same current he had learned to direct under Thoth's eye. The same tide he had learned to tame in runes. It was not evil. It was not good. It was just energy. Tom wanted to drown in it. Harry wanted to use it. He could feel how simple it would be to do the clean cut. One hard push. One wide sweep of at script dropping down like a blade. He could slice out the entire shaken section of shelves. Shut the crack. Push the chaos back down and seal it. He would lose parts of himself. He would gain perfect calm. "I will not become stone," he said. Tom's smile thinned. "Then you will become me," Tom said. "There is no middle ground. You know that. You are either controlled or you are eaten." Harry shook his head. "You never understood balance," he said. "You still do not." He stepped forward again, until he was at the very edge of the crack. The darkness roared. Wind from the unseen depths tugged at his clothes. The raw Heka overhead pulled down, more insistent now. He spread his hands. The Ma'at runes on his skin flared, then shifted. They did not form a blade. They formed a net. The lines of script wrapped his fingers, crossed his palms, and shot out toward the edges of the crack. They sank into the stone, anchoring themselves in the shelves on both sides, then dropped down into the dark. Tom stared. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Redefining the cut," Harry said. He dragged on the net, tightened, pulling at the chaos, not to kill it, but to shape how it could move. The raw Heka that had surged up from the crack hit the lines and slowed, forced into patterns. Not perfect order, guided flow. The shelves shuddered. Some of the falling tablets caught on new threads of light and slid back into place. Tom snarled. "You cannot tame that," he spat. "It will break your neat little rules. It always does." "It will test them," Harry said through clenched teeth. "That is the point." He could feel the strain. The fragment was tied into the crack, into the chaotic swirl. It had punched holes into his archive and shoved its own script in. Removing it meant pulling that script out without ripping the shelves apart. He could do it, not as a clean slice, as careful work, line by line, pulling the wrong letters out and letting the right ones stay. That meant touching the chaos instead of pretending it was not there. It meant letting some of it run through him. His hands shook. In the chamber, his body jerked. The inner circle flashed from gold to pale blue and back. The air snapped with static. Snape gritted his teeth. "Pressure is peaking," he said. "If it goes higher, he will burn out his channels. So push back," Sirius yelled. "Feed his shield." "You think I am not," Snape snapped. Remus dragged in a breath. "Harry," he said, "we are here. Take what you need." McGonagall did not speak. She poured magic into the ring in a steady stream. Bones kept her eyes on the door. She could feel Hogwarts itself reacting now. The school wards vibrated. The castle was awake and watching. Dumbledore flexed his fingers on his staff, but he did not move. Fawkes sent another line of song down into the center. Luna pressed her forehead to Harry's. "You do not have to be perfect," she whispered. "You just have to be you." Mess and all, the net in Harry's mind flared. He felt Luna's voice settle along its threads like small weights. Not heavy, just enough to keep them from snapping away from the shelves. The swirl of Heka pushed against the net again. This time, instead of fighting it outright, Harry guided it. He opened some spaces and closed others. He let the raw energy run into the right parts of the floor, where his Ma'at lines were already strong. He refused it entry where Tom's script had eaten too deep. The crack stopped widening. Slowly it began to narrow. Tom hissed. "You think this is balance," he said. "You are just slowing the inevitable. You will spend your whole life chasing errors." Harry did not look away from the net. "I am willing to do that," he said. "That is what living is. You do not fix something once and walk away. You keep checking. You keep correcting. You accept that there will be noise." He reached with one hand and caught a thread of black script that tried to slip past the net. It burned his fingers. He grunted and held on. The letters writhed, trying to cling to his skin. He recognized some of them. Words Tom had thrown at him in the graveyard. In the diary. In Echo. Weak. Half-remembered. He pulled. The script tore away from the stone and from the swirling chaos under it. It screamed without sound. He flung it into the bright lines of Ma'at above him. The script burned. On the stone floor, Harry's scar split wider. A thin streak of dark mist seeped from it, wrapping around his head like smoke. The inner circle tightened. The light at the edge crackled, forcing the mist back toward the center. Fawkes launched from his stand without warning. He dropped down through the air, wings wide, and landed on Harry's chest. His claws did not break the skin. His weight was strangely gentle. The phoenix bent his head and let a single tear fall onto the scar. Where it touched, the mist flared and thinned. Snape's eyes widened. "His channels are holding," Snape said. "That should not be possible under this strain." "Do not question it," McGonagall snapped. "Use it." They pushed more magic into the ring. Luna held on. Her knuckles were white now. Her own magic hummed along Harry's hand, steady and warm. Harry felt that warmth in the archive. He drew on it. He reached for another piece of Tom's script, then another, then another. Each time he pulled, it hurt. The burn crawled up his arms and into his chest. Old memories shook. He saw himself at 11, staring into the mirror of Erist. He saw the ghost of his parents reach toward him. Tom had whispered in his ear that night, deep under the stone, promising him a way to bring them back. Harry grabbed that whisper and tore it free. He saw himself at 14, in a graveyard, wand locked with a copy of Tom's. Heard the scream of green light. Felt the pull of Priori Incantatem. He grabbed that line and ripped it out. He saw a flash of the diary, Ginny on the chamber floor, the ghost of a teenage Tom looking at him with smug interest. He grabbed that too. Each time he pulled, the fragment lost shape. The neat human face frayed. The edges of the coat blurred. The empty eye socket gaped wider, the script inside thinning. "You cannot do this forever," Tom snarled. "You will tear yourself apart." Harry panted. "Maybe," he said, "but I will get you out first." He reached again. This time Tom lunged. The fragment threw himself forward, reaching for Harry's chest, fingers spread like claws. The crack under their feet flared, the last heavy surge of chaos slamming into the net. For a second, Harry's balance went. He felt himself fall. Luna's voice cut through the rush. "Harry," she said, sharp for the first time. "Look at me." He did. In the archive, she was not really there. Not physically. But he saw her anyway. A simple picture in his mind. White eyes, pale hair, ink on her fingers, the memory of her lips on his. He grabbed that image and tied it to the center of the net. An anchor. Tom's fingers hit his chest. The impact hurt, felt like ice skin and fire bone at once. The fragment tried to pour itself into him, to slide into the gaps he had opened while pulling script. Harry let it in. Not all. Just enough. He pulled it through himself and out the other side, into the waiting lines of Ma'at that hung above them. The pain was blinding. He screamed. On the stone floor, his body arched again. The sound ripped out of his throat, raw and hoarse. The lines of the inner circle flashed white. For a moment, everyone could see it. A thin, dark shape rising from his scar. Humanoid, twisted, screaming without a face. It writhed against the light, claws scratching at empty air. Fox beat his wings. The wind blew the shape up into the highest part of the array, where Harry's runes waited. The Ma'at lines snapped shut. The fragment burned. There was no explosion, no dramatic flare of cursed fire. It simply shrank, like paper held over a flame. Smaller, thinner. One last twitch. Gone. In the archive, the figure in front of Harry vanished. The crack closed. The swirl of Heka rose back to its proper height, still restless, but no longer pouring through the floor. The shelves stopped shaking. Harry stayed on his knees in the aisle, hands pressed to the stone. His chest heaved. Sweat ran down his face. He looked up. The tablets on the nearest shelves were battered. Some had cracks. Some had smudges where Tom's script had eaten too deep. There were gaps where whole stacks were missing, but most of them were still there. Memories flickered at the edges of his vision. A woman with red hair laughing as she stirred a pot in a small kitchen. A huge man with beetle eyes calling him by name at a hut on a rock. A boy with bright hair shouting at him to run. A girl with a prefect badge smacking him on the arm with a rolled essay. He knew them. He knew what they felt like. He knew their order. He did not know every detail. He accepted that. The net of Ma'at runes around the crack glowed for a moment longer, then settled. It had changed shape. The lines were not as straight as they had been in Thoth's pure designs. They bent and curved around the shelves that remained. He could feel the base chaos under the stone. Still there. Still moving. It was fine. It had a bed to flow in. He exhaled. Thoth, he said quietly. Report. The presence that had been watching the whole time pressed closer. It was not a voice in his ear. It was a clear line of thought in his head. Equilibrium has been restored. Harry almost smiled. Not perfect, he said. No system in the living world is perfect. There was something almost like amusement in the tone. You chose the harder cut. Harry snorted. You trained me to, he said. You should not be surprised. There was a pause. You chose to accept noise. The words felt like more than a simple statement. Harry pushed himself to his feet. I chose to accept that I am not a tool, he said. I am a person. Order and chaos both. If Ma'at cannot handle that, then Ma'at is too small. Silence. Then softly, Ma'at is not fragile. Harry nodded. I know, he said. That is why I trust it to hold even when I do not erase everything that scares me. The presence withdrew slightly. The archive hummed. Lines of light along the shelves brightened, as if acknowledging the new form of the net. You have removed the corruption, Thoth said. You remain yourself. Mostly, Harry said. Some bits are gone. Some are cracked. That is acceptable. You understand there will be after effects. Harry thought of the gaps he had seen, of the missing stacks, of the shelves warped by strain. Yes, he said. I will live with them. You may find some paths in your mind take longer to cross now, Thoth said. Some doors may open on different rooms. You may feel echoes. I will write new maps, Harry said. Another pause. You have satisfied the requirement, Thoth said at last. The fragment is removed. The soul is no longer a split record. The world will feel this correction. The pressure in the archive eased. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was still holding. Then I am coming back, he said. He turned away from the closed crack and the quiet shelves and let himself fall upward. The first thing he felt was weight, stone under his back, a warmth over his chest, fingers wrapped around his hand, then sound, breathing, someone cursing softly, someone else muttering a steady spell under their breath. The low crackle of the candles in the corners, the last fading note of a phoenix. He opened his eyes. The ceiling of the ritual chamber stared back. The scratched lines of his arrays were still there. The light that had filled them was mostly gone, leaving only a faint glow. His scar felt sore, not burning, sore like a muscle that had been overused. Fawkes stood on his chest, light enough that Harry hardly felt the claws. The phoenix tilted his head, bright eyes watching. "Hi!" Harry croaked. His voice sounded like it had been dragged over gravel. Fawkes gave a soft trill and hopped aside, onto the edge of the depression. "Harry!" Luna's face appeared above him. Her hair was a mess. Strands stuck to her cheeks. Sweat shone at her temples. Her eyes were wide and tired and very, very real. He focused on them until the edges of the room stopped spinning. "Luna," he said. "Present." She let out a shaky breath and laughed once, short. "You always have to report," she said. "Habit," he said. "Am I alive?" "Yes," she said. She reached up and touched his forehead, just beside the scar. "There is blood," she said. "But no smoke. That feels like a win." He raised one hand, slow and careful, and touched the scar himself. It was tender. The skin there felt thinner. Under it there was no pull, no sense of another mind leaning in, just a faint echo of the pain. "Empty." "Is it gone?" Sirius asked from the outer ring. Harry turned his head. Sirius looked like he had been dragged through 3 fights in a row. His hair was plastered to his forehead. His shirt was soaked. His wand hand shook. Remus looked no better. McGonagall's bun had half escaped. Snape's face was chalk white, sweat dark on his collar. Bones stood by the door with her shoulders stiff, but there was relief in the line of her mouth. Dumbledore's eyes were wet. Harry swallowed. "Yes," he said. "He is gone." "How sure?" Snape said at once. Harry considered that. "In mind-space terms," he said slowly, "about 95%. In Ma'at terms, complete. There is no foreign script left. If there are echoes, they are mine." Snape stared at him for a second, then nodded once. Some of the tightness left his shoulders. Sirius blew out a breath. "Do not ever do that again," Sirius said. Harry coughed, a sound that might almost have been a laugh. "I do not plan to grow another soul fragment," he said. "Good," Sirius said, "because I am too old for that kind of drama." "You are not old," Remus said mildly. "I feel old," Sirius said. McGonagall cleared her throat. Her voice was rough, but steady. "Very well," she said. "Mr. Potter, can you sit up?" Harry thought about that. His limbs felt heavy. His head throbbed. His chest ached in a way that had nothing to do with the scar and everything to do with what he had just dragged through himself. "Yes," he said. Luna slid a hand under his shoulder. Remus stepped over the inner line with a quick glance at the fading rings and took his other side. No one scolded him for crossing. The array was done. The danger had passed. Together they levered Harry upright. The room tilted once, then steadied. The moment he sat, his stomach rolled. He swallowed hard and breathed through his nose until the wave passed. "Slow breaths," Luna murmured. "In. No counting." He almost argued. He did not. He followed her voice. His chest eased. Snape flicked his wand once, running a quick diagnostic spell. The light washed over Harry and flickered at his scar. "Well," Snape said, "he is not dead. His magic channels are singed, but not collapsed. His mind is intact." He paused. "As intact as it ever was," he added. Sirius glared at him. "Say thank you," Sirius said. That was his version of praise. Harry managed a small nod. "Thank you," he said. Snape looked away, expression unreadable. Bones drew in a long breath. "For the record," she said, "the ritual succeeded. The Horcrux is gone. The subject is alive. There is no sign of corruption in the field. We will have to write a very strange report." "You can leave out the part where the world nearly cracked," Sirius said. "I cannot," Bones said dryly. "Transparency, remember. Your boy has forced that on us." Harry's lips twitched. "Useful habit," he said. Dumbledore took a step closer, stopping just short of the inner circle. "Harry," he said quietly. Harry looked up at him. "Headmaster," Harry said. Dumbledore's gaze went to the scar. "When I first saw that mark," Dumbledore said, "I thought it was a sign of protection. Then I thought it was a scar that carried danger. I did not see that it was both. That is my failure, not yours. Harry watched him for a moment. You were wrong, Harry said. You made choices that hurt people. You pretended you could carry all the variables alone. You were not honest about the risk. Dumbledore flinched. Yes, he said. Harry took a breath. I still remember the things you did that helped, he said. You brought me to Hogwarts. You trusted me with information when others would have lied. You fought for this school. Both sets of facts exist. I will not erase either of them to make you simple. Dumbledore's eyes filled. That is very generous, Dumbledore said. It is not generous, Harry said. It is accurate. Ma'at does not need you to be perfect or monstrous. It needs you to be measured. Silence hung for a moment. Dumbledore nodded. Slowly. Then I will try to be worth the space you leave me, he said. He stepped back, giving the center of the room to Harry again. Fawkes hopped closer to Harry's knee and nudged his hand with a warm beak. Harry stroked the feathers gently. Thank you, he said. The phoenix gave a short, pleased trill. Bones clapped her hands together once. All right, she said. We have a clean soul, a drained ritual team, and a castle that just went through a magical quake. That is quite enough for one day. McGonagall, I recommend classes be cancelled for the evening on account of reality being adjusted. McGonagall snorted softly. I think we can arrange that, she said. Remus slid his shoulder under Harry's arm. Hospital wing, he said. No arguments. I can walk, Harry said. That is exactly why you are going to the hospital wing, Remus said. You will say you are fine and wander off to write notes about the experience. You can do that after Poppy checks your brain for any missing parts. Harry opened his mouth, then shut it again. Fine, he said. Luna smiled. I will come too, she said. You need rest, Harry said. So do you, she replied. We can rest in the same room. It is efficient. Sirius laughed, a little too loudly. She matches you, he said. Merlin, help us. Madame Pomfrey fussed for a full 10 minutes. She ran spells over Harry's head and chest. She sighed at the scorch marks in his magical pathways. She muttered about boys with savior complexes. She made him drink 2 potions that tasted like burnt toast and metal. Your mind is your own, she said at last. Mostly. You have some raw patches. No more big magic for at least 3 days. No heavy spell work. No runes. No arithmancy. No sneaking out to the grounds to practice whatever nonsense you normally do. Harry blinked. That will slow my planning, he said. Good, she said. Your planning could use some slowing. Luna sat on the next bed along, feet tucked up, watching. A bandage covered a small cut on her forehead where a bit of crystal had grazed her when the lights blew. She had refused the bed further away. Sirius and Remus waited at the foot of Harry's bed. McGonagall had gone to deal with the staff and the announcement. Bones had returned to the ministry with a head full of new work. Snape had stalked away to brew something vicious that he would later pretend was for school stock. Dumbledore had disappeared into the castle, quiet for once. Pomfrey tucked the blanket around Harry as if he were still a first year. You scared us all, she said. Try not to do that again. I will make no promises, Harry said. She sniffed. At least you are honest, she said, and moved away to check on another patient. The ward was otherwise empty. The usual hum of quiet conversation was missing. The castle buzz had not reached here yet. Sirius leaned his elbows on the bed rail. So, he said, how does it feel? Inside. Harry stared up at the ceiling for a moment. Lighter, he said. Sore. Like I pulled something heavy up a hill and finally dropped it. Do you feel different? Remus asked. Harry considered that. Yes, he said slowly. But not in the way I was afraid of. I do not feel empty. I just feel like there is more room. Room for what? Sirius asked. Noise, Harry said. Feelings. Thoughts that do not fit neat models. He glanced sideways at Luna. And people, he added. She smiled, eyes soft. Good, she said. It was getting very crowded in there with all those rules. Sirius laughed. Remus shook his head, smiling. Harry shifted under the blanket. There are gaps, he said quietly. Some memories that feel thinner. Some doors that do not open the same way. I know I stood in the graveyard with him. I remember the outline. I do not remember the taste of the air. That is a loss. I accept it. Remus's expression turned gentle. You gave up some detail to keep yourself, Remus said. That seems like a fair trade. Harry nodded. I kept the parts that define my choices, he said. I lost some fear flavor, some pain texture. I can live with that. Sirius frowned. Does that mean you will remember me? Sirius asked. Harry looked at him. He saw the man who had offered him a home in another timeline. The man who had sat at the kitchen table arguing about plans. The man who had walked into Gringotts and trusted him under goblin wards. Yes, Harry said simply. You are not a faint taste. You are solid. Sirius looked away, blinking fast. Good, he said roughly. That is good. Luna slipped off her bed and came to sit on the edge of his. Do you remember kissing me on the tower? She asked. Harry felt his face heat. Yes, he said. Do you remember kissing me in the array room? She asked. He swallowed. Yes, he said again. Then the important part stayed, she said. Remus cleared his throat. Should we give you two some privacy? He asked lightly. Harry made a sound that might have been a groan. Sirius grinned. No, Sirius said. I want to see him be awkward. Luna ignored them. She leaned closer, her hair falling forward like a curtain. You did something very hard, she said softly. Are you going to let yourself be proud of that, or are you going to write a report about flaws in the process? Both, Harry said. She laughed quietly. At least you are honest, she said again. He looked at her for a long moment. I nearly cut too much, he said. There was a moment where it would have been easier to erase whole shelves, to take him and everything he had touched. That would have given me a clean model. What stopped you? She asked. He thought of the image of her he had tied into the net. You, he said simply. You and the others. You made it impossible to pretend that the messy parts are all contamination. That would have been a lie about what you mean to me. Her eyes widened a little. Color rose in her cheeks. That sounds like something a person would say, she murmured. Not a tool. I am trying, he said. She looked at him with an expression he could not quite name. Something warm. Something fierce. You are doing very well, she said. He reached for her hand again. She let him take it. The weight of her fingers felt more real than any theoretical balance. Sirius made a quiet choking noise. Remus elbowed him. Let them breathe, Remus murmured. Sirius rolled his eyes and stepped back. We will be outside, Sirius said. Near enough to hear if you fall out of the bed. Far enough that I do not have to watch any more teen feelings. Coward, Luna said calmly. Sirius grinned. Accurate, he said and walked toward the doors. Remus gave Harry a small nod and followed. The ward door shut behind them with a quiet click. Harry and Luna were alone, apart from the rustle of sheets and the distant sounds of the castle adjusting to a new shape of magic. He turned his head to look at her. Do you regret agreeing to be my anchor? He asked. She shook her head at once. No, she said. I like being important. You were more than important, he said. You were the difference between me choosing to become a quiet machine and choosing to stay a person. She met his eyes. Then I am glad I was there, she said. You would make a very cold machine. It would be sad. He almost smiled. I thought I wanted to be that, he admitted. Simple, clean, no messy variables. Just input and output. And now, she asked. He thought of the crack in the archive, of the net that had formed instead of a blade, of the way his ma-at lines had bent to fit around what remained. Now I think that kind of perfection is another kind of lie, he said. The world is not a puzzle with one correct answer. It is a system that keeps moving. You cannot solve it. You can only keep adjusting. She squeezed his hand. Good, she said. Welcome to being human. He let out a breath. It felt like an exhale at the end of a very long equation. Luna, he said. Yes, she said. I am going to sleep, he said. If I start muttering about numbers, hit me with a pillow. She smiled. I will, she said. And if you forget who you are when you wake up, I will remind you. He nodded. I believe you, he said. He closed his eyes. For the first time since he could remember, There was no thin, cold presence at the edge of his thoughts. No tug toward anyone else's will, just his own tired mind. Chaos still moved under the floorboards of his thoughts. Ma'at still ran in his bones. The war outside still waited. He would deal with all of that later. For now, he let himself rest. Hand in Luna's. Phoenix warm on the bed rail. The architect of Ma'at, the boy raised by a god of knowledge, the student, the friend, the almost boyfriend, the weapon who had chosen not to be only a weapon, finally let his eyes close and slept. Run that again. Sirius tapped the floating map with the tip of his wand and the lights shivered. The projection hanging in the air above the table looked like someone had sketched all of magical Britain in lines of gold, then thrown drops of red ink at it. Harry did not look up right away. He was already halfway through a new calculation, symbols moving in front of him in neat rows. We do not need to run it again, he said. We need to accept what it is telling us. Bones stood on the opposite side of the table, arms folded, watching the map. Humor him, she said. Everyone in this room nearly died in the last ritual, Mr. Potter. They are allowed to double-check a forecast before they walk into the next mess. Harry sighed through his nose and flicked his wand. The map cleared, then rebuilt itself. Gold lines first, tracing out the main magical sites of Britain. Hogwarts, the Ministry, St. Mungo's, Diagon Alley, Gringotts, smaller clusters around old pureblood estates. Over that, red flares blinked into being, scattered across the country. Each red mark was a recent incident. A ward scream at a minor manor. A surge of uncontrolled magic in a muggle street where no young witch was registered. A flare in a forest where no one had been dueling, followed by the discovery of a burned patch of ground and a dead snake with green eyes. Bones nodded toward the nearest flare. Remind me, she said. That one, north of London. What was it? Stray Cruciatus Field, Harry said. No caster on site when Orus arrived. Just a pattern of pain left in the stone and a snake carcass. Same resonance as his magic. No Horcrux support under it anymore, so it collapsed on itself. Sirius shifted his weight. And you think these marks are him? Sirius said. Not the idiots who follow him. Harry pointed at a cluster of smaller blue marks that floated near 3 of the red ones. The blue are confirmed Death Eater raids, he said. Masked. Wands. People. They have rhythm. They plan. They steal. The red are different. No plan. No voices registered by scrying. Just a sudden spike of magic tied directly to his signature. Then a drop. Like someone with a rotting wand waving it at the sky and hoping something still works. Remus glanced at the map, then back at Harry. And your model uses these to what exactly? Remus asked. Draw a line to where he is hiding. Harry shook his head. Not a line, he said. A field. He tapped the air. The gold lines under the red flares shifted. Faint ripples spread out from each red mark, moving along the main magical veins of the country. Some waves overlapped and grew brighter. Others canceled each other out. McGonagall watched the ripples with narrowed eyes. You are treating him like a decay pattern, she said quietly. Yes, Harry said, because that is what he is now. Before, his soul was distributed. Anchors everywhere. Hard to model. Too many external supports. Now, after the excision, he is just one failing core, reaching out in panic through whatever old spells he left behind. Every time he tries to yank on those, he leaves a trace. Bones frowned. A wounded creature is dangerous, she said. You keep saying he is weaker, but he could still kill a lot of people while he thrashes. That is why we are here, Harry said. To stop the thrashing from hitting random targets. He let go of the map for a moment and leaned back. The war room was one of the old classrooms near the top of Hogwarts, cleared of desks and filled with maps and parchment. Someone had shoved 2 house tables together to make a central platform. The air smelled of ink and chalk and nervous sweat. On the wall, a more mundane parchment map of Britain was pinned up, dotted with pins. That had been Bones' habit before Harry added his glowing copy. Sirius looked tired. Remus had dark circles under his eyes. McGonagall's jaw was set in that familiar way that meant she was hanging on by discipline and tea. Snape lurked near the corner, arms folded, eyes flicking between the map and Harry's face. Dumbledore stood near the window, silent, hands wrapped around his staff. He had said very little since the ritual, content for once to let someone else drive the explanation. Luna sat on the table itself, legs crossed, watching the map with her head tilted. Her hand rested by Harry's elbow, close enough that he could feel her presence even when he was not looking at her. Bones tapped the table. "All right," she said. "Summarize." In words small enough for the Wizengamot to understand. Harry nodded. "His soul is no longer stable," he said. "His Horcruxes are gone. The fragment in my scar is gone. The only thing keeping him tied to the world now is his own body and whatever remains of his main anchor. That core wants stability. It is reaching out through old spells and wards and marks he left on people. Every time it does that, the magic strains. It leaks. That leak shows up as an incident." Remus nodded. "Those are the red flares," Remus said. "The messy ones." "Exactly," Harry said. "If there was no pattern, we would have a problem. But there is a pattern. The leaks follow certain paths along the magical field. They are not random. They cluster. If we treat each leak as a data point and feed it into a model, we can calculate where the source most likely sits." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "And your model says what?" Sirius asked. Harry lifted his wand again. The ripples on the map began to converge. They flowed along the gold lines, overlapping where fields met. The color at each overlap changed, moving toward a deeper red. Harry added a new layer, pale green this time. "These are the places he is least likely to be," Harry said. "Dense law magic, constant ministry presence, strong independent wards not linked to his old network. Places he would avoid because they make it harder for him to pull anything without someone noticing." Bones watched as street mungos flared green, along with the Central Ore Barracks, the Goblin Bank, and Hogwarts. Sirius snorted. "So not Malfoy Manor then," Sirius said. "Too obvious." Harry made a small face. "Lucius' house is almost entirely dark now," he said. "Your cousin already dragged it through court once. His wards are under ministry observation. Our data show no major leaks there. Either he is not using it or he is not using it for anything important." Snape spoke for the first time. "He never liked relying on others for his main base," Snape said. "He always kept his true nest for himself. Some old family place with blood wards only he could manage." Harry pointed his wand at the corner of the map where a small shape of a valley and a village sat. "Exactly," Harry said. "The model agrees." A pale yellow circle appeared there. Bones squinted. "What is that?" she asked. "Initial estimate," Harry said. "Based on the first dozen leaks we tracked after the cup and the excision. It is a ring around Little Hangleton and the surrounding hills." Silence dropped over the table. Sirius swore under his breath. "The Riddle House," he said. "Of course it is that cursed place." Remus sighed. "He likes theatrics," Remus said. "Raises himself in the place where he killed his father. That fits." McGonagall frowned at the map. "That house was under quiet watch," she said. "We had basic alarms there. No major activity has been reported." "Because he is careful," Harry said. "He knows that place is watched, so he does not cast the big things there. He reaches out from there. The leaks show up along the paths, not at the source." Bones rubbed her temple. "Which means we cannot just charge the house on a guess based on your numbers," she said. "The Wizengamot will howl about due process and risk and you using my Aurors as test subjects for your sums." Harry nodded. "I know," he said, "which is why we are not going to charge on a guess. We are going to refine the model until the guess is reality." Sirius lifted his wand again. "Which means what, exactly?" he asked. "Because right now, it looks like we sit here waiting for him to have another magical tantrum, so you can add another dot." Harry turned from the map to them. "No," he said. "We poke him." They did not poke him in one big obvious jab. That was the point. The first test was almost small enough to ignore. A Death Eater cell that had been quiet for months suddenly tried to raid a half-blood farmstead near the edge of the fens. Harry's model had flagged the area the day before as medium risk. Bones had raised an eyebrow, then quietly diverted an Auror team to patrol nearby. When the Death Eaters showed up, the Aurors were already in place. The duel was short and messy. 2 masked figures stunned. 1 dead. 1 escaped through a rough apparition that left scorch marks on the hedge and a footprint burnt into the dirt. There was nothing unusual about the raid on its own. Just another group trying to prove they still had teeth. Until the report arrived in the war room. Harry skimmed the description, then turned back to the map and slid the new data into place. A fresh red flare appeared where the apparition escape had ended. It pulsed once, then faded, leaving a faint ringing in the magical field lines around it. Harry watched the ripples move. Luna stood beside him, shoulder almost touching his arm. "You did that on purpose," she said quietly. "Yes," he said. "I wanted to see if his response to pressure followed the same pattern as the leaks he made on his own." She nodded. "So we squeeze one part of the field," she said. "He pulls on his old spells in answer. We track the pull." "Exactly," Harry said. Remus stepped closer, reading the numbers Harry had written in the corner. "And?" Remus asked. Harry tapped the map. "And the ripples shifted," he said. "Not much, but enough to tighten the ring." The pale yellow circle around Little Hangleton shrank. Bones narrowed her eyes. "The farmstead raid," she said slowly. "You told me to push those Aurors in that direction. You said it was to reassure the locals." Harry did not look guilty. "It did reassure them," he said. "They are alive." She gave him a flat look. "And as a side effect you made him twitch," she said. "Yes," Harry said. Sirius snorted. "I should have known you were 2 steps ahead of your own map," Sirius said. Harry shrugged. "That is the point of predictive work," he said. "You do not wait for the worst case to hit. You make small controlled changes and watch what moves." The second test was louder. Bones authorized a raid on a house that had acted as a small Death Eater safe point for years. They did it at dawn when most of the occupants were asleep. Moody and Kingsley led the team. They stunned 3 and dragged them out before any of them could send a proper signal. Harry had given them extremely precise timing. "When the clocks in that lane hit 6:19, he had said. "Not a minute sooner." Kingsley had raised an eyebrow at the exact number, but he had followed it. Later, he reported that the wards over the house had faltered at that exact minute, as if something else had pulled on the same power from far away. Harry listened to the report with his eyes half closed, then went back to his calculations. He added the new anomalies to the growing cluster, then set his wand against the edge of the map and whispered a small adjustment. Lines shifted. The ring tightened again. Bones stared at the shrinking circle. "That is not possible," she said softly. "It is," Harry said. "It is just unusual to see it drawn this clearly." Snape's voice cut across the room. "You are forcing him to spend his strength faster," Snape said. "Every time we hit one of his nests, he reaches for control. He pushes his magic through the old marks to check who failed him. That leaves a scar." Harry nodded. "And I can see those scars," he said. "They show direction. The more he reacts, the more I can see what he is using as a base." Sirius folded his arms. "And the more we hit, the weaker he gets," Sirius said. "I like this plan." Remus frowned. "There is still risk," Remus said. "A trapped animal hits out at whoever is closest. A trapped Tom Riddle hits out at cities." Harry looked at him. "That is why we are careful about where we poke," Harry said. "Small targets. Empty ground when possible. We deal with his followers when we can, but the main goal is to make him act, not to corner them yet." Bones nodded. "And we keep people calm," she said. "We do not let it leak into the prophet that we are intentionally baiting the Dark Lord with villages. That will go down very badly with voters." McGonagall snorted. "Understatement," she said. Luna shifted her weight on the table. "Does he know," she asked, "that you are doing this to him?" Harry hesitated. "In simple terms," he said, "he knows he is being squeezed. He can feel his reach shrinking. He does not know why." "You sound sure," she said. He met her eyes. "I felt what he felt," Harry said quietly. "When the fragment was inside me. I know what panic feels like inside his magic. That is what these leaks taste like." Luna studied his face. "Does that bother you?" she asked. "Yes," he said. And it is still better than leaving him to strike wherever he likes. They did 3 more tests over the next week. A false rumor of Dumbledore leaving the country went out through channels Snape knew the Death Eaters watched. The next night, there was a spike of magic near the coast where ward watchers sensed someone testing fog spells over a fishing village. Harry caught the echo and narrowed the model. A quiet amnesty offer went to a handful of lesser followers. In exchange for public testimony, they would get reduced sentences and protection from their own side. Most ignored it. One took it. The moment that one stepped into Hogwarts under heavy guard, several old marks on his arm burned brighter, as if someone far away was trying to pull him back. Harry caught that echo too. Each small move had a cost. They spent aura hours, potion stores, oaths, and blood pressure. Harry watched the board and saw something else. The red leaks came faster now. Some were still tiny. A burst of hate in a back alley. A snake exploding in a field. A miscast curse on an empty lane. Some were ugly. A street in Nocturne frozen in place for a full minute, as if time itself had snagged. A whole family found sleeping and unable to wake for hours, only stirred by Fawkes' tears. A group of Muggle children walking through a park chased into a fountain by invisible fire. Each time the reports came in, Harry felt a tightness in his chest. He read the details. He added the data points. He plotted the decay. "This is not just him," Sirius said one evening, when Harry stayed late in the war room to catch up. "These people hurt. You know that, right?" Harry did not look away from the board. "I know," he said. "I read every line." Sirius sank into a chair. "Do not lose them in the numbers," Sirius said. "You are doing good work. You are saving more than you are failing. But they are not just dots." Harry's hand paused over the parchment. He took a slow breath, then another. "I am not forgetting them," he said quietly. "I am folding them into the reason I keep going." Sirius watched him for a moment. "Then come home," Sirius said. "You have been in this room for 3 hours. Remus is making soup badly. If you are not there to stop him, I will have to stage an intervention." Harry almost smiled. "Soup as moral hazard," he said. "Exactly," Sirius said. "You see the danger." Harry glanced at the map one more time. The ring on the map had shrunk to a tight oval now. It sat over the valley around Little Hangleton, thickest over one particular hill. "I am close," Harry said. Sirius followed his gaze. "How close?" Sirius asked. Harry touched the hill with the tip of his wand. "Within a few streets," he said. "Maybe less." He is still pulling his magic through a few decoy channels, but every time he does it without Horcrux support, some of his own core leaks away. He can feel that. He must be furious. Sirius grinned with no humor. "Good," he said. "Let him rage in his nice cozy house while we take his world apart." Harry nodded once. "Go save the soup," he said. Sirius studied him. "You promise you will sleep?" Sirius asked. "Yes," Harry said. "Soon," Sirius said. Harry gave him a look. "Soon," Harry repeated. It was not perfect, but Sirius accepted it for now and left. Luna slipped in as the door clicked shut. "You lied," she said. Harry did not even pretend to be surprised. "I said I would sleep soon," he said. "That is technically true." She walked over and climbed up on the table beside him, bare feet swinging a few inches above the war map. "You are doing the thing again," she said. "What thing?" he asked. "Trying to stand in the middle of 2 storms and hold them apart with your teeth," she said. He huffed a quiet breath. "That is a strange description," he said. "Accurate though," she said. He leaned his forearms on the table and dropped his head forward for a moment. "I can see him," Harry said quietly. "Not just the map. Him. I can see what he is thinking even without the fragment. I know how he will react. I know where he will strike and how many people he will try to hurt. And I know we can stop most of it. Not all. Most." Luna watched his shoulders tremble once. "And you hate that most," she said softly. "You want all." "Yes," he said. "I want all. I want a model that leaves no one out. I want a field that covers every possible line. I want no red marks on this map at all." "Then why are you still using this one?" she asked. He lifted his head and frowned at her. "What?" he said. She gestured at the glowing map. This one, she said. The one that uses people as dots. The one that will always have gaps, because people are messy and scared and sometimes stupid. If you want all, it will never be enough. He turned back to the map. He knew she was right. He could feel the emptiness in the model. There were events they had already missed. Spikes of magic too small to notice until after. People who had slipped through and been hurt before his numbers could catch them. I cannot stop using it, he said. It is the best tool we have. I know, she said. I am not telling you to stop. I am telling you to accept that it will not make you a god. It will not give you all. It will just give you enough to matter. He closed his eyes for a second. That feels small, he said. It is still more than anyone else has ever had, she said. You mapped a dark lord like a weather storm. You brought Ma'at to war. You do not get to demand perfection on top of that. He let out a short, tired laugh. When you say it like that, he said, it sounds arrogant. It is, she said. You can keep the arrogance as long as you remember you also need dinner and sleep and people. He turned to look at her. You came to drag me away, he said. Yes, she said. And to check if you remembered my name. I remember your name, he said. He reached out and took her hand. Her fingers wove through his. How is your head? She asked quietly. He brushed his free hand over his scar out of habit. It hurt less now. Sometimes it tingled when he drew too much magic through it. Sometimes he felt a phantom echo in an empty space that used to be full of something cold. Mostly it felt like skin. Sore when I push too hard, he said. Otherwise quiet. She nodded. And inside? She asked. He knew what she meant. The archive. The shelves. The crack. Different, he said. But stable. I can move through memories without slipping. There are a few doors that stick. A few gaps where the shelves used to shake. They are not empty. Just thin. Does he echo? She asked. No, Harry said. Not as himself. Some reflexes linger. But they are mine now. She studied his face for a long moment. Good, she said. Then you can use what you know of him without giving him space in your head. He nodded. That is the plan, he said. She squeezed his hand. Come eat, she said. Sirius is going to poison the house. He smiled properly this time. Fine, he said. Let us save Remus from soup. Voldemort sat in an armchair in the drawing room of the Riddle House and tried not to think about emptiness. The room was cold. The house was always cold. Even with a fire in the grate, the chill from the stone walls sank into his bones. Once this had felt like power. He had stood here when he killed his father. He had watched the light go out of that weak man's eyes and felt the thrill of control. A house, a line, a name. All his. Now he sat wrapped in a dark cloak, fingers digging into the arms of the chair, and listened to the crackle of the fire. His wand lay on the small table beside him. He could feel it like another limb. It did not feel as sharp as it used to. Nagini lay coiled on the rug. Her eyes were half open. Her tongue flicked out slowly. He stroked her with one pale hand. She is gone, he murmured. The boy is gone. His words curled in the air. He meant the fragment. He did not understand how, exactly. One moment, there had been a constant thread of himself out there in the world, anchored in that scar. It had been thin and irritating and sometimes painful, but it had been his. Then it had snapped. He had felt it like a tooth being torn from his jaw. A sharp flare of loss. A twist. A scream that was both his and not his. Then nothing. He had raged. He had cast curses until the walls shook and the portraits fell. He had smashed a chair. He had thrown one of his followers against the far wall and left the man gasping on the floor with broken ribs. None of that changed the fact that the thread was gone. He had spent days searching for it. He tried to reach through the mark on the boy's head. Nothing. He tried to reach through the old Horcrux links. Nothing. He tried to push his magic along the marks on his followers and feel for the familiar echo. Still nothing. There were other echoes. New ones. Ugly ones. His marks burned in ways he did not intend. His curses left trails he could not quite control. His old protective wards felt brittle under his hand. Something had changed in the field. He did not like not knowing what. Master, Bellatrix knelt near the door, head bowed. Her hair fell around her like a curtain. He had not heard her enter. He did not like that either. What? He said sharply. She flinched at the tone and pressed her forehead to the floor. My lord, there has been another raid, she said. Our people were waiting at the safe point. The Aurors came before they expected. They took 3. 1 escaped. Voldemort's fingers tightened on the arm of the chair. How? He hissed. I do not know, my lord, she said quickly. We used the channel you told us. We did not speak openly. We did not move until we felt the call. He narrowed his eyes. The call. His pull. He had reached out along the old wards and called his loyal ones to move. The same way he always had. The same way that had worked 100 times before. This time, every time, there had been something else. A drag. A weight. As if something in the field pushed back. The Aurors, he said. How did they move? They were already near, she said. Kingsley Shacklebolt led them. They came around the corner the moment our people stepped through their apparition. Voldemort hissed. Shacklebolt, he spat. Dumbledore's pet. Nagini raised her head, tongue flicking. The boy. He realized he was gripping the chair hard enough to leave marks. He forced his hand to unclench. Leave me, he said. Bellatrix pressed her face harder to the floor. My lord, we can retaliate, she said. We can strike at their nests as they strike at ours. Give me leave, and I will burn their little school to the ground. The boy will scream. His scarless forehead prickled. He imagined the boy's face. He had thought of him as a bit of himself for so long that the idea of that face without his fragment behind it unsettled him. No, he said sharply. Hogwarts is too hot. Their wards are thick. The Aurors will be there in moments if you try. You will waste power. Bellatrix trembled. You are merciful, my lord, she whispered. We will wait for your perfect moment. He waved a hand. Go, he said. Send word to Lucius. We will change channels. No more of the old lines. Anyone who uses them without my order dies. Yes, my lord, she said. She backed out of the room on her knees, then scrambled to her feet once she was beyond his sight and fled. He sat in his chair and stared at the fire. Change channels. He would build new ones. He would carve fresh marks. He would find new ways to move his magic without touching the places that now bit him when he reached for them. He tried to draw power into his wand for practice. It came, slower, felt thick as if moving through old blood. His hand shook. He stopped. He did not like this. He did not like the idea that somewhere, someone else was drawing diagrams of his behavior. He did not know for sure that the boy was behind this. He suspected. A boy raised in a temple of knowledge. A boy who had cut out a Horcrux from his own skull and lived. A boy whose magic tasted of something old and sharp that was not any human wand lore. He knew being watched when he felt it. He stood up. Let them watch, he hissed. Let them stare at their maps. I am still Lord Voldemort. I am still the serpent in their garden. They think they can solve me like an equation. They forget that chaos does not obey sums. His wand flared. The fire roared higher. For a moment power ran through him like it used to. Smooth. Strong. Then it snagged. Pain shot up his arm. He bit back a cry and forced the spell to drop. The flames settled. Sweat ran down his temple. He sank back into the chair, breathing hard. He did not like emptiness. He did not like limits. He would find a way out of this. He had to. The leaks are wrong. Harry slammed his palm lightly against the edge of the table. Everyone in the war room looked up. Sirius had been half asleep in a chair in the corner. He jerked upright and blinked. What? He said. What is wrong now? Harry dragged both hands through his hair, then forced them back down. He is changing behavior, Harry said. The last 2 incidents do not match his earlier pattern. Bones strode over at once. How? She asked. Harry pointed at the map. 2 new red marks pulsed. One near a small town on the coast. One deep in the countryside near a stone circle. At the start, his leaks came from him pushing through old channels, Harry said. Marks on his followers, old ward points, things like that. They followed lines we knew. These 2 do not. They are new points, not connected to his older web. Remus stepped closer. New marks, Remus said. Yes, Harry said. He is adapting. He knows the old channels hurt him. He is trying to build fresh ones. Sirius swore. So your whole pattern is useless now, Sirius said. Great. Harry shook his head. Not useless, he said. Just under stress. When a system changes, you do not throw away everything. You update. He is still in the same body. He still has the same supply. He still sits somewhere while he casts. The leaks move, but the center does not. Bones frowned. Can you prove that? She asked. Yes, Harry said. We have cross-checks now. Aura reports of a figure in a black cloak seen near the stone circle, then vanishing. Residues at both sites. Same signature as his. If he is walking around that far from his base, he has to use something to anchor his casting. He cannot move as freely as before. The decay field still points to one region. He tapped the ring. It had stretched slightly, elongated toward the new points, but the brightest region still hung over the hill above Little Hangleton. Dumbledore cleared his throat for the first time in hours. Tom never did like being predictable, Dumbledore said. He is at his most dangerous when he feels caged. When he was younger, that was when he killed animals and children. Now he chooses villages. Snape's lip curled. Touching, he said. Your concern for rural decor. Dumbledore watched the map. My concern is for the people, Dumbledore said, and for the fact that he will not sit still while we draw lines around him. Harry, can your model handle a moving center? Harry considered that. Yes, he said. If he moves, the ripples change. In fact, the more he moves, the easier it becomes to see what path he takes. Bodies leave trails. Bones narrowed her eyes. Do you think he will run? She asked. Harry shook his head. No, he said. Pride will not let him. He will not flee the country. He will not hide in a cave outside our field. He will cling to the places that mean something to him. Riddle House, Old War Grounds, the Ministry, Hogwarts. He wants to win here. He will not accept a victory at an outpost. McGonagall nodded slowly. That sounds right, she said. He has always wanted to stand in front of this school and claim he destroyed it. Sirius rolled his shoulders. So he stays, Sirius said. He just starts lashing out more wildly. Harry nodded. Which gives us more data, he said. And more reason to move faster. Bones set both hands on the table. You think we are ready, she said. To go where your map points. To take him. Harry looked at the ring. It had shrunk again while they talked. Every leak, every raid, every desperate spell he cast added another faint line that narrowed the field. The brightest point now was not a vague hill. It was a building outline, small, old, sitting on the slope above the village. I think we will not get a much clearer window, Harry said. He is changing tactics. He will find a way to damp his leak soon. If we wait, the field will blur. If we move now, we step in while he is still off balance. Sirius lifted an eyebrow. And you, Sirius said. Are you ready? Harry paused. He closed his eyes for a moment and checked. No foreign presence in his head. No piece of riddle hiding under his thoughts. His magic felt sore but solid. His lines in the archive were holding. Fear curled in his stomach. He looked at Luna. She met his gaze steady on, no trace of surprise. Are you scared? She asked. Yes, he said. Can you think? She asked. He listened to his own pulse. Yes, he said. She nodded. That sounds ready enough, she said. He turned back to Bones. I am as ready as I am going to be, he said. We cannot wait for perfect. We will never reach it. Bones studied his face. Then she looked around the room. At this point, she said, this is not only your decision. This touches the ministry, the school, the whole war. I want everyone in this room to say their piece. She looked at McGonagall first. McGonagall straightened. From the school's perspective, she said, the longer this goes on, the more our children live with fear. We can survive another term of tension. We cannot survive years of it. If the boy's model is as solid as it appears, we should move now while he is weak. Bones nodded and turned to Snape. Snape's face was unreadable. I have worked at the edge of that man's temper for years, Snape said. He is erratic now. That makes him dangerous in new ways, but it also makes him sloppy. He will never be more off balance than this. From a practical perspective, this is the best time to strike. She looked at Remus. Remus rubbed the back of his neck. Personally, Remus said, I would love it if we never had to face him at all. But if we have to, I would rather do it when Harry is thinking clearly and not sharing his head with a piece of him. I say we go. Sirius made a face. If I say no, will it change anything? Sirius asked. Bones raised an eyebrow. Probably not, she said. But I still want to hear it. Sirius sighed. I hate this, he said. I hate every part of it. I hate the fact that I am even considering walking my godson into a valley where a murder awaits. I hate the fact that this stupid board makes sense. I hate that the alternative is sitting here while more red marks pop up on that map and Harry slowly pulls himself to bits trying to stop them. He shrugged, a rough movement. I also know he will go with or without me, Sirius said. So I am going with him. Yes. We go. Bones shifted her gaze to Dumbledore. The old man looked older now than he had ever looked at the staff table. I have made many mistakes around Tom, Dumbledore said quietly. One of the worst was waiting too long. Waiting for the perfect moment. Waiting for perfect information. Waiting until the boy before us had to stand alone in a graveyard without enough tools. I will not repeat that. If Harry says this is the window, if your numbers agree, Madam Bones, then we step through it together. Bones took a slow breath. Very well, she said. You have your consensus. We plan a strike. Harry felt his heart thud harder. He had known this was coming. He had been driving toward it from the moment he first traced a line of decay in his own scar. Still, hearing it out loud made it real in a new way. Bones turned back to him. Where? She asked. Harry tightened his grip on his wand and tapped the map one more time. The glowing ring shrank down until it was a single, bright point. The Riddle House. He stared at the tiny outline of the building. He could almost see the armchair by the fire. We go there, he said. We break his last base. We finish the decay. Luna's hand found his. Everyone around the table went quiet for a moment. Then Bones straightened. All right, she said. Let us write a plan that even Tom Riddle cannot wriggle out of. Hours later, the war room was almost empty. Only Harry and Luna remained. The map still glowed, though the lights were dimmer now. The lines were set. The point over the Riddle House pulsed slowly, steady as a heartbeat. Harry stood looking at it. Luna came to stand beside him. You did it, she said. Not yet, he said. The mapping, she said. You took something that was supposed to be mysterious and unknowable and you turned it into lines on a board. You hunted a monster with sums. He exhaled through his nose. It feels too clean when you say it like that, he said. People still got hurt. Yes, she said. And more would have if you had done nothing. He watched the small glowing outline. Sometimes I wonder what he sees when he looks at the field, Harry said quietly. If he sees it at all. If it is just noise and fire to him. Or if he can feel the walls closing and he knows this is not luck. She tilted her head. Does it matter? She asked. Yes, he said. A little. I want him to understand that this was not just brute force. That this was done to him. That we saw him. That he was measured. She nodded. That sounds like you, she said. He glanced at her. You think I am petty, he said. I think you want the world to make sense, she said. Even at the end, he let that sit. After a while, he drew a long breath. I am scared, he said again. I know, she said. He turned fully toward her. I am scared that I will miscalculate, he said. That I will miss some small variable and someone will die because of it. I am scared that I will stand in front of him and freeze. I am scared that I will see myself in him in ways I do not want to see. She reached up and touched his cheek. You may miscalculate, she said. You may miss something. You may freeze for a second. You may see some part of yourself and hate it. None of that changes the fact that you are not him. He closed his eyes briefly at the touch. What if I fail? He whispered. She stepped closer so that their bodies were almost touching. Then we keep going, she said. We are not alone in this. You are not the only one who can throw a spell. You built a network, remember? You made sure you were not the only piece on the board that matters. If you fall, we pick up your lines. He opened his eyes again. I do not like thinking about that, he said. I know, she said. But it is still true. The burden is not all yours. He searched her face. You are very stubborn, he said. Yes, she said. You like that. He did. He leaned down and kissed her. It was not like the kiss in the tower. That one had been sharp and surprising, half panic, half relief. It was not like the kiss in the array room, with pain and fear sitting on the edges. This one was steady. Her mouth was soft and sure. His hand settled on her waist. Her fingers slid into his hair. His heart pounded, but it did not race out of control. His scar did not flare. The only rush in his head was his own. When they parted, she rested her forehead against his. Remember this, she murmured. When you stand in that house, remember that there is something after it. Something more than maps and wars and gods. He swallowed. I will try, he said. She smiled. You will do more than try, she said. You are annoyingly good at following through. He huffed a small breath that might have been a laugh. Come on, she said, stepping back and tugging his hand. Sirius is waiting with a ridiculous plan to smuggle biscuits into the mission. Bones will be thrilled, Harry said. Bones will pretend to be horrified, Luna said. Then eat one. He let her pull him away from the map. As they left, the glowing outline of the Riddle house pulsed once more. The field was set. The decay was traced. In the morning, they would walk into the valley where a dark lord sat in a cold stone chair and believed himself still untouchable. Harry would bring his maps. Sirius would bring his wand. Bones would bring the law. Luna would bring her stubborn, chaotic presence. Ma'at would be there, quiet in his bones. The storm that had been building since a baby had survived a curse in Godric's Hollow finally had a path to follow. He squeezed Luna's hand one more time as they stepped through the war room door. Tomorrow, he said softly. Tomorrow, she agreed. The Riddle house looked smaller in daylight. Harry stood on the edge of the hill with his cloak tugged close and tried to match the glowing outline from the war room map to the real stone in front of him. It matched. The roof sagged a little. Ivy crawled up one wall. Several windows were boarded. Crows sat on the chimneys. The whole place carried the weight of something that should have been empty and was not. Wind moved across the grass. The cold went straight through his boots. Behind him, the strike team waited. He ran through the faces one more time, a quiet head count. Sirius on his left, jaw tight, eyes bright, wand already in his hand. Remus just behind, cloak wrapped close, watching the tree line. McGonagall further back with Kingsley and Moody, marking positions for the outer ring. Bones beside them, arms folded, taking in every angle. Snape a little apart, face pale, black eyes fixed on the house as if he expected it to bite. Dumbledore near the center, staff grounded in the damp earth, Fawkes on his shoulder. The phoenix looked absurdly bright against the gray sky. Luna stood at Harry's right hand. She had no hood up. Her hair moved in the wind. Her wand hung loose in her fingers, not careless, just certain. Harry took a slow breath. Last chance to say this is a terrible idea, Sirius muttered. It is a terrible idea, Harry said. We are just out of better ones. Sirius huffed a small sound that might have been a laugh. Bones stepped closer. All right, she said. One more time. Outline. In plain words. Harry nodded. We have 3 layers, he said. Outer ring around the valley. That is yours. You and the Aurors keep anyone else from getting in or out. You keep the villagers clear. You watch for any attempt to use them as leverage. If he tries to burst the ring, you choke the burst and call in the castle wards. Bones nodded once. Inner ring, Harry went on. McGonagall, Kingsley, Moody, Snape. You take the yard. You break his wards and hold his followers. You stop anyone from flanking us. You do not come inside unless the house itself starts to walk. McGonagall made a sharp noise. If the house walks, she said, we will have a different problem. Yes, Harry said. I am trying not to model that. A few people snorted, too tense for real laughter. And core team, Harry said. Myself, Luna, Sirius, Remus, Dumbledore. We go in. We make contact. We tie his magic into Ma at field lines and strip away what is left of his control. When he is bound, Bones sends in the OR unit to secure him. I do not want anyone else in that house while he still has reach. Snape frowned. You assume you can bind him, Snape said. You have not seen him at full power without Horcrux's support. Harry met his eyes. I have seen enough, he said. I saw what he did when he tried to pull on me. I saw how he reacts when the field pushes back. He is strong, but he is not infinite. His decay is already visible. We are not walking into the graveyard I saw in the other line. We are walking into a failing echo. Comforting, Sirius muttered. Remus raised his wand a little. Still deadly, Remus said calmly. We treat him as lethal until he is on the floor and someone has his wand. Bones nodded. Good, she said. You get him on the floor, Potter, the Ministry will do the rest. That is a promise. Luna tilted her head. And if he makes another promise to you while you are in there? She asked. What do you do? Harry thought of the mirror under the school, the cup, the diary, all the times Tom Riddle had offered him shortcuts. I measure him, Harry said. Then I say no. Luna smiled, brief and pleased. Good, she said. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Once we step forward, there is no going back to planning, he said quietly. We act or we are acted upon. Everyone ready. No one said no. Harry turned back to the house. His scar tingled. Not burning. Not the deep wrong pull of a Horcrux link. Just a faint prickle, like the air before a storm. He focused on the front door. I am going to knock, he said. Sirius groaned. Of course you are, he said. They moved. The outer ring spread out across the slope, Aurors taking positions behind trees and low stone walls. Bones walked the line, checking sight lines, speaking quietly with each witch and wizard in turn. McGonagall, Kingsley, Moody, and Snape moved closer to the house and began to lay down their own ward marks. Soft light followed their wands, sinking into the ground. Fawkes lifted from Dumbledore's shoulder and circled once overhead, then settled back down, feathers fluffed against the cold. Harry, Luna, Sirius, Remus, and Dumbledore walked the last stretch together. The grass was slick. Harry felt the damp soak into his shoes. His heart beat fast in his chest, hard enough that he could feel it in his throat. He did not try to calm it. Fear meant he understood what he was doing. As they reached the cracked path, Dumbledore lifted a hand. Before we go any further, Dumbledore said quietly, I would like to say something. Sirius let out a breath. If this is about lemon sweets, he said, I swear I will hex you, old man. Dumbledore smiled. Faint. It is not about sweets, he said. It is about responsibility. There was a time when I thought I could carry all of this alone. That if I planned well enough, if I moved the right people into the right places, no child would ever have to stand where we are standing now. He looked at Harry. I failed, he said. Not just with you, with Tom, with many others. Today, I walk into this house beside you, not as the one who decides, but as one of your team. If I start trying to take the choice out of your hands, you have my full permission to tell me to stop. Loudly, Harry met his eyes. I already planned to, Harry said. Dumbledore's shoulders eased. Good, he said. Then we go together. They stepped onto the cracked stone path. Magic brushed across Harry's skin at once. The outer wards of the house woke like an eye opening. Cold ran down his spine. That is him, he said. Luna moved closer so their shoulders touched. I know, she said. Harry lifted his wand. The lines of Ma at inside him flared, not as a clean wall, but as a mesh over his bones. He let a small thread out through his wand tip, pure measurement. The house reacted. A thin sheen of dark magic rose around it, like a film over glass. Pushed against his probe, pressing back. Harry did not try to punch through. He set his magic like a scale, not a spear. He let the ward push, felt its weight counted. Old blood wards, he said softly. Twisted. Several layers of fear woven in. Some traps keyed to pain. The base pattern is his. Dumbledore nodded. Can you cut it without setting them off? He asked. Harry thought of Chapter 8, of the crack in his mind and the net he had woven. Yes, Harry said. If I do not try to erase it in one move. He traced a small circle in the air. Ma'at runes spun out, then settled over the wards like a second, finer shell. Instead of smashing, they clipped edges. They nudged. They persuaded. The wards shivered. Harry felt resistance. He adjusted, breathing slow, keeping his focus on the flow. He guided the pressure into the ground, into the outer ring where McGonagall and the others were ready to catch leaks. Now, he called. Kingsley and Moody answered with a joint spell. Their magic rose like a wall behind the first line, taking the strain. Snape followed with a cutting charm that sliced one small knot of fear magic apart before it could snap back. The Riddle House wards groaned. Then, with a sound like glass cracking, they opened a narrow path straight to the front door. Go, Harry said. They went. The inside of the house smelled of dust and old smoke. The entry hall was narrow. Faded paper hung in strips from the walls. A broken mirror leaned against one side. The air felt thick, as if someone had woven a constant layer of magic just under the surface. Harry felt each step in his teeth. Keep close, Sirius said. He moved ahead a pace, wand ready. Remus took the left side, gaze flicking from floor to ceiling, checking for trip spells. Dumbledore walked in the center, staff ready, eyes calm. Luna stayed at Harry's side. She did not speak, but he could feel her there like a steady weight on the net he had built inside himself. They reached the first doorway. A soft voice floated out from the sitting room beyond. Come in, Harry, Voldemort called. No need for such caution. You are expected. Sirius glared at the doorway. I hate him, Sirius muttered. I know, Harry said. He stepped through first. The sitting room was larger than the hall, with a cracked fireplace and several chairs. The wallpaper was the same faded pattern as the hall. Dark curtains were drawn over the windows. Voldemort sat in one of the chairs, facing them. He wore plain black robes. His skin had that strange, stretched look Harry remembered from the graveyard. His eyes were red. The wand in his pale hand looked like a piece of bone. Nagini lay coiled on the rug at his feet. Her head was up. Her eyes were bright. Her tongue flicked in the air as they entered. Harry stopped 2 long strides into the room. Sirius came up on his right. Remus on his left. Dumbledore a little behind. Luna just beside his shoulder. They did not speak. Voldemort looked them over, gaze lingering on each face in turn. Dumbledore, he said. Remus Lupin. Sirius Black. Pretty little Ravenclaw. And the boy who refuses to die. What a charming group. His eyes came back to Harry. You have been busy, Voldemort said. Breaking my toys. Cutting strings. Drawing maps of my habits. Clever child. Harry did not look away. You have been busy too, Harry said. Leaving leaks everywhere. Hurting people while you flail. Voldemort smiled, thin and cold. People are tools, he said. Some break when you use them. That is the nature of tools. Harry felt his jaw tighten. You keep calling them that, Harry said. It is convenient. A tool does not make you feel guilty when you cut it. A tool cannot tell you to stop. Voldemort tilted his head. You sound like him, he said softly. The old man behind you. The one who wanted to save everyone and failed. Dumbledore stepped forward. Tom, he said quietly. Voldemort hissed. Do not call me that, he snapped. That name is dead. I killed it. Harry watched the flare of anger. He measured the magic behind it. Power rose in Voldemort's body like a fast tide. Then snagged. Then pushed again. There was strength, but it was uneven, full of sharp gaps. You killed the record, Harry said. You did not kill the person. You just cut out the parts you did not like and left a forward-facing name. Voldemort laughed. You are very proud of your little scales, he said. Your gods, your laws. Do you think they will save you here? You are in my house, my field, my war. Harry lifted his wand. I think they will do their job, he said. Which is to show what is true. Voldemort rose from the chair. He moved with more effort than Harry remembered. His robes hung loose, as if the body inside had lost weight. Still, when he stood to his full height, power rolled off him in a wave. Nagini uncoiled and slid closer to his feet, head raised. "You have taken my Horcruxes," Voldemort said. "You have taken my fragment. You have tried to turn my own marks against me. You think that means you have won. It does not. It means you have forced me to stop sharing. All my power is in one place now. I need no anchors. I am anchor enough." Harry felt the wards in the house shift. Everything in the room tightened. The air grew heavy. The simple dust and old paper smell was swallowed by the sharp tang of magic. "Harry," Luna said quietly. "I know," he said. He did not move. He held his wand out, steady at chest height. Voldemort lifted his own. "Choose," Voldemort said. "We can talk first. I can tell you how it feels to have a god peer into your mind. I can tell you what your dear Thoth really wants with you. Or we can skip to the part where you try to bind me like a bad equation and I tear your scales apart." Harry glanced at Dumbledore. The old man met his eyes and gave the slightest nod. "The choice is yours," that nod said. "I will not decide this for you." Harry looked back at Voldemort. "We talk while we fight," Harry said. "I already had the important conversation inside my own head." Voldemort sneered. "So be it," he said. "Avada Kedavra." The green light leapt from his wand with a crack like a snapped bone. Harry had expected it. He had seen that spell in another line, another graveyard, another life. He knew the shape of that magic better than any other curse. He did not try to block it with a simple shield. He twisted his wand and pulled. Ma'at lines jumped from his core to his wand and into the air. The curse hit those lines and bent. Instead of a straight shot toward his chest, the green light slid along a curve, pulled by the net Harry had drawn in the space in front of him. It hit the wall to his right and blew a hole in the plaster. Dust rained down. Sirius swore. "Fancy," Sirius said. "Later," Harry said. Voldemort stared at the scorched wall. Then he smiled. "So the child thinks he can draw my field," he said. "Very well. Let us see how long you can keep the chalk in your hand." He moved. Spells poured from his wand in quick succession. Cutting curses, blasts, strange foreign magic that made the air shimmer and burn. Each carried too much power, swung with more force than control. Harry met them with his net. He did not try to block each one directly. He widened the field in front of him, pulling Ma'at lines out across the room in a loose mesh. Spells hit, bent, slid, split. Some he sent into the floor, where Dumbledore was ready with stone binding charms to catch and ground them. Some he sent toward the walls, where Remus and Sirius threw layered shields to keep the damage from reaching back into the hall. One blast of raw force slipped through and caught Sirius in the chest. He hit the wall with a grunt, slid down, then pushed himself back up. Teeth gritted. "I am all right," Sirius gasped. "Just a crack. Keep going." Harry heard the pain in his voice and forced his focus back to the net. Voldemort was not standing still. He moved around the room in quick, jerky steps, trying to find an angle that would get around the mesh. His face had an odd flush. His breath came faster. "You think you are the only one who has studied," Voldemort snarled. "You think you are the only one who sees patterns. I have read more grimoires than you have had birthdays. I have cut deeper things than a schoolboy scar." He flicked his wand. The feel of the room changed. For a moment, all the magic pressing in around them swung inward, not toward Harry, but toward his friends. Nagini struck. She darted toward Luna, mouth open, fangs aimed for her arm. Harry reacted without thought. He let go of a section of the net in front of him and snapped it sideways toward the snake. The line of Ma'at caught Nagini in mid-lunge. She hit it like a glass wall. There was a crack Harry felt in his teeth. Nagini fell to the rug, body limp. Luna flinched back, eyes wide, then looked down at the still bundle of scales. "She is not moving," Luna said. Harry swallowed. "I could not leave her free," he said. Voldemort screamed. The sound was raw. "You dare!" he roared. "You dare touch what is mine!" His magic surged. The air went hard. A ring of invisible force slammed outward from his body. Harry felt it hit his net all at once. Pain shot up his arms. For a moment, the mesh wavered. A streak of red light slipped through and grazed his shoulder. Heat flared. The smell of burnt cloth filled his nose. He stumbled. "Harry!" Luna cried. Remus threw up a shield between them and the next blast. The spell hit and shattered it, but the pause gave Harry time to steady. He drew a breath, hissed against the pain, and reset the net. He could not hold this field alone. He did not need to. "Dumbledore," Harry called. "Anchor left. Sirius, Remus, anchor right. Luna, stay behind me and mark any gaps." They moved without question. Dumbledore stepped up on his left side and set his staff in the floor. A bright band of magic flowed from the staff into the net, reinforcing the left half. Sirius dragged himself upright and planted his feet on Harry's right. He gripped his wand in both hands and pushed a steady stream of power into the mesh. Remus placed his wand hand on Harry's forearm and sent his magic through Harry's channels instead of around them. A calmer, slower flow that filled in shaky spots. Luna stayed just behind Harry's shoulder, eyes flicking over the web of lines, calling out quick words when she saw a weak node. "Top left," she said. "Middle right, near the floor by his feet." Harry adjusted, tightening where she pointed. The net grew brighter. Voldemort spat something in a language Harry did not know and sent a sheet of sickly yellow fire across the room. It hit the net. For a second, it felt like the whole mesh would melt. Harry tightened his grip. "Guide it," he gasped. He did not try to push back. He opened a gap at the top and angled the lines so the fire ran up and out, punching through the ceiling. Plaster fell. Smoke curled. Cold air rushed in. Voldemort's eyes widened. "What have you done?" he hissed. Harry felt the answer in his bones. "I am not a wall," Harry said. "I am a path. You keep pushing. I keep deciding where it goes." Voldemort snarled and stepped forward. His hand shook on his wand. Too much magic ran through it. Harry could see that now. Each spell drew more from a core that was already cracked. "You are draining yourself," Harry said. "You cannot feel it clearly because your Horcruxes shielded you for years. They fed you even when you poured too much out. Now they are gone. Every curse you throw hits you too." Voldemort bared his teeth. "I am beyond such limits," he shouted. "I am Lord Voldemort." "Your name does not change the state of your channels," Harry said. He felt Thoth's attention in the back of his mind now like a cool line of thought. "Report," that silent presence said. Harry spoke aloud. "His core is unstable," Harry said. "Lines of magic show cracks. Feedback rising. Noise level high." Voldemort laughed. A harsh sound. "You talk like one of your stone scribes," he said. "Do you think your God listens? Do you think he cares how many lines you count? He uses you. You are a convenient shell with a scar and a neat mind." Harry held his gaze. "He offered me a clean cut," Harry said. "I said no. I chose to keep my noise. He accepted that choice. You cannot imagine a God who respects limits." Voldemort's lip curled. "A God that respects limits is no God at all," he said. "Power is the right to do as you please." "Then you have already lost," Harry said. "Because the field itself does not agree with you." He tightened the net. He was not just catching spells now. He was catching threads. Every time Voldemort cast, some of the magic did not move outward. It recoiled. It scraped across the inside of his own channels. It left small tears. Harry all but saw those tears. He nudged his maw at lines into them. He did not draw power from Voldemort. He pinned the damage. Every tear he marked, he kept from closing wrong. Every crack he found, he stopped from healing into a stronger, twisted path. Voldemort felt it. He staggered. "What are you doing?" he gasped. Harry focused on his breathing. "In archive terms," Harry said, "I am taking away your ability to misfile your own damage. In Ma'at terms, I am forcing your actions to sit where they belong." "That means nothing," Voldemort snarled. "It means when you hurt, you feel it in the right place," Harry said. "You cannot push it onto someone else anymore. The system you built on stolen pieces is collapsing under how you use it." Voldemort screamed again. He raised his wand in both hands and ripped at the field. For a moment the world went white. Harry felt himself lifted from his feet, thrown sideways, slammed into the floor. Breath punched out of him. The net shrieked in his head. He tasted blood. He heard someone cry out. He forced his eyes open. Luna lay near his hand, curled around herself, hair spread like pale threads on the dusty floor. Her eyes were open. She was breathing. Sirius was on his knees, one arm wrapped around his chest, wand still clenched in his other hand. Remus was half-crouched, trying to get back up. Dumbledore was standing. He had both hands on his staff now, knuckles white. Light ran from the stone at the top of the staff into the remains of the net. Voldemort stood in the center of the room. He was shaking. His robes hung off him. His skin looked even more stretched. Thin cracks of dark magic showed along his arms, as if his veins had turned into black lines. He took a step toward Harry and stumbled. "I am still more than you," he rasped. Harry pushed himself up onto one elbow. His whole body hurt. His shoulder felt like fire. His head throbbed. The net in his mind was a mess. He could rebuild it. He did not have to do it alone. "Luna," he whispered. She moved at once. Her hand found his. Her magic was small compared to Dumbledore or Voldemort or even Sirius, but it was steady. It flowed into him like warm water, filling the cracks. He set the lines again, not as wide as before, not as neat, just enough to catch what mattered. "Harry," Dumbledore called, voice strained. "His wand." Harry looked at Voldemort's hand. The wand shook. There was a hairline crack in it now. Voldemort was drawing too hard on a tool that had been tuned to a different core long ago. The wood and core did not like the way he bent them. "You are breaking your wand," Harry said. "Then I will get another," Voldemort snarled. He raised it for one last curse. Harry moved. He did not try to redirect this one. He met it. He threw Ma'at lines directly into the spell and into the core behind it. He did not pour more power in. He just held a mirror. The spell hit the net and bounced back along its own line, straight into the cracked channels that had cast it. There was a sound like stone splitting. Voldemort's body jerked. For a second, every line of dark magic inside him lit up, visible even to the naked eye as thin streaks under his skin. Then they shattered. Power tore through him with no anchor, no Horcruxes, no fragment in a scar, no spare records. Just one damaged body and a violent surge of feedback. He tried to scream. No sound came. His wand broke in half. Light burst from the broken pieces and ran up his arms, then wrapped around his torso. Harry watched, eyes wide, chest heaving. This was not an explosion. It was collapse. The bright lines inside Voldemort snapped, one after another, like ropes that had been cut. With each break, more of his magic poured out into the air. Not shaped, not aimed, just raw decay. The Ma'at net caught it. Harry did not try to push it back. He opened the field to the ground. The house shook. Cracks ran through the walls. Dust rained from the ceiling. The old fireplace split. Bones wards outside flared as the released magic hit the outer rings. Aurors on the hill felt the surge and dug in, feeding their own power into the shields. In the center of the room, Voldemort fell to his knees. His eyes were wide, red color fading. He looked at his hands in horror. "What have you done?" he whispered. Harry forced himself to his feet. He walked forward, feet unsteady, Luna still holding his hand for as long as she could before she had to let go. He stopped a short distance away. "I measured you," Harry said, voice rough. "I stopped you from lying to the field. Every spell you threw at the world hit you back. Not as revenge, just as consequence." Voldemort stared at him. "You are a child," he croaked. "You should not have this power." Harry shook his head. "I do not have it alone," he said. "I am standing on layers of magic older than you, older than Hogwarts, older than wizard and muggle. I am just the one who decided to use them this way instead of cutting myself into something clean and empty." Voldemort's body trembled. His breath came in short, ragged pulls. "You think you have one," he whispered. "You think this will end with you walking out of here and the world clapping for your clever field lines. You think they will let you keep your little scales once they see what you can do." Harry looked at him. "No," Harry said. "I think people will be scared. I think some will try to turn me into a tool. I think some will try to worship me. I think some will try to lock me away. I accept that. I do not accept you. Voldemort laughed once, harsh and weak. You sound like me, he said. Long ago, before I stopped caring what they thought. Harry did not deny it. I know, he said. That is why I am careful. Voldemort's body sagged. The last threads of dark magic inside him frayed. Tell me one thing, he said, voice barely more than air. Did the god in your head enjoy this? Harry felt Thoth's presence. It was not gloating. It was calm. The measure is complete, that quiet thought said. The imbalance is corrected. Harry spoke aloud. He did his job, Harry said. So did I. That is all. Voldemort shuddered. His eyes lost focus. For a moment, Harry saw the outline of a boy in the man. Skinny and angry and hungry. Then that outline faded. Tom Marvolo Riddle fell forward onto the dusty rug. He did not move again. Silence dropped into the room like a stone. Harry stood there, breathing hard, wand hanging at his side. His scar ached. His shoulder burned. His legs shook. Luna came up beside him and slipped her hand into his again. Sirius leaned against the broken wall, chest heaving, one arm wrapped around his ribs. Remus limped closer, wand still ready, eyes on the fallen body. Dumbledore let out a long breath. It is done, Dumbledore said softly. Harry listened. He felt the field. The constant pressure that had sat at the back of his awareness for so long was gone. There were still pain marks out there. Old curses. Old scars. But the active pull of one furious mind was absent. He nodded. Yes, Harry said. It is done. Bones' voice came from the doorway, sharp and anxious. Status, she called. Report. Sirius straightened. Target down, Sirius called back. Alive, I think. Not moving. Room unstable. We need containment and a healer. Bones appeared in the doorway with two Aurors at her shoulders. She took in the scene in one sweep. The cracked walls. The limp body. Harry's white face. She moved to Voldemort first. Kingsley stepped in behind her, wand out, covering. Bones knelt, checked for a pulse, then looked up. He is alive, she said. Barely. His magic is burned out. I can feel it. He is no longer a caster. He is just a man. Harry swallowed. Good, he said. Bones met his eyes. You did this, she said. Yes, Harry said. You can do it again, she said. He held her gaze. Yes, he said. With work, with planning, with help. I do not throw people into collapse by accident. That is not how Ma'at works. Bones studied his face for a long moment. Then she nodded. Understood, she said. Auror team, bind the target. Use cuffs, chains, every legal restraint we have. He goes straight to the ministry holding cells under full watch. He sees no one, speaks to no one without my permission. Kingsley and the others moved at once. Magical cuffs closed around Voldemort's wrists. Chains wrapped his ankles. A collar went around his neck with multiple locks that clicked shut. They levitated him carefully. Do not let any charm touch his wand pieces, Harry said quickly. Those shards still carry stress. You move them wrong, they could crack the field. Snape, who had stepped in quietly, raised an eyebrow. You want a broken wand? Snape asked. I want to take it apart in a controlled space, Harry said. We do not leave that sitting in the ruins of this house. Bones nodded. Fine, she said. We take the shards in a sealed case. They go to a secure lab. You can write a very detailed safety note. Sirius let out a shaky laugh. You hear that, Harry, he said. You get to write another report. Your god will be thrilled. Harry almost smiled. He will, Harry said. He likes neat bundles. Luna squeezed his hand. You are shaking, she said softly. I know, he said. His whole body had a fine tremor. Now that the fight was over, the fear he had been holding at the edge of his mind had room to move. Remus stepped closer and put a hand on his shoulder. You did well, Remus said quietly. You did more than well. You are allowed to sit down now. That sounds wise, Dumbledore said. Harry let them guide him to one of the less broken chairs. He sank into it and let out a breath he had not realized he had been holding. His scar throbbed. His shoulder hurt. His chest felt tight. He closed his eyes for a moment. In the archive in his mind, the shelves stood steady. The crack was still there. The net over it glowed a little brighter. One deep, ugly section of wrong script was gone. He exhaled. Thoth, he said quietly, inside and out. Yes. Is it balanced? Harry asked. The field is closer to measure, came the answer. There will always be noise. That is not failure. Harry nodded. Good, he said. Luna leaned forward. What did he say? She asked. That there will always be noise, Harry said. And that it is not failure, she smiled. You both sound very wise, she said. I am tired, Harry said. That probably helps. The world did not end when they carried Voldemort out of the Riddle House. It changed. News moved fast. By the time Harry reached the hospital wing back at Hogwarts, half the castle seemed to know something huge had happened. Madame Pomfrey shooed everyone out except Luna, Sirius, and Remus, then proceeded to poke at Harry with spells and muttering for a long time. You give me more gray hair every year, she scolded. Your channels are burned again. Your shoulder is a mess. Your scar is angry. You need rest, not more field tests. Harry lay on the bed and accepted the potions she thrust into his hands. I am working on a world where you get boring injuries, he said. Like twisted ankles from stairs. That would be nice, she said. Do that. She left at last, satisfied that he would not fall apart in the next hour. Sirius dropped into the chair beside the bed with a groan. Remus, Sirius said. Tell him he cannot do that again. Remus sat on the other side, looking tired but calmer. He cannot do that again, Remus said. At least not for a while. His channels need time. So does the rest of him. Luna sat on the edge of the bed near Harry's legs crossed, hands folded in her lap. Harry looked between them. He is not dead, Harry said quietly. He is in a cell. He will stand trial. People will argue about what to do with him. Sirius made a face. He should be dead, Sirius said. After everything he has done. Harry did not disagree. He probably will be, Harry said. Once the law has said its part. That is Bones' field. Not mine. Remus nodded. That is how it should be, Remus said. You are not judge, jury, and executioner. You are the boy who made sure we had a chance to get him into a courtroom. Sirius rubbed his face. You are not just a boy, Sirius said. You are a magical walking nightmare when you feel like it. Harry sighed. I know, he said. I am trying not to let that go to my head. Luna reached out and took his hand. I will help, she said. If your head starts floating away, I will pull it down. He smiled, small and real. I believe you, he said. The trial came months later. By then, the first rush of fear and relief had settled. Voldemort sat in a heavy chair in the center of the courtroom, bound by more chains than Harry had ever seen on any one person. His magic was still a crater. Harry could sense it from his seat. There was no active field around him. Only the faint echo of ordinary life force. Bones led the case. She laid out a clear line of crimes. Murders, torture, war, use of forbidden magic. She did not need to raise her voice. She had paper, witnesses, records, pens scribbled, quills scratched. No one in that chamber could pretend they did not know the weight of what sat in front of them. When Harry took the stand, the room went quiet. He told the truth. About the Horcruxes, about the fragment in his scar, about the ritual, about the mapping. He tried to keep the language simple. No extra terms. No talk of field decay that would confuse people who thought of magic in smaller, closer terms. He still saw fear in some eyes. He saw anger in others. He understood both. When the Wisengamot went away to talk, Harry waited in a small side room with Sirius, Remus, Luna, and Bones. Bones looked exhausted. You realize, she said, that whatever they decide about him, they are going to want to decide something about you. Harry nodded. Yes, he said. They will want rules, she said. Conditions on your work. They will ask me to write some of those rules. I will try to keep them sane. I cannot promise they will all be fair. I know, Harry said again. She studied his face. You are not scared, she said. I am scared, Harry said. I am just used to carrying it now. They can write whatever rules they like. They cannot make me pretend I am a god or a tool. I decided that in the archive. I will decide it again if I have to. Luna leaned her head on his shoulder. I will remind you if you forget, she said. Sirius snorted. If they try to lock you in a basement, we will break you out, Sirius said. There are about 7 gods in your corner now. They can deal with a few grumpy lawmakers. Remus smiled faintly. Let them try to monitor his reading list, Remus said. That will go very well. Harry smiled. I will be fine, he said. Annoyed, busy, but fine. Bones shook her head. You are a strange boy, she said. I am glad you exist. In the end, the Wizengamot did what scared people do. They tried to put names on things. Voldemort was found guilty, sentenced to life under guard in a high-security cell with no wand, no visitors except his lawyer and a healer, and regular checks by Ma at trained medi-witches to make sure no hidden curses lingered in his body. Harry noticed the last part. He noticed that they had taken his language to use as law. They passed a set of guidelines for the new Ma at department as well. Work in teams. No one person to hold full authority over a case. Open records. Outside review. Regular health checks for anyone who spent too much time staring at field lines, to make sure they did not start seeing people as dots on a map. Harry agreed with most of it. He argued a few lines. He refused point blank to sign anything that gave anyone the right to order him to collapse a person. I do not do that on command, he said calmly. I did it once because the field demanded it and because the risk to everyone else was clear. If you want a weapon you can point, build a different one. They backed down. Bones backed him. So did Dumbledore. So did McGonagall. So did Luna, simply by sitting at his side in the meetings and looking at the people who pushed too hard until they looked away. On a quiet evening near the end of the school year, Harry sat on the roof of one of the towers with Luna and watched the sunset. The sky over the grounds shifted from blue to gold to deep orange. The lake caught the colors. The wind was cold but gentle. You are slipping out of the hospital wing more often, Luna said. I have been out for weeks, Harry said. Yes, she said. It still feels like a treat. He smiled. You like me in one place, he said. I like you in any place where you are not trying to hold the world together with pure will, she said. This roof counts. He leaned back on his hands and let his legs dangle over the edge. Thoth wants me to spend a summer in the archive, Harry said. Luna nodded. Do you want to? She asked. Yes, he said. I want to walk the shelves again without a fragment in my head. I want to check my own mind with the quiet on. Do you want to stay there forever? She asked. He shook his head. No, he said. I want to come back. To this castle. To street maps. To aura reports. To stupid Quidditch arguments. To you, she smiled. Good, she said. I did not want to have to go all the way to an Egyptian temple to drag you out. He turned to look at her. Her hair moved in the wind. Her eyes caught the last light. She looked tired and alive and very real. Thank you, he said. For what? She asked. For being my anchor, he said. For being the reason I did not cut myself into a clean machine. For pulling my head down when it tried to float. She considered that. You are welcome, she said. Thank you for not turning into a machine. They are boring to kiss. He laughed. Is that why you stayed? He asked. For interesting kisses. Partly, she said. She leaned over and kissed him. It was not urgent. It was not desperate. It was careful and sure and warm. He kissed her back, one hand coming up to rest at her cheek. His heart beat fast. His scar did not hurt. The world did not tilt. When they parted, she rested her head on his shoulder. So, she said, boy raised by a god of knowledge, what will you do next? He looked out over the grounds. Teach, he said slowly. Learn. Argue with Bones. Annoy the Wizengamot. Map other kinds of decay that are not Dark Lords. Help rebuild. Walk both worlds. Try to be more than a line on someone else's board. She nodded. That sounds like a lot, she said. It is, he said. I will take it one day at a time. She closed her eyes. That sounds human, she murmured. He sat there with her until the last light faded and the stars came out. Somewhere far away, in a temple full of stone and light, An old god watched his chosen students sit on a roof with a girl and talk about soup and paperwork and future plans. Thoth measured the balance and found it acceptable. Harry did not hear that thought. He just felt a quiet sense of rightness in his bones. The world was still noisy. His shelves were not perfect. His maps had smudges. He was not a clean tool. He was a person. He had work to do. He had people at his side. For a boy once marked as a fragment of someone else, that felt like enough.